Okay, and we're spreading now. Spreading now, guys.
Get a ROP on the boss.
Okay,
Back up. I got it.
Okay, get the bombs. Okay, and then we're chilling here. Get kicks. Get kicks. All right, the next set, we just need to do a good burn here, tanks, and we need to spawn
in
wood.
the back needs a range kick.
I can do
we
next.
need taunt them into the boss. We're spreading in 5.
Don't burn.
Spread now. Guys, we just need to kill these bombs, all right?
It's AMC after.
AMZ behind the boss, and we have a disc ramp. Make sure the boss has space.
Double V as well when you get here. We going?
Yep.
Bunch on the right, by the way.
I have no CDs for these.
I have a very weird.
This one's actually good.
It's fine, we got really good bombshells.
We have late 2 minutes.
We're spreading in 5
Scott.
here.
I won't grip, okay?
It'll boom me.
Watch the bombshells on the way in. Watch the bombshells on the way in.
Drop.
Get kicks here. Get kicks.
Ribbons, paid.
Let's drop.
Let me call the enrage, okay? Okay, everyone kill the
Can you
bombshells.
grip away or
Enrage in
no?
3,
Can you jump away, Scott, or
2,
no?
1, jump away. Guys, fire will kill you. Fire will kill you. Fire will kill you.
I'm ready to talk next.
I have it.
Yeah, tell me when I need.
Fire
Start
circles in
far.
5. Listen, fire
go
circles
next,
are gonna
I'll go
kill
next.
everyone in
It's
3.
gonna
Fuck
die.
yeah!
Let's go!
Fucking dog shit.
Welcome back, and that was the kill on Sticks Bunk Chunker that we got last night.
Yes.
After dinner.
After dinner, I mean, that's kind of how it goes. They come alive at night, much like Kalamazoo, and they were able to kill off the boss really cleanly, I might add. A little cleaner than some of those other guilds, I'm just saying.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Everyone alive. Healer's healing.
Yeah, it was very nice. And then also after that, the immediate question was, okay, now are we going to go on to Sprocketmonger, or are we going to go back to splits? And guess what happened, Jack?
They had to do a little bit of adjustments because
sure did.
composition matters a lot, and we can even take a quick look at some of the compositions that they had, I believe, as well for Sticks.
They did make quite a lot of adjustments kind of early on. You know, we started out with 3 tanks and 4 healers, and then we took a tank away, we took a healer away, switched out some DPS.
They notably had 3 Mistweavers at one point. It was very crazy.
And 3 blood DKs.
Yeah, I even got to see Series build for Oracle, so Disc has been kind of going back and forth with Oracle and Voidweaver hero talents, which has been pretty cool.
Okay.
Notably, Oracle does some pretty good spot healing, triage healing in between their major ramps.
Right.
And Siri was running an interesting build where he was getting rid of a couple of talents that help with your ramp and your AoE healing, and opting for a few talents like Divine Aegis, which will help, and I believe it's called Inner Focus. It's a new talent this season, which actually helps a lot more of your direct healing. So he was using quite a bit more defensive penance to heal some of his allies in between some of his major ramps, doing a ridiculous amount of single target healing, which is pretty important on this encounter because there's a lot of ads running all over the place that can be meleeing your allies, and you just need to have immediate large shields, single target healing to make sure people aren't getting like randomly wombo comboed out of the blue.
Absolutely. So this is the final composition that we did end up going with. So still quite a bit of class stacking, and I'm sure that they will make adjustments before they head into Sprocketmonger. I always say
The Sprocketmonster.
Dude, these names are just like tongue twisters. It's difficult. Blizzard's messing with us on this.
They know what they're doing.
Yeah, they know what they're doing. All right, well, let's take a look at the pull counts compared to the other guilds that have also killed this boss, courtesy of RaiderIO. So this one's interesting to me because Mythic got the least amount of pulls on this. I mean, you know, obviously that's never like a determining factor on who did it the best. But with Sticks Bunk Chunker, it kind of surprised me because I feel like this is more like an execution one rather than like a how do we figure out these mechanics, what are the secrets type of encounter.
Yeah, and that's part of the challenge is that you have everybody in the raid eligible to be chosen to roll around on these Katamari balls, roll up big, large amounts of trash, and the amount of breathing room to be in the right position, roll up all the trash, and either detonate one of the bombs or use your trash pile to add more damage to the boss. It's very, very tight. And so everybody in the raid has to execute this flawlessly. And so there's a lot of times where it's just a matter of how consistently can we do this and make sure that we are not having any sort of mistakes, any sort of raid wipes. And if one person in the entire raid makes a mistake, then you have 20 wipes.
Right. Yep. Well, here is the comparison of Liquid Echo and Method. Do you expect to see, because it's such a tight damage check for a 4th boss, do we expect to see some of these other guilds down sticks this week? Or, because I've heard a lot of them have just kind of stopped. Like ID, I think, isn't going anymore. Dratnos' guild, Pop-Tart Corn Dog, they're like, nah, we don't think we're going to kill this. At least from what I heard last night, I could be ill-informed at this point.
A big point is damage, but it's also the type of damage, which is a major problem for non-world first guilds.
Yeah.
It's that in order to kill off the territorial bombshells, they are like these big crab bombs that latch on to piles of garbage. They spread out all over the place. And so boomkins, shadow priests were really valuable to make sure that they could detach these bombshells, get them into the melee meat grinder, and then they would be able to be killed off. Because if they are touched by any of the garbage piles, then they instantly detonate and wipe out the raid. So it's the type of damage that matters, in addition to having enough damage, because all of these raiders are decked out in 4-piece, Eye of Kazan. Most of them have the Jaster Diamond, very rare ring. All of these amazing tools. And you could have it a full raid like Pop-Tart Corn Dog, which is well geared if, you know, Dratnos didn't eat all of the gear.
No, he did. He's full bis.
Yeah.
Minus 1 piece.
Being an officer must be very nice.
I know.
And then you need to have the right type of damage to guarantee that you're going to detach these bombshells. So I think
Right.
for a lot of guilds who don't have as much comp flexibility, it's a matter of them really going into the Mythic Plus hyperbolic time chamber, or maybe trying to do Mythic splits on alts and kill off the first 2 boss fights again on other characters to make sure that they can have a composition later on for sticks.
Okay.
Which
We'll see.
sucks. Which sucks.
That was your answer. I'm just going to say, we'll see. Yeah. Well, we did some of our own pulls on the next boss, of course, Sprocketmonger Lockenstock, as Makes has been saying, and I can't get out of my head. And we do have the best pull that we saw last night from the guild. Let's check it out.
Do W, Nick. That was perfect. 2 Dryny.
2, 1, 5, 4,
And lasers are soon.
2,
In
1.
like, I can't give you the exact timer. Our big week's timers are wrong. Sometime in the next 3 seconds.
Give me space to move if you can.
Yeah. Back up, Blue, back up. I'm gonna be on Yips' side one time.
Okay. Drills. If you get drills, bait the drills on the conveyor belt or near the back. Going out now.
Always press defensive when you're soaking.
Hey, rockets, guys. Dodge.
5,
Lasers, same time.
4, 3, 2,
Watch rockets.
1.
Okay. And we're color swapping. Pay attention if you're changing or swapping. Okay, and then this is the far set of mines. So KSP, you're Gigafar after Yips, okay? KSP now.
Go ahead.
Good. This is Trill. And Impact. Hellstone. Off lasers. Don't get stuck in the middle. That was fucking hype. Watch the rockets. Okay, wire transfer. Just be safe here. Give red the other side of the room, if that makes sense. Don't knock people.
5,
Bob trouble.
4, 3,
Okay.
2,
Tank bomb, and then we're color swapping, and then we're boss ready for the face. Pull to the middle, pull to the middle, pull to the middle.
We have the tank max still.
We're switching color.
We're switching color, and then it's doing a knockback. Okay, we need to change our positioning for this,
Fuck.
I think.
You need to win rosters every time, Impact, if
Oh
you're
my
not doing
god,
it.
that is
When
brutal.
we're getting the polarity thing. If you can put that in your reminder.
I mean, every single player to the last one before the face.
Yeah, the last polarity
Sevy,
before
you are
before the
fucking
face
online
every
already,
time.
buddy.
Red goes on the outside, right?
Dude, that class is crazy.
On the same side.
What'd you say, King Clay?
Red goes on the outside, right? When we're on the same side.
Yes. We can talk about 2 things there, but I think we need to talk about the intermission because I thought we'd have time to move it to the middle. But we might need to pre-move it to the middle because there's no mines there, right? The mines are done, so it's just should be able to just move there. But let's workshop two things. Let's do one at a time. So
It feels like on blue side, by the way, at least on the second set platform, that you have like legit 1 yard of melee range without getting dragged away.
Wow, that was an incredible pull out of Sprocketmonger. And one of the biggest things is the Mythic mechanic with the polarities that they were referencing. So if you're seeing certain POVs that we had, you were able to see either a red icon or a blue icon over the heads of some of the players, and that's marking which color that they are. And the foot bomb mine mechanic that happens on the encounter means that you have to, as a red player, only soak red bombs. As a blue player, you can only soak the blue bombs. And as a result, if you touch any of the opposing bombs of the color, they wipe the raid out entirely. If you, as a red player, touch a blue player, you just knock each other back, which could be really lethal, with certain parts of the platform being electrified and it being very easy to get knocked off the platform in its entirety. Right there, they saw the beta launch, the first intermission, and what happens is they swap polarities, so players need to get into their red or blue groups seconds before they get knocked back. And then they need to run against the conveyor belt to get in position, DPS the boss, while also just staying alive the entire time. It's a really nasty phase transition, and because of how the beta launch knockback works, it's a constant wave. And you have to wait for the entire wave to kind of go through your character before you're actually going to be able to get a use at like Transcendence or Gateway or something along those lines. If you instantly hit Transcendence after the first bit of the knockback, it'll still keep knocking you back until it decides that the boss is like in position. So it's a very nasty mechanic that they have to figure out, like Max was saying, like 3 different things all at once to get past that phase.
Yeah, they'll figure it out.
They will. We have all day today.
We sure do. Yeah, this is the last day before reset, so it feels kind of weird that we're already here and on the 5th boss. So the pacing is definitely interesting, but of course we can talk about that a little bit later because first we have to get to, I don't know, my favorite part of the day, Jack. I don't know about you, but it is the Honda Guild Grand Prix. We do have a racing simulator here in the studio, and we've been challenging all of the raiders to do it as fast as they can and try and beat each other's score.
Well, we know that they're the gods of World of Warcraft, but now we got to see how good they are at driving a real car.
Okay, let's see which raider is up to the challenge today in the Honda Guild Grand Prix. Let's check it out. That's my favorite part right there. Oh, Alice. Skirt. Skirt.
That was bad.
Nah.
That was the tiniest of skirt. Also,
All right, good
fun
position.
fact.
10 and 2.
That little scooter is called the Honda Moto Compacto. Ooh. Honda also makes it. All right.
They have everything.
Off to a good start. Off to a good start.
Okay. He's going pretty fast.
Yes. We're not used
tight
to
turn. Hit the brakes, hit the brakes, hit the brakes.
Okay, buddy.
I'm not a beast.
This
I'm
is
not a
already.
beast.
They all crash on that one.
I'm not a beast.
Yeah.
I crashed out.
Okay. We're getting in there.
Oh, he's going so fast.
Come on, Atlas. Come on, Atlas. Oh my gosh.
That Civic R series is so fast.
I know he has
Dude,
his
imagine
license.
if I just clap him with this time. Okay,
So
I have
this
to finish
is
in
this
10
is not great.
seconds.
This is not great, Atlas.
Wait, this is the big turn. Oh, he's
Come
doing
on.
pretty well. Wait,
Okay.
wait. Tight turn, tight
Okay.
turn, tight turn.
Okay. Oh,
Ah!
dude. Oh,
No!
That
man.
works. That's not
Oh my
working.
Ah!
It's not working at all, actually. What if I just like hit one of these?
no.
Oh god.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
No, we're going the wrong way.
Okay.
We're going the right way. We're going the correct way. We're going the wrong way.
Oh,
We're on the right way.
no.
Oh no. I am not
surely
gonna
it
get in a
ends, like,
car
right
with
on
him,
the
Jack.
Ah, not until Honda has the full autonomous driving for him.
No, definitely not. All right, we've got.
And the straightaway.
Okay, could've been worse.
And the straightaway. Let's go.
All right, let's see, what did he get? I have a feeling he's gonna be a little bit
Damn, that
far
time
down on the
sucks.
leaderboards.
133,
All right.
369.
I got
Get
Ah.
get out of here. Walk of shame.
You just hear glass breaking.
Little SpongeBob sound.
Oh,
Oh no!
no.
3 seconds slower.
Atlas has now placed a new worst time in our Honda Grand Prix.
That is that's tragique.
That definitely is. THD with a slow and steady I just won't crash strategy is still in the lead.
Interesting. Okay, well, you guys are going to have to tune in tomorrow to see if any of those racers can beat Atlas's time. The bar is getting lower and lower, Jack.
It really is. I think 3 days in a row we've had new worst times being set.
Interesting. All right, well, Honda continues to push the boundaries of what is possible in sustainability and safety with the goal of carbon neutrality and zero traffic accident fatalities by 2050. And it looks like Atlas has something to look forward to in the roadmap for Honda.
Absolutely. We'll be keeping an eye on all the news for the autonomous driving they have to offer for our Raiders. That would be nice.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the Grand Prix does not have autonomous driving.
I do love the lane assist they have. It's very nice.
On the actual cars?
Yeah, on my Honda.
Yeah, it is nice.
Cruise control, lane assist, done.
Yeah, it's good stuff. I wish my car had that. Maybe I should get one.
Well, maybe you should upgrade.
Yeah, sorry. All right. Well, let's take a look at the apparel. You're donning some of it today.
That's right.
Yes.
I have the Cauldron of Carnage setup that we have going on right now with Team Liquid. You
want to show the back?
The whole Team Liquid setup they have going on. Yeah, if you want to see some of the wires we have. Our little Cauldron of Carnage showdown.
Very nice. It's giving me comic book vibes. Yeah. Oh, and I've got the jersey on today also.
Yeah. The
Yes.
Elite Liquid jersey. You can see our full collection right here at tl.gg/RWF.
Very nice. We've got the short. Also, I noticed something.
Yes.
They're wearing the shorts. on the Max mannequin. You could go steal them.
Oh.
Yeah, just yoink them.
I can go pants the Max
Yeah,
mannequin.
go just
There we
take
go.
them from the Max cutout. But here's a look at all of the apparel that we have available. teal.gg/RWF if you'd like a piece of the Race World First to don from home while you watch us compete in the Undermine.
Absolutely. Or one of the mouse pads they have.
Or one of the
is
mouse
it,
pads.
Like called line art. What's the style in the bottom left?
I have no idea.
It looks sick though.
I don't know.
I love it.
It does. I like the contrasting black and white. That is the one that they gave us, the left one, the leftmost mouse pad. So huge shout out to Team Liquid for absolutely killing it once again with their apparel collection. Like I said, teal.gg/RWF if you'd like to check it out for yourself. And that's not the only thing going on during the Race World First, of course. We are still continuing to raise money for the Pasadena Humane Society. We hit $10,000 yesterday. I would love to see where we are currently for our charity goal because we're nearing like the halfway mark for our goals.
Yeah, and I think at $10,000 it's sock puppet casting, or is that $7,500?
$10,000 was sock puppet casting.
Yeah.
$7,500 was. We'll find out right here. What?
Oh,
it is. You were correct. Sock puppet casting. $10,000 is Trill versus Casters PvP.
There it is. I knew there was something there. We're at $10,487. And at $15,000, we are going to be doing live weak aura sounds.
In some money for our amazing cause. It goes straight to the Pasadena Humane Society via Tiltify, teal.gg/RWF-donate. And also there's some fun incentives if you'd like also to have your pet featured on broadcast or your transmog. You can send in $35 with the Armory link, or not a social media link, a image hosting platform link would be very helpful for us.
Absolutely. I've really enjoyed a lot of the pet pictures we've had. Even some people showing off their battle stations, their home setups, and everything along those lines. Aww.
Look at these guys.
There's rats.
Yeah, that's Kalamazoo and THD.
Aww.
Having a little snack together on the right there.
Them eating Taco Bell in the morning, in the evening.
Yeah, it is, exactly.
Oh
yeah.
my goodness.
I love rats. They're very intelligent and smart creatures, and I think they get shamed by society, and we should do better, chat.
Yeah, chat.
Not THD and Kalamazoo. I'm talking about actual rats. They're very cute. Do you have a favorite on the...
I kind of like the cats.
Yeah, the little kitties?
Yeah, they probably see a bird outside.
Yeah, making that little chirping noise.
Yeah.
Tuttles didn't know what I was talking about, and yet he has a cat. They literally go like, I can't do it.
I kind of think that he lives so high in the sky in his like 20th floor penthouse estate that
Perhaps.
his cat doesn't see the birds.
Oh, that makes me sad for Bert.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's missing
Unfortunate.
out. I mean, we know that Tuttles loves Bert very much, and he's a very spoiled little kitty. He even has like a security camera feed
Yeah.
going on of
Check
Bert.
in on him.
Yeah, just checking in on Bert. I wish I had done that. Very smart.
Do a little
All right.
FaceTime.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you everyone that has submitted their pet pictures so far, as well as their transmog. We've seen some UIs as well, some battle stations. Keep them coming because we are supporting an amazing cause. And with that, also, we are featuring a pet of the day that is adaptable. teal.gg/adapt if you'd like to check out all of the rest of the adaptable animals at the Pasadena Humane Society. And we can take a look at the featured one today. Here is Shadow, spayed female, black domestic, short hair, 5 years old, at the shelter since 2/25/25, recently depicted by Keanu Reeves. I love a good void kitty.
There's so many movie stars in LA.
Yeah,
It's crazy. You just go around the corner and there's suddenly movie stars everywhere.
Weird. Yeah.
Of course, if you're looking at any of the animals for adoption, you can check it out at tl.gg/adopt.
Absolutely. Get yourself a little void kitty. Black cats are weird. I
Yeah?
feel like people don't talk. I feel like black cats are bad luck. Whatever. They're just like weirdos. They're little weirdos.
I
Every
thought the
black
orange
cat-
cats were the weirdos.
They're just stupid weirdos. Black cats are just weirdos. Yeah. As an owner of an orange cat, I am allowed to say that. Yeah.
You have standing.
Not the brightest bulb in the zoo at my house. So.
There's bulbs.
Yeah, the bulbs, brightest bulb.
Not the brightest bulb in the garden.
Ah, is that the phrase?
Yeah, sure. Let's go with
Yeah,
that.
we'll go with that. All
I
right.
was
Well,
going for a garden theme instead of the light.
Definitely.
Because there's bulbs that are plants.
Okay,
And then
right.
there's bulbs that are like light bulbs.
Yeah.
And so you could just kind of do it for
cats.
garden instead.
Garden. Okay. I think I lost you, but that
okay.
makes sense.
You know what?
We'll workshop it.
Might be because Mercury's in retrograde,
I hate
right?
this conversation so much. Oh, you're throwing to my astrology coin. I'm sorry. That was an alley-oop, but I missed it. That's why I didn't play basketball. All right. Well, we are doing the WoW horoscope now, and I have a new exciting subject for you guys today. Are you ready?
I am so excited, Aya.
This one's a little bit cursed. I'm scraping the bottom of the barrel in terms of things that I can do, but I think it's fun. I put some thought into it.
We're not even halfway through the raid, Aya. Come on.
Yeah, but I did a whole other tier of these, so I kind of missed like I've already done the obvious ones.
All right.
But today is what water bottle you are based on what class you play.
It's gonna be
It's fun.
I have
It's
my
gonna be
water
fun.
bottle below, so.
It's fun, I promise. Oh, do you? Okay, well,
Yeah.
let me just grab my papers here. Hold on. All right. Don't look. No cheating. Okay. Are you ready for the first one?
I'm ready, Aya.
I'm not doing this in any particular order. It's just going to be random. Okay. The first one, oh, it's priest.
Oh, what do you know?
I swear to God, I didn't. Is it a hydro flask or is it just
An insulated water bottle.
So I was close.
Yeah.
Yeah, hydro flask. You know, simple, reliable. Yeah, there you go. Look at this. He
That's
calls
me.
it his emotional support water bottle.
That's right. It goes with me wherever I go.
Yeah. Some people call this like a lantern water bottle. They kind of winter. You know what I mean?
Goes on all the adventures with me.
Very practical, very clean, hydrated.
Yeah. Fill it up with ice all day.
Yeah.
Stays cold all day.
Yes, absolutely. All right, so that is priest.
Woo.
Now here is paladin. So paladin, this is weird.
So what would be the difference for paladin? Is this like a water bottle that you're always carrying around with you?
So I cheated a little bit on some of these. This is not a water bottle. This is more of a method of consuming H2O.
Okay, so all of these could be a method of consuming H2O.
It could be.
Okay.
Yes.
So paladin.
It's a little unhinged. Might be a little annoying for some people. Doesn't really make sense. A little bit off.
So it's not going to be some like raggedy plastic water bottle for a paladin.
No, but that's coming.
It would probably be a little ostentatious, a little much.
Would you like to see it?
I would love to.
These are the people that like chew ice.
Ah!
Yeah.
I do love chewing ice.
Yeah, you know, they just sit there and they munch on the ice all day.
Yeah, I went to the dentist and they're like, "Oh, do you grind in your sleep? Do your teeth hurt when you wake up?" And I'm like, "No,
Yeah.
I just like chewing ice."
Is this you?
I mean, Paladin was my first healer I ever played.
I was gonna ask, you alt a holy priest?
Well, I main priest, and then Pally was one of my alts, but they did some awful things to Pally, so not so much these days.
Yeah, I know. That's why I put the weird one for the paladin.
Yeah.
A little
They've been
strange.
through a lot, okay? It might be a little like coping mechanism for some of the trauma that they've endured.
I know.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It's like an anxiety thing. Like pregnant women, where they're going through labor, they chew on ice. Like all kinds of methods.
Today I learned.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Well, the next one is warlock.
I bet they don't drink any water.
Oh my god. I don't like the taste of water. Those people cannot be trusted.
Yeah. That tracks.
That is so strange to me. I mean,
That tracks.
You need water. You need water.
It tastes bad.
It tastes bad like soda.
Yeah. Yep, that tracks.
Okay, cool. I'm glad you knew. All right, we're synced up.
That's right.
All right, this next one is rogue.
Okay, let's see. I think Rogue is going to have probably some like ratty, leathery, like camelback or something like that.
That would have been good.
You know?
Rogue is a red solo.
That's not full of water.
Is there water in it? Is there something else in it? We don't know. They use it for both. They may not wash it. It might just like kind of permanently live on their counter.
Yeah. It's like the bedside red solo cup.
Yeah. It's like chewed on. The rims are chewed on. You know, it doesn't. They don't throw it away until it kind of starts cracking in the middle here, and then they're like, okay, time for the next one.
They taste the plastic.
Yeah, exactly. So Rogue is red solo cup.
Love it.
All right, next one is Monk. I don't remember what I put for this. Let's see.
Ooh. Did you show it?
Sorry. It's infused like cucumber. Like you know when you go into like a bougie hotel and they have this kind of crap.
The cucumber enhances the flavor.
I mean, it sure does. Oh, I'm not saying this is a bad thing, Jack. By any means.
You ever watched The Other Guys?
No. Sorry.
I really would have liked that cucumber water.
I enjoy a good cucumber water.
Good movie.
Good. I'll have to check it out.
It's Marky Mark and Will Ferrell.
Okay. All right. Well, chat. I don't know. How did I do with this one? I think this feels right. To me.
They're probably just they need to have some kind of extra little tint of flavor.
Yeah.
Do you want waters? Oh, I must have a lemon with that, please.
Yes, a lemon water. Water with lemon. No ice.
No ice.
Yes. All right. That is Monk. All right. Here is Druid. I'm proud of this one.
Oh, hang on. Okay. It's gonna be like their hands just scooping water into their mouth.
That would have been good. That would have been funny. I don't want to do like the furry thing every day. You know what I mean? All right.
Attuned with nature.
Here is a Druid.
They got like the backpacking hiker
Absolutely.
covered in stickers of everywhere they've been. That's
all
good
the national
too.
Parks. Yeah.
I was thinking of something like that for Hunter.
Yeah, that would have been good too. But
I see the vision.
You'll see the Hunter one soon.
I see the vision.
Yep. Well, this is Druid. Yeah, and I'm sure I have a Nelson bottle that looks just like this.
I was about to say, do you main a Druid? Because that looks like your water bottle.
I've carried it with me everywhere. I've had it since high school.
Darn hippie.
I've almost lost it many times. I've had to fetch it out of lost and founds, but luckily we're still here. All right, Warrior. They're very practical. They're reliable. They're not too materialistic. You know, big burly men I kind of think of when I think of people that play Warrior.
Is this going to be like... this is going to be tough. What do you got for us? Okay, the jug of water. Yeah, they're the gym bros who bring the entire gallon of water. Yeah. So originally I was thinking it's going to be like a beat-up plastic bottle, but I think there's somebody else who might do better with that.
They might even have like lines of... like the milliliters of water that they're consuming.
Yep.
Yeah, on the side.
They can track it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So this is Warrior. It was surprisingly hard to find a picture of a gallon of like a milk jug with water.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So this is the best I could do, but I'm glad we all knew what I was.
I see the vision.
Thank you so much.
I've seen the people at the gym like this.
Absolutely. All right. So this one I do have to go in order. Hold on. Look away. Wait 1 second. Okay. So thank you. All right. Hold on. Let me just.
Let me know when you're ready.
Okay. This is Shaman.
Okay. Shaman. Can I look?
You can look now.
Okay.
Yes.
Shaman would probably be... I haven't seen it yet. What would Shaman be? They are kind of the water themselves.
You want to just see it?
All right, let's see it.
It's a Stanley water.
Well, those do have lead in it, so...
Probably in pastel. You know, it's one of those like collectible ones, right? They carry it with them. They're like that person that brings it to restaurants or like when they're shopping at department stores, which makes absolutely no sense.
The vibes.
Like, are they not aware that
the vibes.
That water fountains exist? I don't really know what the point of that was. Like, oh my god, I'm not gonna have water for.
I always bring this everywhere.
Yes.
Hold up. Watch your tone.
Do you bring it with you when you go shopping on errands? Water bottle?
I'll leave it in the car, but
You can leave it in the car. You don't bring it in with.
Depends on how long it would be out.
Okay.
It'll be out for a while.
You're gonna be out for a while. I bring it with you, but into a restaurant?
What? Women get to have purses.
Do you play
Why can't I have something?
No, you're right.
Why can't I have this?
Hey, listen. You're hydrated. I get it. Okay.
Can't wear fanny packs. Can't bring water bottles with me.
No, fanny packs are great. I am a fan.
Good.
Yeah.
I would wear those. I would wear those all the time if I could.
Absolutely. All right. Next one is Evoker.
Okay.
Now Evoker, if you recall, they're kind of my like chuggy millennials, my live, laugh, love girlies.
Yeah. Well, that's where I would have thought it would have been the Stanley Cup then. That's the problem. It's like
They have the wall of Stanley Cups. They have
Yes.
completely defeated the purpose of the reusable cup because they have 100 of them.
Well, they might also be with some like the tech bros who always get those as gifts
Could
every
be
event.
also not
you know?
the evokers, not the evokers, Jack. No, they are seeking them out.
Yeah,
And putting them in a wall on display.
going out of their way for it.
Yeah, some
Love
of
it.
them don't even take the wrappers off of them. Very weird behavior, evokers. Please explain that.
It leaves us with Demon Hunter.
We've got Hunter now.
Okay, Hunter.
I'm proud of this one. I get angry DMs from hunters every time I do hunters.
This is gonna be like reusing a Dasani water bottle.
Close.
Ah, they drink from the hose.
Which I can't even knock because when I was a child, that was the best
That
tasting
was.
water. It was so good. It was so good. So yeah, hose water.
I should have prepared myself. Let me know about these in advance so I can I can chew on these.
Think about it.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So
I want to like
hunters-
guess these correctly in advance.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
All right, Demon Hunter, you've been guessing it all along.
The crumpled up water bottle. Yes.
Water bottle.
I knew this. I knew it had to happen.
Probably like an arrowhead where it's like thinner plastic.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where the cap is like sort of weak and you can like screw. You
If
know
they
when you, like,
chew on the
screw it,
cap.
you don't quite hit. It never like tightens all the way. You just keep going. You're like, I don't know what's going on with this.
No, they definitely chew on the cap.
Yeah, chew on the cap also. Yeah, they grab the little what's the little ring thing from the cap? It's ripped off.
Yeah.
And then they chew on that part.
Yep. The lid protector.
It's
basically.
chaos.
Yeah.
Yes. So that's Demon Hunter.
That makes sense.
All right, Mage, I feel like is obvious.
This is water fountain.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. You know, providing water for themselves and the rest of everybody else.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's even some of them, the fancy mages, the retail mages, they've got the little counter here that says how many little bits.
Oh yeah.
Of,
You've
you know,
saved this much water.
Exactly. Yes, and it's always ice cold and it's fresh and it's delicious. We love our mages. Thank you for supplying water to the masses.
Masses.
Yes.
To me.
Yeah, to Jack.
Whenever I
thank
want to
you.
play Holy Pally.
Absolutely.
Because they just do.
Yes.
All right.
Last one is Death Knight. I play Death Knight. I try not to be too biased on the Death Knights. So I went honest. I'm just gonna show it. I went, you know, inside my feelings and I was like, what is my water bottle? How do I consume water? Ready?
What do we got? We don't know what their water bottle looks like, but we do know that it's 10 p.m. and they forgot to drink water and they are very dehydrated, so they are now chugging water to make up for lost time, and they will likely have to bio at 3 a.m. Also, I definitely didn't write this from personal experience. You hate to see it.
Mm-hmm.
Why does my head hurt?
Mm-hmm.
Are you drinking water? No.
Yeah, that's me.
My tummy hurt.
It's me.
Why am I cold?
Yeah, and then I wake up at 3 a.m. I'm like, oh no, chugged too much water.
Oh boy, 3 a.m.
Yeah, well, how did I do?
It was great.
Oh, good.
That was great. I am really upset that I did not guess drinking from the hose. I'm a little disappointed in myself for that.
I know.
Because the second you showed it, it all made sense.
I know.
was
The water in the hands thing was good.
I was really thinking it was going to be like, you know, drinking from the springs themselves.
Yeah.
The land itself.
Yeah, so I mean, when I'm making these, sometimes I think of like the people that I know and their stereotypes that play those classes.
Yeah.
And then sometimes I go a little bit more in the class fantasy direction, like with the mage and the water fountain. So it kind of just like depends on the vibe. And
So when I did a lot of hiking, we had this like hand pump water purifier. And so
Right.
you would like dip the little nozzle
yeah.
into the spring, and then you just start pumping it into your water bottle with another hose.
I have one of those too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
if you
good.
ever go backpacking, you need to drink water.
That's right.
So-
A little sip, because it would be like a puddle, just sort of kind of like bubbling from the ground,
Yeah, you don't want Giardia. That's bad.
amongst other things.
Yeah, lots of dirty water in those streams. All right, we are going to head out and we will be back. Hopefully we're going to be getting some pulls in early morning on the next boss, and I am so excited. Are you?
I am very hopeful that the first shift of the day will not be Mythic Plus this time.
Oh my God.
We'll see, though. We'll
Spoken into
see.
Existence. Is this a wall? Okay, I just knocked on wood. We're good. We're safe. All right. Thank you guys so much for watching. This is Rise and Race presented by Honda. My name is Aya.
And I'm Jack.
See you in just a bit. Bye.
That was my problem. This is my future.
The Alienware Pro wireless headset, it's become my main headset for anything WoW related.
The battery life is actually a huge deal for us. One of the few esports that plays all day, every day. 4 days of gaming on one battery, that's insane.
This headset is everything that you can ever want and dream of. Without a doubt, this is the most comfortable headset that I've ever worn. I hate headsets that kind of like clamp on your ears or feel like they're pinning against the side of your head. This headset feels really, really good around my ears while I play.
Quality of sound from the Alienware Pro headset is perfect for shot calling in intense situations. At the race, there's a lot of distractions, and sometimes I just need to be able to hear what the guys are doing in the middle of a boss fight. So after using this headset, I don't think I can use a different headset again. This headset is what you need.
This is Max, and here is the exact moment he saw a custom plush toy we made of him from scratch.
Wow, it's got, okay, so there's a lot going on here.
We here at Team Liquid have spent months turning all of our friends, family, and any famous people we can find a public address for into their own custom plushes based off our mascot, Blue. Which means we had to make one for everyone's favorite raid leader and WoW streamer, Maximum. The first thing we have to do is give Blue some facial hair. Using some fur and this deep, longing photo of Max, we remade his scruff 1-2-1.
It's got a crazy beard. I was certainly looking that homeless during the last race.
And Max's face would be unrecognizable without his glasses. Important for raiding and seeing. Then we realized he was still without clothes, so we made him decent with a custom jersey. And at this point, he looked a little less Max and a little more Seth Rogen in a t-shirt, so we added some memorable WoW items, Ramornia and the Gift of N'Zoth, both 3D printed and painted to match the game. Finally, we delivered it to Max to capture his reaction.
Look, he's real cute. He's got my little Harry Potter glasses on. I get to keep this, right? You can make your own. You just gotta go to tl.gg/myblue and you can customize it however you want.
Hello, everybody, and good morning. Welcome to the Team Liquid Race to World First. We are getting some pulls in on Sprocketmonger in just a moment. Monger, goodness gracious, I'll get it. Sprocketmonger. Coinbase, our presenting partner, of course, as well as Honda, Secret Lab, Monster Energy, Alienware, MyBlue, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, and DungeonDojo. And today's going to be a fantastic day because yesterday we got some progress. We finally got some Mythic progression. We went a little bit back into some splits, but we're here back at Tettles into the race. We can take a look at the Coinbase leaderboard and check out exactly where we are compared to the other guilds.
Yeah, so Liquid had a pretty good day yesterday. They ended up taking down Styx Bunk Junker after 113 attempts. And now the race is kind of heating up as you see Echo and Method both also matching Liquid's progression, pulling Sprocketmonger lock and stock. Echo, I think their best pull on Sprocketmonger, we'll be able to see that on the leaderboard asset in a little bit, is 27%. And by looking at this boss, it looks very consistent with what you're supposed to be doing. There is some variance in terms of soaking the mines and a little bit in terms of like who's got what polarity when. But it's going to be a very strict dance fight where the difficulty of this boss really is going to come down to the damage check. It seems to be a boss where you're going to probably pull it somewhere between 75 and 100 times just so you can make sure that everybody has the mechanics on lock. But it's going to be a pretty challenging fight. And so it's just going to be about being able to get volume of pulls and just trying to continue to progress through the most difficult points of this boss today.
Absolutely. We can look at the boss progress. Here is all of the bosses that we have down and the ones that we're going to be seeing next. Of course, we can see in the middle there, Sprocketmonger lock and stock is where we currently are, Jack.
That's right, and we were the first guild, of course, to get Styx Bunk Junker down. Got to see some Sprocketmonger pulls, and got to see when some of the more frustrating parts of the encounter are with the polarity changes that we're going to be seeing on Mythic difficulty, requiring half the raid to be marked as red, half as blue, and of course, as we all know, you can't cross those beams.
Yeah, a lot of mechanics here that are pretty contrasting. Also, just this entire fight in general, Tettles, I feel like is pretty different from the one from Styx Bunk Junker. So it's kind of a change in pace, I'd say.
Yeah, I think Styx and Rick Reverb are kind of fights that have pretty high variance whenever you're, just generally doing them. For Rick Reverb, it was making sure that you were able to kill off the pyrotechnic bombs in time, and they would spawn like across the room, which made that fight have a frustrating amount of RNG. For Styx Bunk Junker, it was when our player is going to be rolling these trash piles. If your Shadow Priest is getting selected right before he's supposed to be popping his cooldowns, it is like completely toast. There were some sets where you would just like lose your Moonkins, and that made Styx Bunk Junker just a frustrating fight for the Raiders. They've expressed this a few times because of how heavy the RNG on a boss like that was. For Sprocketmonger lock and stock, it's kind of similar to Nexus Princess Kaiveza, where a lot of it is going to end up being predetermined. There's a lot of parts of it that look really cool, but ultimately the big and most difficult part of this boss is going to end up being a pretty steep DPS check.
Yeah, which is something we kind of ran into with Styx Bunk Junker. Do you think it's going to be a tighter damage check on this one, Tettles? Jack?
I think the big reflection is going to be the difference in damage profile.
Okay.
Notably, Boomkins were super important on Styx Bunk Junker because you needed to DPS the territorial bombshells. Unfortunately, as Tettles I'm sure could elaborate a lot better, Boomkin not good on single target.
Yeah, Moonkin's not good on single target, which is why whenever we saw Liquid immediately go to Sprocketmonger yesterday, they signed up with the group with 4 Windwalker monks. The opening comp involved 4 Windwalker monks. Now, I do suspect that the comp is going to change a little bit this morning compared to what we saw last night. They're probably going to be taking a look at what Method and what Echo were doing in Sprocketmonger, utilizing some of those resources that they have by looking at other guilds' pulls, and then determining what long-term composition they're probably going to want to kill Sprocketmonger with. Ultimately, it is going to come down to, kind of like you're mentioning, who can do the most single target. Like we are looking for the specializations that do top-tier single target, whether it be the Havoc Demon Hunter, the Windwalker Monk, Enhancement Shaman also quite good as well. Sub-Rogue even potentially good. Dev Evoker. Those are the kind of specializations that you should be looking to see. And then from there on out, it's going to be making sure that you just don't mess up the polarity mechanic, making sure that you also dodge a bunch of the group-wide damage. Because if you make a mistake with any of the mechanics on this fight, you're likely to cause a raid-wide damage or at least take another person out with you.
That's right. And it's very easy with those knockbacks to get knocked into a very poor position, knock somebody off the platform, or maybe you get knocked back into somebody else who gets knocked back, who then gets knocked off into the platform, and it just is chaos after that.
So they were running double Warlock last night. I think double Warlock is gone. The initial reason that they were running double Warlock is because during PTR testing, how the intermissions worked was all 20 players got sent back to the very beginning where you would like spawn in the boss room. This made sense with the polarity mechanic because then it would like separate players out from one another. But the knockback on Sprocketmonger has been changed since of what it was on PTR to what it is now, where you just get knocked back with this constant pushback for 3 seconds over I think you probably get knocked back like 45 yards or something like that. So the only way to counter it is Warlock Gate. But you don't necessarily need two, you only need one, because one group is going to get knocked down the platform to where Sprocketmonger is going to land, and the other group is going to get knocked down the middle platform and then gate across to where Sprocketmonger is to be able to kind of meet up. And that way you can have both of your melee groups that have red and blue polarities contacting the boss, and they're actually able to hit the boss that way. So I think that the strategy for what's actually going to happen in the intermission is going to be something that we're going to have to watch out for a lot, but it's really cool whenever it's done well.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing is now that Echo and Method are going in and putting a bunch of pulls into the encounter, this also kind of gives you an opportunity to start seeing how you can start yoinking some of those strategies and adjustments, whether it's compositional or whether it's some of the positioning before that beta launch intermission phase is going out.
100%.
There's not really a lot of variety in terms of like, oh, they decided to do this strategy instead of this. It's like, well, here's the best way to do it. Let's go steal this.
Yeah, I mean, this is a lot. It's really going to come down to execution. It is a very heavy execution fight and making sure that you're able to optimize your DPS to the T. Like that is going to be the most important things that we're going to be seeing with Sprocketmonger. But of course, you can't make mistakes with the mechanics because you're going to get punished. It's not going to be something that's like trivial mechanically, but it's going to be one of those things that, since it is so predetermined, I think the best term to use is predetermined here, but since it is so predetermined, you kind of know what to expect on a pull-to-pull basis.
Yeah. Yeah, Cam's last night was saying that he kind of likes bosses like this because once you get in that rhythm and you're really comfortable with it, it kind of becomes a dance.
I think this is one of the coolest fights of the tier.
Really?
Yeah.
What really happens is you have maybe 2 or 3 variations of what could happen or on a personal level of saying, oh, okay, I'm red at this time in the encounter, here's where I stand. Oh, I'm blue at this time in the encounter, here's where I stand. Okay, let me figure out both of these combinations. And then you kind of do that in, maybe a half a dozen or a dozen different parts of the fight where, oh, I have to move around a little bit more. Okay, now I've optimized this. And the Raiders are so insanely good at making sure they optimize the mechanics first, and then they start getting to the end of the fight, they hit an enrage, and it's like, okay, now it's time to optimize our damage. We've seen time and time again where they're missing 5% boss HP, 10%, whatever it might be. And it's like, oh, do they need nerfs for this fight? And no, they just need to optimize damage, and they get into that correct mindset. That's a lot of what high-end rating is all about.
Going into each of the phases, one new ability is empowered. So going into phase 2, the beams that you see, they're no longer these like skinny fire lines. Instead, they're massive like void zones that you have to watch out for. That one's not bad. The phase 3, the rockets turn from these like, I would describe them as like the love rocket, like looking animation, into like these big, slow-moving orbs that cross the platform. But the deal with those slow-moving orbs is that if they contact a player, then they do raid-wide damage as opposed to personal damage. And I saw somebody get hit in one of the VODs, and it was just the entire raid just immediately dies. It was like a 5.5 million health hit on the entire raid, and so it's not going to wipe you, like in the sense of it's not going to kill off every single one of your players, but you're probably losing half the rate immediately to just one of those players getting hit by that. So I think that dodging those void orbs at the very end of the boss is going to be an insanely tough ask, especially since I think the last void orb set of the fight, it also involves a magnet suck at the exact same time, so it's completely cursed.
Exactly. I was going to say that, and the DPS check is going to be so tight that even if you, let's say, have a perfect scenario where you only lose 2 or 3 players, well, now you're not going to beat the DPS check either.
Exactly. It is. It's going to be a tough fight. I think that this is a really cool boss for Race World First viewing. I think that this is one of the top tier bosses.
I think it's hard for the right reasons.
Exactly.
Is the big thing.
100%.
It's not, it's just randomosity and, you have such a tight window in order to deal with it. It is all about high-end execution and consistency, which these guys quite literally are constantly training for.
100%.
All right, well, we are getting our first pull in. We can see the composition. Also, pull number 1 on Sprocketmonger Lock and Stock for the day.
love to see it. Now, previously they were running with 3 healers last night. Now it looks like they've switched to the 4 healer setup. Double Mistweaver, Resto Druid, and of course the Discipline Priest.
Yeah, I mean, I think that a lot of the compositional changes they've made make sense. They're no longer playing a bunch of those. They're not playing double Warlock, instead opting for that 4th healer. I think that that's probably the easiest place of doing that. But then they have things like double BM Hunter, great single target specialization. Triple Windwalker Monk, that spec sims for like 2.5 million on single target. That spec is
Rogue
nasty.
in now too.
Yeah, the Rogue was in all day yesterday, but it wasn't in on Styx Bunk Junker. But Rogue is also pretty solid single target. I think that all of the specializations that are on this fight make sense. And right now you can see a couple of different things. So on THD's UI, not every player has this, but on the left side he's got the list of people with what polarity. That way, it's like an assignment list on who's going to be soaking what mine with the polarity. That way you can kind of easily assess. And then on top of that, he's got the rules of the road in the top right, where you see exactly where each and every single mine is supposed to be placed and who is supposed to be soaking those. And so it really, everything is kind of outlined in weak auras to allow the most difficult part of the fight, being the polarity mechanic, to kind of become just a hair easier.
Yeah, I do love that weak aura. It's something everybody is going to have access to, I'm sure. And even having the countdown timers for any of the screw-ups, so that you see THD having those screws right behind his character right there, popping them well away from the entire party, and then everybody else getting tightly stacked in so that they're not going to bounce any polarities off each other.
Do we know what happened with Lips Warrior that we were, what was the point of that? That we were gearing up yesterday?
He's still gearing up.
I think it's still in the gearing process.
So was that for later bosses then, and not this one?
Could be for this fight as well, but you just need to make sure it's geared enough to properly get it brought into these fights. It may not even be brought today, since there's not only item level that matters a lot, but the specialized items, Jaster Diamonds, Ayakazans, special DPS trinkets that they want to have access to, that if they've already done all their splits for the week, maybe at best he gets a normal version of it or something like that, and then next week he would get a heroic with the new splits they do.
I think that Warrior is I think Lips Warrior is very specifically 4 times of which they want to run like triple Windwalker and double DPS Warrior. It's because most of the time the people who would be playing the DPS Warrior, we're talking Smacked, we're talking Boomy. These are like the people who are flexing on the DPS Warrior, and all of them are locked away on these Windwalker monks or this Mistweaver monk. And Zasevi here, even normally a healer, crafted an agility sword, and so he's now Windwalking.
On accident, right?
That was definitely not on purpose.
So he'd like, that's funny.
But it's okay, he's Windwalking now.
Well, I think
it all worked out.
It also allows them to kind of dip into the depth of their roster, because Dryny had been kind of waiting in the wings for a while with his Mistweaver. Notably, he wasn't playing Pally. Pally's not in a good spot right now.
Yeah.
We know Mistweaver was super strong, and there was some speculation as to whether you'd run like Disc, and it turned out to not be the case. We had some ideas about Druid DPS, but obviously we don't need the Boomkin for AoE fights. You have Mark of the Wild being brought by the Resto Druid, so they just have the depth in their roster that they can have these healers flex into DPS when they need to. And Sevi's known for playing like 15 specs really well.
Yeah, and I mean, I talked to Dryny before Mythic even started, and I was like, how would you even get in this tier? And he goes, well, if we actually had to run triple Windwalker Monk for whatever reason and still wanted to run double Mistweaver, then I would be able to see play on this monk. And whenever he said it to me, I was just like, I kind of like roll my eyes. I was like, okay, whatever, man, me too. And then somehow he's actually in right now, and they're playing triple Windwalker Monk and double Mistweaver, and he's playing Mistweaver.
I was starting to feel bad for him because he was in on Styx Bunk Junker for some of the earlier fights, and then he got sent to Key Prison.
That's right. I mean, it is frustrating when you're in that situation, but it's also an important job for those Raiders that are not in right now, because there's some, like Lip, who need to go into the hyperbolic Mythic Plus chamber and just farm. And you do need to have great players clearing through those dungeons as fast as you possibly can, also getting ready for the reset so that you can have as much gear as possible before you enter into, or as many vault rewards as possible, give you the best options possible. It goes really, really far in the depth of the roster, variety of specs to be ready for next week.
I think some of the specializations that they're also starting to gear up now are Lips Warrior, Atlas Chi, so Atlas is Windwalker Monk, and Goop Swoop. Goop Swoop.
Is it a Jack theory?
It's an evoker, yeah.
Oh, Goop
so
Swoop.
I think that those are the primary characters that they're looking to factor in. And Goop was explaining to me, he said, because the raid DPS balance is so kind of jank this season, it really just forces you and pushes you towards like making more copies of these really, really overpowered specializations to the point where they might even potentially want the 4th Windwalker Monk. They might potentially want the 2nd DPS Warrior or the 2nd copy of Dev Evoker.
Yeah, I mean, anything's possible because you have to keep in mind, we're still relatively early in the race to world first right now. This is boss number 5.
What do you mean? Tomorrow's Tuesday, Jack.
Isn't it? Yeah, it is Tuesday. Well, it's getting close to Tuesday.
Tuesday.
But we're not there yet.
Tuesday.
And we also know that there's going to be a lot more single target boss fights coming up as well. Notably, we're going to have a lot of single target damage required for One-Armed Bandit. And with the way the Mythic coin mechanic works, where you're trying to aim coins at the attendants on that boss encounter, you're probably not trying to attribute too much damage directly to those attendants to kill them off, when the coin will do a lot of the work for you.
Yeah.
And then that's going to be a high DPS check just to kill that encounter off. You know, Muggsy, Gallywix, and onwards. You know, we've seen both those fights in heroic difficulty being predominantly single target in nature. So plenty of times where, yeah, you may not see a character or a player for an early boss fight, but they are going to come through in a big way later on down the line.
I got a bone to pick with One-Armed Bandit once we get there.
Oh.
The variance on that fight is ridiculous.
It's a mechanical monster. It does not have bones.
Is this an error on details, or did all the Windwalkers rename themselves Smacked in
No, they
details?
just, well, Liquid has access to some resources other guilds don't, and the cloning machine is up and running.
Ah, fantastic. Okay. Glad that worked out. I know they were talking about that last year, so.
It was on a need-to-know basis.
Oh, okay. Wait, did you just leak?
Well, it's public now because there's 3 of them in there.
Oh, right,
How else would it
course.
happen?
Yeah, they have a special beta version of Details, which actually has nickname functionality on it, and so they just renamed themselves Smacked on them.
Wait, that's been around for a while.
No, it's a beta version.
Oh, okay.
Exclusive.
It's a liquid. It's a liquid exclusive.
Oh, okay.
Details version. Only we have the privilege of it. That is funny though.
Chad, he didn't get the joke. Give it over his head.
You know, Cell has a nickname function too.
Of course.
And when you share profiles, you can also include nicknames.
I do not whenever I share my profile.
So if anybody used my Cell profile and they group up with Kalamazi, it'll say Big Dog.
Wait, that's so funny.
That is
cool.
insane work.
There's a couple more, but I won't leak them.
You just gotta go download it.
Yeah, I mean, well,
Where can they go download it, Jack?
AutomaticJack.com.
Oh, okay. AutomaticJack.com.
all my UIs.
I'll have to write that down.
Is that a sponsor of the Race Roll First?
You asked me, so
unofficially.
I just answer questions from the host.
Yeah. do you have any UIs that they could go download somewhere, Tettles? You can share the URL if you'd like.
No.
The world is your oyster. Okay, no UIs from Tettles. All right, we're heading into poll number 13 pretty soon here. 75% being that last poll, 68% being our best poll. We did take a look at the replay from it earlier this morning.
So, yeah, as you can see on the left side of the Coinbase leaderboard, I was looking at this earlier. Echo in first place, they have around 55 polls on this boss.
Yep.
And they actually recently have had a new best. So right before we got on, their previous best was like 27.5. So around 60-ish pulls in, they have the boss down to 22.5. They still need to prog that last third phase, and so I think it's actually the third phase looked insane whenever I was watching them do it. They didn't even make it to the hardest overlap where it's like the magnets and the pulsar orbs that are like trying to like crisscross through the raid. But I mean, I think that this is probably going to end up being like 100 some odd pull boss.
Do you want to go over the third phase and why it's going to be so tough for these guilds?
I think we'll probably cover it whenever we see it. But it's just like it's because the abilities get empowered over time. Like I kind of was talking about earlier. It's like those beams. You know, they're a lot wider. The magnet. There's like a specific set where there's a magnet in the pulsar orbs that are crossing, and if somebody gets hit by it, it wipes your entire raid. So it's just like a really hectic movement situation. So. Yeah.
And I think I'm really curious what the caster predictions are for this fight.
No.
And full counts
You don't need to
that
look
we
at
have
those.
for this fight.
We don't need to remind ourselves.
I would love to see what everybody has.
No. I would love to see this pull of the boss because we're about to pull the boss right now. Yes.
Oh, it's okay. We can have it in the lower third. we won't miss any action.
They're not capable of that, Jack. That's too.
We won't miss any.
Too high tech.
Any lick of the action. Don't worry.
It doesn't exist.
Yep. We'll
You're just cocky now because you had the closest.
I'm
You had the
legitimately
closest pull
curious.
count on Styx Bunk Junker.
I'm legitimately curious.
Yes, 37.
Yeah, but it was
Closer
still
than you.
it was the closest nonetheless.
Mr. 2.
1.
We were both almost 100 pulls off.
Nope. That was like 70.
So triangle.
You're like 100. L take.
You were.
Plus cringe.
Did the boss take 100? Did the boss take like 114 pulls?
Who's still the closest, Tuttle?
Watch Courage the Cowardly Dog.
No.
Oh.
Heck, I didn't have cable.
That's Tuttle's right now.
Okay.
Gosh.
Glad he got your line up there.
Dude, I have a Courage the Cowardly Dog hoodie.
Do you actually?
Yeah.
Pretty sick, actually.
Cool. What's
Oh my
who is on it? Wait, that's the one of the dog that lives.
Cowardly Dog.
That's the one that lives in the house by himself, right? It's kind of sad.
Oh no, he has
The desert or something.
His Muriel. And,
Oh.
And Eustace.
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 Call him Eugene.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I knew it was an EU kind of thing.
That's an EU show.
EUSTIC.
I am not following this conversation. Apparently, I'm sorry.
Could you pass me your M?
I don't know the show. I don't know.
Pass
Oh
me your
yes,
M.
please empty this for me.
I
Open it
gotta
for me.
crack open your M.
You said EU out of nowhere. I didn't know why you were spelling Eustace. I didn't know that was a difficult word to spell.
He said it was Eustace, and
Okay.
he almost said Eugene.
Oh,
like,
an
it's an
EU. Oh,
EU
Jesus.
sound.
All right, I'll just. Can I have a straw?
Tettles and I are.
I know.
We're yapping it up at light speed.
I'm listening. I picked up what you were putting down.
Oh, I know you are. Yeah. I'm just saying we're operating fast.
We've been live barely 10 minutes. I'm already getting shamed over here. I'm sorry. I wasn't fast enough.
All right, Chad. Let's bring it back to the gameplay.
That's right.
So we got Sprocketmonger down to 75%. It looks like they're about to be going into the first intermission here. I think after one more mindset, there's a little bit of a difference between Heroic and Mythic. So Heroic, you only have to do 2 sets of mines, so only 8 players have to interact with the mines on a per phase basis. Where on Mythic, you end up getting 3 sets of mines, so 12 players have to interact with those mines. It does put a 2-minute vulnerability debuff on you. So you basically have to kind of cycle through who's soaking what mine, and that's kind of where those weak auras come into effect for the team.
Oh, big beta launch.
Here, though. Yeah, and so you saw the beta launch, and right off the bat, you saw everybody getting knocked back. Realistically, a lot of the players should have been knocked a little bit further forward to be able to click that lock gate that you saw Dryny take. But then the other group, that blue polarity group, they were on the opposite side of the boss, angled towards that safe spot. So they were already pre-positioning to get completely knocked. Maybe we could get a replay on that as well, so we can kind of talk through it a little bit slower, because it happens so quickly.
Right. Maybe we get some time if they're starting to yap through some of the pulls.
Exactly.
We get a little bit of downtime, but that is going to be one of the big challenging sort of cruxes of the encounter. There are going to be a few of these they have to overcome. And this is basically where they ended last night, was having a bunch of people dead as that beta launch went off and trying to be able to see how far they would get. Yeah, that's right.
It's only our second pull of the morning, right? Third? Second or third?
Well, they've only had a
Are we gonna do
handful of
best?
pulls. They've only had a handful of pulls, so now
Yeah, I'm
it's
just trying to
mainly-
spread some positivity, Jack.
Of course. Well, it's just mainly just getting everyone used to that beta launch, because basically half the raid was dead the last time they saw it last night, and so now it's like, oh, everyone else is alive.
Yeah.
Hey, I need to move 2 degrees to the left or right, and that's how I'm going to adjust my knockback.
And I actually think that looking at how a guild like Echo is actually doing that beta launch is going to save you a lot of time.
Oh, yeah.
So we kind of talk about, more often than not, whenever Liquid's leading the race, how other guilds are going to be trying to play catch up by looking at information. That beta launch and that's basically like a static thing. Like pretty much every single guild is going to copy one another for the remainder of time. Jack's guild is probably going to do the exact same strat for the beta launch. Dratnos and Kalamazi's guilds are also probably going to do the same strat for the beta launch whenever they make it to these bosses. And so it's one of those things that you really are going to have to be super on top of things positioning wise and know, all right, so I'm going to have to click the lock gate at this angle at this time. This group is this blue group is actually going to be positioned perfectly relative on the corner of the boss. That way, whenever they get knocked with the beta launch, they don't get knocked too far to where they go sailing off the edge, but they do land on the safe spot on that conveyor belt, because like you saw momentarily, both of the middle sections of the room were just covered in this blue lightning, and that does an insane amount of damage. You don't really want to cross it, and so you have to get knocked all the way across onto that conveyor belt. And so it's like a hole-in-one. We have to have a nice fairway approach.
And that's what the gateway is for, also to avoid the blue
Exactly.
damage. Can you use other abilities to get over it, or is it too much ground area denial?
You can.
You can. The thing with the gateway too is, so whenever you're knocked, whenever you're getting pushed back by the boss, you're like animation locked on some of your abilities. You can use movement effects, but the biggest thing with the gate is that the gate, like, it doesn't cancel the pushback like it normally does, but you see right there, like he slams the gate immediately the moment the knockback starts, and so it's not like a constant pushback in the sense of it pushing you like 3 times, which would cancel you out of the gate, but you're able to go completely against the pushback with that gate. And then that blue group, you see where like Impact and Yips are, they were angling themselves to where they could actually get knocked all the way across the room to the safe spot. Some of the blue players who are playing the range, they don't have to really worry about their positioning so much, so you saw like Fired Up and Malarkus and whatnot actually getting knocked dead center down the platform. That way they wouldn't actually clutter melee, because you're going to have to make room for red and blue melee DPS to allow the red and blue players to continue to have 100% melee uptime on the boss. And all of the red players are also going to be on that same right side with Sprocketmonger there. And so, yeah, we're running the replay once more. I think it's honestly just like such a cool part of this fight.
Yeah, it is. And I think this is an area where you also have a lot more chaos as you're trying to adjust those positionings early on. You kind of have to put a little bit of extra faith in people using like their personals as well to kind of just play to live in these moments.
Yeah.
And this is where the DPS check is probably going to come into play a little later on down the line, because you'll definitely be seeing people using defensives, using self-healing, not optimizing their damage for the first few pulls to make sure that at all costs they get to where they need to stand and then are getting into position.
How many pulls do you think it's going to take them to before they actually get consistent with that beta launch?
I don't think it's going to take too many.
Yeah.
The way that really defensives in WoW work these days is you could probably just optimize it around everybody hit your largest defensive at these beta launch points.
Yeah.
Stack healing cooldowns now that they have 4 healers to make sure that they can just kind of muscle heal through some of the areas on what you would call the normal phase.
You want to waste it on that, though?
For the beta launch,
yeah.
At this point, it's not really a waste.
It's a lot of damage.
It's a lot of damage, but
yeah,
it's also a lot of suboptimal movement that's going to happen early on, where you might have to roll across some of the wire transfer electrified fields. Early on, you might stand in a few extra puddles or something along those lines early, and then as you get better at the fight, you're less reliant upon those things. And I think that's probably where they're going to be at early in the attempts. But also, there's a number of healers that they have in their composition that require a lot of setup. And so there's always a challenge, pretty much for all the 3 healer specializations of, okay, how do I make sure I do enough healing so people don't bleed out? But also, how do I make sure I don't die as well? Mistweaver Monk notably has a lot of setup when it comes to their Yu'lon, where they want to optimize a lot of the secondary haste benefits. You have Thunder Focus Tea, which gives you a haste benefit from casting Renewing Mist with the Secret Infusion talent, and their Invoke Yu'lon from some of the other supporting talents is also going to optimize your haste. Challenge is, you need to be able to stand still long enough to start blanketing the raid in Enveloping Mist, which applies the Enveloping Breath buff, which increases their healing taken, does tons of output, and they can also extend the duration of those healing over time effects. So Spatial Paradox from the Lone Evoker is going to be at an absolute premium. I would be curious to see who is going to be getting it.
It's got to be the disc, right?
Disc does benefit a lot from it, but I don't know if they are going to have disc ramps specifically at those intermission phases, as opposed to having it for the mines.
Yeah.
So the mines, which you're going to see right here, is a really insane time for the disc ramp, because you can just stand still the entire period. And the way Oracle disc ramps work is they're actually a little bit longer of a duration than you might see at a Void Weaver. I still haven't seen which of the hero specs he's running just yet, but because it takes a longer time to have all of this damage going out, I would believe that he'd be running with like 1.5-minute Oracle type timers, at least so far.
I guess you could see
he just did like 3.5 million HPS, or excuse me, that's 5.5 million HPS for his first ramp.
Not bad.
Covered everything.
Hey.
And so if you're having a healer utilizing their ramp sequence for the intermission, they might be a better target for the Spatial Paradox. Here I think you're going to see Siri rising up into the air with the Ultimate Penitence buff, or the Ultimate Penitence ability. I believe he uses it around this spot so that he can, once again, blanket the Raid and Atonements and also do a huge amount of output. So you can kind of cover both of the first 2 large damage sequences there.
Oh. 2 deaths on Sang and Malarkus. It looks like they ended up either going down to the screw-ups or getting hit by a missile. It is definitely one of the 2. It didn't look like they ended up contacting with the opposite side polarity. So the opposite side polarity, Whenever you see this mechanic, more often than not, you kind of think of something like an Anduin or like a Maiden of Virtue, where it's immediately going to wipe your raid. And it's not exactly like that. Basically what it does is it does like a 25-yard insanely hard pushback, and then it puts a dot onto you, which read the dot as death. Like, you can live it in the sense of, it's possible, but you're not going to live it because the dot is just way too strong.
Yeah, here we have another polarity swap and everything before they're getting themselves ready for that beta launch. Here it comes right now. So, big key area that everyone needs to live.
So whenever you're doing the beta launch sequence, what you have to identify is immediately what color you're actually getting swapped into, because the polarity switch happens so close to that beta launch sequence. And so whenever you determine what color you are, you have to determine what side of the boss you're going to need to be standing on, and whether or not you're going to be looking to press the gate or get knocked to that safe spot. So Boomy actually just ended up getting knocked down the line and then just crossed the void zone with his transcendence. Totally fine. You're not really too worried about that. But for other people who don't have that, like say somebody like Yips, he's going to need to get like knocked all the way onto that far side.
Yeah, and making sure that you optimize that knockback is insanely important, and it's going to be a key point to make sure you're reducing the damage taken. You can already see so next round of mines going off, and they were popped a little bit slower, and so it kind of sped up the sequence. People are trying to make up for it, and mines go off. Ba-boom.
What I will say, and this is a part of this fight that I actually love, I think it's one of those things that they need to continue to progress this beta launch sequence, right? That's causing the biggest amount of problems that are right now. There are going to have a couple people dead, but it's not the end of the world. The beta launch is something that you have to do twice in this fight, and I think that just making sure that it's super optimal both times that you're doing it, making sure that there's no mistakes, is going to be a huge deal, because the third time the beta launch is supposed to happen, the boss is enraged and he basically one-shots you. He casts, I don't know, the big boom or something like that. And it's just like, instead of beta launch, he is sending you to the moon and you just die.
Like big bada boom.
Something goblin-ish.
Any Fifth Element enjoyers?
Sonic Baboom.
No?
Sonic
Baboom.
Oh, fifth. Oh, yeah.
Sonic.
Hey! It is. It's Sonic Baboom. But yeah,
she got that reference.
He keeps making these obscure media references, and I don't know that.
That's a great movie.
Perhaps not obscure, but see, I know the movies. I don't know the shows.
There we go.
We had a lot of DVDs.
Okay.
But yeah, Sonic Baboom. So that's the hard. It's a hard enrage.
So Sonic Baboom is pretty frequent damage that happens in the encounter. It is coming in conjunction a lot of times with the foot bomb mines going off, or it's going in conjunction with the goblin bomb party pack, which is debuffing the tanks and causing them to jump out of the raid. It's always a combo that is becoming more lethal. Most of the abilities in a vacuum are not that lethal on their own, but they have like combos of multiple different mechanics all happening together, and that's what's really causing a lot of problems. Big area though is if you're utilizing a lot of defensives or off healing to live and make sure you survive that beta launch, then you kind of end up at this point where you're a little bit dry as you're going into that first set of mines, and so that'll be a huge challenge, as I believe they've used, I'm trying to math it out in my head, basically before they enter into the intermission, I think they have their second large disc ramp, which kind of keeps them healthy going into that intermission. And then I want to say, I'm going to check on this next poll, I want to say that they're utilizing Draine's POV, or we're going to check out Draine's POV on that next intermission. I believe they have Spatial Paradox for him, so that he's able to take advantage of his Yu'lon ramp. That would probably be how I would set up some of these healing cooldowns. So he has the job of basically being in like a perfect position, get Spatial Paradox, which increases the range of his abilities and allows him to cast on the move, and that allows him to start covering the entire raid in large healing over time effects, keep everyone healthy.
Yeah.
But this is just like with DPS. You have to prioritize your own survivability first.
Exactly.
You put your mask on before you're helping others. So it's a really big challenge when you're not able to perfectly sort of cover the raid in the healing that you want to do for that intermission.
Oh.
And then some people might just kind of bleed out due to lack of healing as you're getting yourself set up.
If you didn't catch that, they reset the boss rather quickly right there, and then they immediately dropped all 5 transcendences on top of that spot where they'll have to actually port for the polarity during the beta launch.
Well, as they head into this next pull, we're going to go to a Monster Energy listen-in.
5, 4,
Big Soya does a lot of damage.
Yeah.
It always happens during mine, so that's a good point.
But you need to have something when you're popping the mine as well. Just in case
Personal
you get
everything.
popped.
Personal. Baiting drills ranged. No bad drills. Personal if you get drills every time.
I don't enjoy this move.
Okay, get ready for lasers. 3.
Let's try a little experiment.
Oh, you should wait until the next mine set after this one. Wait for the mine on the conveyor. Go.
Nice. Okay, look at wire transfers, mines, drills, and we're getting a polarity slap in like 20. Bait drills. Bait drills, and then we're getting in melee, right? Bait drills, bait drills. Cast now. Nice. Now everyone should go in melee if you don't drill.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Bait, everyone's in melee now. Someone did some absolutely insane shit, I'm pretty sure.
It was crazy.
Okay, but now let's just try dodging. We can still learn here. Like, see if dodging works. If this is just piss. Everyone dodge that one. Okay, we're doing pops. Watch fired up, he's on fire.
Can res me, by the way.
I don't need sec.
Needs to be a red. Needs to be a red res on Granny.
You got so lucky.
It's whatever.
I mean, the thing is that's like super dangerous for you, but you were just there way later than you ever should have been because of delays.
Watch out, red. I had ice cold. I was just planning around it thinking so.
Yeah. Practice the intermission gate. Color shopping soon. One more tank thing.
What'll happen if I do this?
Okay, getting knocked in 3, 2, 1 now. That time the gate was a little closer to the conveyor belt. Did anyone get knocked off there?
Yes, I did.
I was very close. I landed off against
Yeah, I think right there the gate was like, should just be 1 yard closer to the middle.
Well, someone requested it. That's
Yeah, go back.
A little bit this time.
I just moved it slightly closer because of request, but it's all good.
That's a good thing to test. It's fine. Probably you're gonna just die here, but we'll see.
About to just bounce the whole raid.
Lock in, bro. Lock in.
Boom.
Okay.
You doing anything about the bounce?
Did someone have a mental breakdown on the second set of things there? Like someone got knocked.
So someone from
It's on the drills. I don't know what.
Some shit went down for sure.
like rolled straight into the red pile and just knocked all the red melee.
Don't worry.
That's why I'm asking before I look at it. Did someone know they did something bad?
I got a great PV of me.
Are you talking
just
about
knocked
me?
straight into a screw.
Yeah.
I'm talking about right here. Here's what I said. I said bait mines.
hovered over after his drill into the red camp.
Yeah, it's a hover proc.
Oh, okay, that's why. Yeah.
It's
That's why I asked if anyone had a Menti B. I wouldn't have even bothered looking it up.
So I don't need these reminders to immune those rockets anymore.
I don't think so, but it's possible that you still want to do it for consistency, maybe. But I think if you just go, if you're always on the other side of the room from the rockets, I think it's piss.
I'll just delete them for now.
Also, you're gonna you might as well do that now, right? Because you're gonna have to do that in the last phase with the orbs anyway. You can't have someone soak orbs, right? So I feel like you should just get in the rhythm of it.
Is dropping the very first set of drills on the middle conveyor belt fine?
Sorry, say that again?
The very first set of drills.
Okay, so when we're here?
Dropping on the center conveyor belt fine?
No. Oh wait,
okay, then
here?
Someone...
Here? Like
well,
in
the
this
problem is like if I'm blue and I'm gonna soak 3 right now, and
I think it is
we get drills right before that. I have to move from the blue side to 3. 8 drills before that, soak 3, and then move back all in the middle of my ramp, and that's extremely cringe to do.
Yeah.
If I can drop drills like in the center conveyor belt, it's fine.
That's also a code red. That's like giga unlucky line.
I can maybe I can change.
No, I'm doing that one every single time.
I can change the order, sorry. So I think it should prioritize
if I get
you
the
on.
very first one, then
Wait, let me change it back so it's backwards.
I mean, also,
I was going to mention something about that too. Yeah, but we could also do. Can you put Shaq farther back in the melee priority so he's less likely to get picked during that wave?
Which one?
You said
It's purely 2M 2R. Just have Shaq at the end of the list on Exile because he's the only person that's potentially in their cooldowns there.
I was trying to mention what Hans was saying, but if you're soaking X, you literally get drills while you're having to blow it up, so you can't put them in your orb sites there.
Yeah.
Then we just have to play around it.
There has to be like a melee assignment for that one.
Someone mobile has to.
What is X? Is X 1R or 1M? It's usually
It's 1M, right?
3M, wasn't it?
It's the third one.
Max just had.
I mean, couldn't we just change the priority in the note instead of soaking
That's
diamond then
3H,
triangle? You just soak diamond then X, and then it's GG. Problem solved.
Whatever I was assigned to these last pulls is good, by the way.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying it's due to RNG check. It's not always gonna be the same. So it needs to be. Actually, no.
Okay.
I think the second melee
it's
will always.
good. Yeah, it's always good if I'm second on that.
Okay, 1 second. We need. It needs to look like this. Right. This solves the problem because if drills are back here, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, 3 needs to be triangle or skull. Doesn't really matter.
So in this set, you would actually do 2 blues first.
All right, Bart, get on that.
I just saw Bart walk by me, so for the next couple pulls, we won't have it. But let's go.
Let's see if this works enough, anyways. The note tune. I fucking love when that
Oh wait,
procs
no, the
for
note
Bart.
change should change it because it's having the melee.
It should just make it so Hans is always doing the easiest one right now.
Well, no, it's not even making Hans do the easiest one. It's making melee healers who can't get targeted by drills do the ones that are in the way of where we're going. So it's also solving drills at the same time. Except for... No, yeah, it's... Yeah, so Smacked is getting the non-shitty one here, right? These are... We need to... just in general, guys, whole guild, we need to do all these mine pops faster.
First, just stand up when it spawns always.
Get those casts left up.
I would say on average, they're all... Every single one of them's like a half second late.
The BCX.
Watch the mine before you move over here, guys. Let it go. Let it move. Let it go. And go.
That mine is very buggy.
Why that? No, that's just bugged as fuck. Okay, never mind. Careful.
Okay, mine's here.
5, 4, 3.
Okay, Zeddy 2.
Yeah, back, bro.
We're getting drills, 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 drills. And then everyone move into the boss if you don't get drills. Move into the boss if you don't get drills.
I'll be fun now.
And we're dodging beams and rockets. Get near the boss on each other's sides. We have a ton of space here. Watch rockets. Good. Switching polarity. Okay, drills in 5 seconds ranged. Make sure they're nowhere near the melee here. Drills in 3, 2, 1. Drill cast. Okay, and then we have conventions, and then we're getting the last set. Dodge here. Guys, this is with the suck. Dodge the mines. Great job. Great job. Holy shit. Okay, ready to go?
I'm dragging the boss into. You ready for polarity shift?
Hey, make sure you take it no earlier than 0 if possible, guys. Polarity shift here first. Blue, don't get knocked too close to red. Red is gating. 3, 2, 1. W. Dodge. There's mines on the conveyor belt as well, guys. Watch them. KSP, you don't need to soak those.
They're on the side, you won't get hit by them.
Okay, so for positioning after this, I think it's going to burn the far one, and then there's like 2 ranged. This is like same side ranged, right? It's not like the diagonal. It's like the linear one. This is terminology. Okay, make sure the boss is in the middle. Switch polarity, switch polarity. Get the boss centered. Suri is 1. For mines here, drills on the conveyor belts or to the edge. Don't bait them where we're going. Drills in 3, 2, 1, now. Okay, tank bomb in as well. Okay, and then big beams are in 5 seconds. These are big beams, boys, but with no other missiles during it, so we can just boss blast.
Where's the boss going after this?
Sprint down
across
after
the
this.
rear.
We're going to the other side of the room.
Yeah.
Middle blue people, you can use the middle conveyor belt to go faster, by the way. Blue, take the middle conveyor belt on the way over. Like at the airport, you know what I mean? Mine's here.
Oh yeah. You guys need to get way further. Like you guys are so slow here.
Okay,
My
Pop.
mine.
Nick.
What?
Max. And then Impact, you're far blue, by the way.
Yeah, I see that.
Is it shield?
Big beams and rockets, guys.
This is the hunter total. Do you have one?
I don't.
This is where we need the, this is the turret soak.
Yeah,
that's
those
OP.
are the immunes, yeah.
Yeah, that's the immune missile soak. Okay, guys, that pull was fucking sick. Also, good job, Smack.
5, 4,
My Oh, it looks like it's already fixed.
Dude, Smack is absolutely shitting on the boss right now.
Literally 3 clones, by the way.
And he's healing as well.
Guys, how the fuck were we ever gonna free heal this?
Yeah, the damage is pretty
3 million
It's chill, guys, bro.
HPS on fucking free healers. Like, this is actually...
Well, we could go like a second disc just for more damage if we need it. But
I feel like we make 0 plays for damage until we realize that's an issue. Think we play safety man. I think our comp is already really good, right?
Yeah, Wrestler is really good on the spikes.
Do we make better? Where I have a question about cooldowns. Where are our 2 rallies right now?
Nowhere. I should have
W?
told you to flex them. I'm trying to fix Smack's cooldowns. Yeah, just call them like if you
Okay,
can.
cool. Yeah, I can. I didn't know.
They won't be up always in the same
Do we
spot in
have
every phase.
for the 305 mindset that the one we just had for revival?
Oh, I think we're moving Smack to that spot.
Yeah, we are moving Smack to the Convokes.
P1s. Do we need to like go over a good-looking P1? That looked fucking locked down. That
Yeah,
looked
KSP
weird.
almost wiped me out, by the way.
That was good.
When was that, sorry?
I'll show you.
Did that call help for the blue people to take the conveyor belt over on your way? I feel like it's like airport mode.
Is that what it was talking about?
Yeah, that was sick. Airport mode.
I'll show you.
Is it on that set we just wiped to? Is it can we swap so we range soak first so we don't have to deal with
sure, let's talk. We can talk about it.
like coming back to the group as beams are coming out?
Let's
I
look
altered
at it.
back to the group and I was just in a thing. I feel like it's really tight.
Well, it was also very slow, but like here, let's wait for mines to come out. Let's see how much time we wasted on mines just for.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back from that monster. Listen in. We are getting some proggy here on Sprocketmonger Lock and Stock, and we can take a look at a replay from that last poll in case you missed it.
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to take some time. I wasn't doing too much during the break, so I wanted to kind of show off this beta launch sequence because this is going to be the biggest part of this fight that they're going to be looking to prog. So immediately go into a wire transfer where the polarities are changing. So the beta launch, all the red players here are going to click a Warlock gate. All the blue players, they're getting knocked, and you can see like Donkey Gary and stuff. They're trying to land on this side platform. If the monks get, or they have blue, they're going to immediately transcend. Same with like the Warlock ports and whatnot. Whereas if you're red, you automatically click the gate. The only rule is like all the red players are forced to click the gate. That way there's going to be no mistakes on that movement. The blue players, no matter what movement effect that they're going to use to be able to make it over to that platform, it doesn't really matter. There are some players like Yips who, you know, he could in theory bubble and run through all the ground effect there, but realistically he's just going to need to get knocked to the correct spot. That beta launch sequence is going to be mirrored on the opposite side during moving into the final phase, and so it's really going to be important that Liquid gets consistent with that beta launch and that knockback.
Yeah, what I'm very excited to see is how quickly that's going to kind of come together. It's only been 16 pulls, but they've also had the advantage of being able to have their analyst squad looking at what Method and Echo are also doing with their attempts. They might be adjusting some of their strategies, and it's getting to the end of Echo's day, and so now we are just getting started with Liquids as a result. Especially, the nice part about it as well is that there's not vast differences from heroic difficulty, especially when the empowered inventions are coming along. They've already seen what those parts of the fight look like. Now it's just a goal to see how they're going to position very small groups together and optimize their space. We're already seeing some of those screw-ups getting brought to the edge of the room. But they also have to be dodging rockets at the exact same time that they're in a very, very narrow position, and it can get absolutely insane very quickly as you see them wiping.
All right, well, definitely a solid morning this morning so far. Are you guys surprised that it took them this long to start getting significant progress? I mean, that was only the 5th-ish pull this morning.
No, I mean I think they've only put 15 pull. Yeah, so that was the 16th pull in total. I think that I think it makes sense the cadence of which they were progging. Whenever they killed Styx Bunk Junker, they probably, I want to say they had like 4 or 5 hours in the remainder of their evening, and they decided instead their time was going to be better spent, you know, doing some Mythic Plus runs, getting a little bit of gear. They did a split for like a Lip War character and stuff like that. So it's more about volume of pulls on this boss. I'm not really shocked that they're actually progressing quite quickly in my opinion.
Awesome. Oh, and also good news, or bad news, depending on how you want to look at it. We do have a hot fix also coming into this boss that I think went in before that last pull, right?
Yeah, so it apparently Mythic Sprocketmonger has had his health reduced from 12.9 billion down from 13.6, and the boss did start that last pull that we just watched at that 12.92 billion HP mark.
Yeah, but go ahead.
I'd love to see the timing for this. No guild is in kill range just yet. Echo, Liquid, EU team, or sorry, Echo team, Echo Method, all the EU teams have until Wednesday for their weekly reset.
The Europeans.
Is going to, of course, be tomorrow, so I think the expectation of getting this boss killed and not also having, let's say, the insane DPS check levels that we had Styx Bunk Junker.
They should never nerf any boss ever. Leave the bosses as they were.
Eventually, you sort of hit a point where you've done all these mechanics, and you're still early, relatively speaking, in the raid environment, so I am glad to see that they're having some slight nerfs coming in for these kind of fights, because there's not really any reason we should have another Nexus Princess Kaveza incident where you do all the mechanics perfectly and properly, and then you're still kind of missing some
Didn't they
little bit of...
Didn't they hit Kaveza with a 5% HP nerf and it was still...
I think it was like 2 or 3%.
Oh.
It was something like slight, and just enough for them to get over the hill onto it. They also made changes right after the world first kills to disincentivize the one tank strategy.
I think it's totally fine. Like
I think it's good timing. And
yeah. No, like you said, no guilds in kill territory. Now, you know, Liquid and Echo are going to have some of their like new best pulls. It's going to basically just make it easier to have your next best pull, even if you had a similar pull on that old HP threshold. And so, you know, it's one of those things that neither of the guilds are in kill territory. I think it's going to make it more likely that we actually see this boss go down for Liquid today.
Well, here we go. Pull number 17 here. Currently looking at 46.75 as our best pull yet. Just kind of working through some of the kinks so far. What do we expect to see the second most deaths to in terms of mechanics? Right now they're working on the beta launcher, it seems like. Jack, after that, what do you think is the most difficult thing we're going to be seeing them struggle through?
I think they're about to hit a point in their progress when they start getting to the 40% range again, where they have to deal with the empowered void beams, which take up a lot of space. And while they directly are not going to kill anybody, they're not going to be standing in those, they also have the normal rockets, which are going out at the exact same time that the void beams are going out. And what this is really going to do is push everybody into a very narrow space that they have to basically allow the tanks to start soaking a lot of the rockets for them and sort of protecting the rest of the group. And it's going to be imperative for them to make sure that the tanks can do that job while also making sure that they're taking care of the foot bombs.
It's interesting that you say tanks. I actually
think they're getting knockbacks too, bouncing all over the place.
Yeah, that's gonna be
a bunch of deaths.
It's gonna be a total wipe. I think it's one of those situations. You said the tanks are gonna do it. I actually, funnily enough, think it's gonna be like Hunters and Turtle.
Oh,
possibly.
I think you're gonna sit a Hunter and Turtle in immunity there.
The problem with that though is you don't know which polarity they're going to be on consistently enough.
Exactly.
And so it's a lot easier to just paints up the tank and then have them run through and then body block. But also, we haven't really seen an enormous amount of tank pressure on the fight so far. It's kind of like, okay, you make sure you get your Goblin party pack, you run out of the raid, you hit a defensive or something. The fight, at least from what I've seen, has not been too brutal for it. And the off tanks are able to position themselves so that they can body block with the rockets there.
What type of damage is it? Could you spell word it?
Maybe, but I would not use spell word for that.
Could you nether walk?
You'd be in a. I don't see any reason why a tank just can't eat it. You know, they're not taking so much damage, and if you're going to use spell warding, I'd be better served on one of the healers for beta launch sequences.
It's kind of interesting. I mean, I watched Echo using Turtle, but like
you could use it too.
Exactly.
It's just a matter of consistency.
Of course.
Like, we're going to have this happen every single time, no matter what. I'm sure it's a good use for it as well.
Yeah,
I would imagine if they try to turtle any of the empowered rockets.
Oh, that'll wipe your raid.
That would just wipe your raid out. Yeah, so you might as well like get the use in on the normal rockets when you can to optimize damage.
Exactly. It's gonna be kind of interesting. I mean, we're close. Basically, we're kind of progressing through this beta launch sequence, and you know, there's gonna be some individual spot deaths here and there that are gonna consistently kind of plague Liquid here. for basically the end of until the boss basically dies. It's so easy. You just have like one-off deaths, like random stuff, whether or not it was somebody accidentally walked on somebody else with the polarity, whether it's somebody ended up taking a little bit too much damage to a mine and didn't get healed just slightly too much. But yeah, it's kind of one of those things. What are you laughing at?
The picture of Maybe in the weak auras. I didn't know that I took that picture and I didn't know it made it into the weak aura update thing.
They have the best.
I feel bad now. That was maybe on the set for our announcement shoot last year. He looked very sad. We've made him do a lot of acting, and he was not in his comfort zone. So the beta launch, it happens twice, right? The second one, is it harder? Or is it's just the same?
It's mirrored, so it's on the
okay.
You see like that they're dropping those transcendences on that skull side.
Yeah.
It's just on the opposite side.
Okay, so that's it. No,
it might be harder in the sense of there are slightly different mechanics that happen right before that beta launch, but it's not harder movement wise or like setup wise, right? You just have to move your lock gate. You may not have the transcendence, or they're gonna have to pre-set up the transcendence on the other side again. Those are the type of things that you have to be watching out for, but it's not harder.
Right, it's the same but different, but still same.
Exactly.
Sometimes just doing it in
sense.
the opposite order is going to look a little bit different. They have to they just sort of get used to it. The other thing is, if you're holding on to a lot of cooldowns or defensives for one of those knockbacks, then you have to make sure you have something else for the other one. It's one of those things, they see it a couple times, they'll get used to it, and then they'll be able to continue progressing further.
Cool.
What I'm really excited to see is how they're going to deal with the second round of the empowered inventions.
Oh yeah, the void orbs.
Yes.
Those I think that's gonna be the hardest part of the fight.
I think that's gonna be an insane part, especially when they have to optimize damage. I don't think that the DPS check is going to be easy by any stretch of the imagination. They're probably going to get much like they did on Heroic, to where they have the empowered void beams, empowered rockets, magnet going off, and they're just dodging for their lives. And then they're going to have to kill right there.
I think that happens around the 10% mark. I think that's going to be where a large portion of the wipes happen. But the first time you actually are able to make it all the way through that, you kill the boss. That's especially cleanly. That would be ideal for like a first boss kill, especially after catching a 5% HP nerf. So with the 5% HP nerf, I'm kind of expecting this to still take like 100 pulls or something.
100 pulls.
Wait, we gotta see what our pull prediction.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
I could guess. I think mine was around 20.
I said 15, so I'm already wrong.
Okay.
I hope next time we can do pull predictions after we see heroic difficulty, because it's such a good bellwether of like how difficult these encounters are going to be.
No, it's fun to look stupid.
Tough to do it blindly.
I should just make my pull predictions next time based off of how difficult the fights were during PTR testing and nothing else. And if the boss is unkillable, I'll just write in unkillable.
Honestly, that's a good. Okay, I'm gonna pitch this now while everyone's listening. That could be a segment we can do instead while we're filling time doing splits. Is all the casters kind of poke through their prediction and why they're making those numbers, why they're making those prediction numbers. That could be a thing. Yeah. We run out of stuff to talk about during splits anyways. Max does it. Why can't we?
That's true.
Yeah.
I'm down.
Did you guys see the Franck video?
I did.
That was a good bit. Did you see it, Tuttles?
Yeah.
I wonder if Franck would allow us to play that. It was
He posted it on XD Everything app.
It was
up in public.
It was. I think it was Max being like, "Oh, Styx is gonna be so easy." Cut to, there are 9 bombshells.
Yeah, it was. I think the actual quote was like, "When was the last time a fourth boss was over 15 pulls?"
Right. Yes. Yeah. Correct.
Because why?
It's
literally why.
Yes. My favorite Franck posts are the ones where he just owns Max. Franck being, of course, Max's editor, if people weren't aware.
Master editor.
He made a beautiful video of sort of the World of Warcraft and its sentiment to him. If anybody wants to go check that out, so shout out Franck.
Yeah. The goat.
The goat. Seen a couple deaths here.
It's
number
fine.
17.
I think there's still a lot that you can learn even with a couple deaths here. They need to feel out the mines as well.
Right.
In the sense of like the mine's positioning.
They felt them out a little too much there.
Exactly. But that's exactly what I was talking about, right? Where without actually making it to this phase a bunch of times, you don't know that that mine is likely to be placed right there. And so they were doing the wire transfer phase, and somebody accidentally just like ran into the mine that was like that spawned right in front of them, which it happens. It'll get fixed. It's just like a movement optimization thing that takes time.
Do we expect? Do we feel like we're solid on this comp right now? I know that's kind of a difficult question to answer, but are there going to be any adjustments? Do we think?
Probably not for a while. Not. Okay. I mean, it would be nice to have the lip war if it was perfectly geared, but I think that's probably a next week angle.
Okay.
So they
for a re-clear for this, or you mean for some of the later bosses?
For like later bosses, I think that they've recognized it's a long-term goal that they would like to make sure they have another warrior at their disposal, and so that's something they're focusing on a little bit later on down the line.
Right.
I mean, I definitely don't think they need to change anything with healing. They're probably adjusting cooldowns here and there, something along those lines, but otherwise, the healing comp is super strong.
I think if they're going to change comp at all, it's going to be like one DPS specialization, but like you can move around some of the stuff. Maybe you think that this second mage is redundant and you want to, I don't know. I don't even know, I was going to say another Windwalker monk, but I don't even know where we would take one from. But like,
yeah, who else has got one?
Are they both playing fire? I can't see the other one on the damage meters.
I suspect they're both playing fire.
Okay. Fire's a popular choice, it seems like, which I feel, aren't they like simming kind of similarly? I know that they're more, I guess fire's more single target. Is that why we're going fire?
Fire and Arcane both sim about the same on single target, yeah.
Okay.
I think it's probably just ease of play on this fight. Arcane requires a lot of setup, a lot of hard casting, especially if you mess up any of your globals during your burst or your cooldowns, it's like a huge deal. Where Fire has a lot more damage on the move, a lot more instant cast globals as well, because they spend a large portion of their time in combustion, so they have a lot of free pyroblasts that are instant cast. So I think it's probably just like you're casting on the move on a fight that's like I wouldn't say it's like heavy movement, but it's like there's a lot of movement that is required on this fight in a way that it wouldn't be. You're not planted in hard casting the entire time like you would want for Arcane.
Definitely in the intermissions you are.
If you had to play Arcane, you could. Like if it was like hundreds of thousands of DPS better, you absolutely could play Arcane on a boss like this.
But why would you if fire is simming the same?
Exactly. If it's similar, that's kind of the thought process. If it's similar, there's no way you're going to play something that's like noticeably harder.
Yeah.
Especially if you can play both the specializations at the same level.
Yeah. All right. Well, here we go into another poll. Are they lusting on poll?
Yeah.
Looks like.
Lusting on pole is, I think, the only real option here.
Yep.
You want to multiplicatively stack that Bloodlust with all of your offensive CDs here, and just to be able to optimize for the highest amount of damage. So you just are going to slam that on pole immediately.
Kind of the only area you can stand still and tunnel DPS for a bit.
Yeah, exactly. You even get those Mistweavers doing infinite dam too.
True.
Dude, Mistweaver.
Yeah, they do a ton.
That's one of the biggest differences between Mistweaver and some of the other healers that you're going to see like in raid during this race world first is Mistweavers. They do like 600,000 or 700,000 DPS. It is crazy how much damage they're able to do.
Yeah, and part of that is due to the rushing wind kick, and it's the new ability, sort of, you could say, for the War Within in general, which has replaced Rising Sun Kick for a raiding environment, and it just does a crazy amount of damage on its own.
Yeah.
In addition, they can flex into the Jade Empowerment talent, which gives them additional lightning damage, which does a lot of single target damage. And it doesn't do a ton of healing in a raid environment, because you have to take some other talents to optimize it further, but you could basically just take it for additional damage without losing too much healing and still be popping off.
Yeah, Dryny was telling me that he was Count Dooku lightning the territorial bombshell spawns on sticks.
Yeah.
He was actually able to almost solo one from 100 to 75 to get it out of the ground.
Yeah, it's really, really big damage.
Really good. Mistweaver's quite strong damage-wise, which is so funny. Looks like it's going to be a wipe here for Liquid. They had a kind of a catastrophe, I would say, with the polarity mechanic there. Very unfortunate.
Yeah, they really did, and unfortunately it's going to be another wipe that they have going on. They have moved around their healing cooldowns a little bit too, so that they can better survive this intermission phase. I think they really just have like Nyx, Convoke, and Flourish, and that's about it, beyond just like personal defensive. So they kind of gotten down how they want to move around the room. They just have to make sure that they're going to be in the right position, right time to make sure they get through it.
It's probably a good time to just press out your personals right there. It does make sense. It's not necessarily something that your healers want to be. They're not necessarily able to actually commit a ton of HPS there. You're kind of speculating maybe on the Spatial Paradox, but the Spatial's not going to be up for the next time that they have to do that beta launch sequence, so you're going to have to figure something out for that.
They've been holding the Spatial, notably. I've been keeping an eye on it, and they haven't been using it consistently. I'm not sure if they're going to be using it in the intermission when we have everyone alive. I haven't been seeing it going.
They'll figure out a spot to use it. It's more of a question of like long term where you're going to want it, and so I think that actually waiting to assign it until you absolutely think that you need it is probably in the best interest, because that way people aren't becoming like reliant on that Spatial.
Could you explain what Spatial Paradox is and why that's such an important cooldown?
Jack.
So it increases the range of all of your abilities, which is really valuable in this encounter. And it comes from the Evokers. It's one of their like class capstones, and it also is allowing you to cast on the move. So it's kind of a double effect for this encounter in particular. But they should be mapping out specifically, like you should rely on it. In fact, they should have a very consistent area as to when you use it this entire encounter, as they have enough personal movement that they don't really need the time spiral effect, which resets your personal defense or your personal movement ability. But there should be a moment that they are expecting to use it every single time. And I've noticed they've been using their Invoke Yulans from the Mistweaver Monks, their major Enveloping Mist empowered cooldown, predominantly for any of the mines that the Disc Priest does not have their ramp. So it might end up that they're going to utilize a Siri ramp for the second of the beta launches if the timers align in that vein, because Disc does need a bit of assistance if they were ever going to ramp during that intermission. But the mines is a little bit more profitable.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting decision. You're never having a Rested Druid ramp the beta launch sequence, right?
You could. I mean, you could Convoke Flourish, and then the beta launch goes out, everyone gets spread to the 4 winds, you have good hots ticking. I'm pretty sure that's what Nick is doing.
But then you wouldn't even need Spatial there, right?
Correct. You could end up using Spatial during a regular phase, since you might have, screw-ups going out, you might have some of the larger dodges going out from rockets right before mines are coming out, which would be really helpful. So there are a number of good areas. It's just a matter of what's the best spot for it.
It's kind of interesting because in that beta launch sequence, it's like the Rested Druid never needs the Spatial just because of how they heal, and so then you would. Maybe it actually is being saved for the second beta launch, because there are it's like 2 minutes in between both of those, and so you actually wouldn't get that Spatial back up because it's on a 3-minute CD.
Right, you would either have to use it twice during these regular phases, which most of the time you can play around, or you would just use it that one time.
I mean, using it during these regular phases,
it's
not bad, but it's like it's predetermined, and you kind of know what you're moving as a group anyways, and it would be valuable, right? Like, especially if you're pre-setting up like a Radiance ramp right before you're gonna pop mines, right as you have to move. It can absolutely be useful, but it's more of a question of where exactly is the perfect time for using that Spatial Paradox, because you're probably getting one during this fight. You can maybe squeak out a second one if you find a really good time to use it right here, but it looks like it's gonna be one for the fight type of situation.
Yeah, that's often how it goes. You either find one perfect cast or 2 kind of mediocre.
Yeah.
Out of it.
And funnily enough, for DPS cooldowns, you always take the 2 mediocre uses.
Yeah.
But for healer utility, yeah, I think you probably just always said the perfect cast, and that way your healer can just hard carry you.
Yeah, and it's an interesting part, especially with healing these days, that you often want to make sure you're using minimal defensive cooldowns when certain healers are using their main cooldowns. Rested Druid's Flourish is strong, but it's not just pushing up health pools multiple times over. But a Disc Priest ramp, maybe even a Monk's ramp, can do so much output that you don't need to have as many defensives going out at that moment, and you would actually want to use it a little bit later.
Oh my gosh, we have a wire transfer polarity incident, taking out 5 people, putting a massive dot on the entire raid. It's going to end up wiping them. Very unfortunate situation there. They're just going to need to get a little bit more consistent with that wire transfer, this polarity mechanic. It's not super surprising. We're only 20 pulls in. This feels like, they're not making a new best in terms of HP, but they're continuing to learn. It's one of those things that they're going to take, 2 to 3 minutes in between each and every single pull. What can we learn from that last pull and apply this apply that to the next pull. And then eventually, you know, deaths in phase 1 are going to get banned. Making a mistake with the polarity and having somebody accidentally stacked on top of the stack with the wrong color is going to get banned, and then you're no longer allowed to do it. Otherwise, you're going to get, I don't know, blown up, attacked, perhaps.
Maybe. Well, I mean, kind of like you said, Tuttles, it's 20 fights in. There's a lot of repetition still to be done early in the day as well, which is very good. So considering where we are, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling like the vibes are. This is exciting. This is an exciting boss.
I think this boss could die today.
I think it could for sure.
You're a believer?
Yeah, 100%.
Yesterday, I was very not hopeful that we would see the end of this boss, but I think today, and just considering the prog that the other guilds have gotten as well as us, I'm with you. I think it goes down.
I think it's more of a question of volume of pulls.
Yeah.
You're going to need to be able to come out probably somewhere in the order of like 80 to 100 pulls on this boss to be able to actually take it out minimum. I think that there's a world where it's like a 150 pull boss, which in that case it doesn't die today.
I don't know. Can you see how many pulls Echo has on Sprocketmonger?
They probably have around
sure
80
can.
at this point.
Let me see.
Kind of curious. I'll use what they have to better inform my decision. You might be right.
That's a little cheese, but
It is.
I'll allow it.
I'm going to try to get a better educated guess.
Are they Echo Esports? Or are they just Echo?
You can always check on our partner Warcraft Logs as they have their race.
That's a good point. I'll just go over to. I just go over there.
See how many pulls. You can see their composition. All kinds of great info.
The competitor mode is elite. We use that
on
every
in
day.
Warcraft Logs. Yeah.
Yeah, we use that every day for the race rule first recap videos that Dratnos and I make.
It's really cool to see.
Shout out to TTV Tettles and youtube.com/Dratnos for
Dratnos.
Ooh, bit of a side note, but it's cool to see Warcraft Logs go from this just like data website that's like, you know, to what they are right now. All of the tools that they developed recently.
Oh, I feel like I feel like it's always like a really good community. Logs are a great community tool.
I agree.
I remember World of Logs. It was a nightmare.
Oh yeah, the Thoughtbot. Shout out. All right, so Echo is at 21%. Is their best pull at 87 pulls.
Hey.
Of course, we've got Liquid Method.
Tettles' prognostications looking quite a lot better. That's why I didn't want to say. I didn't want to, you know.
I think there's a world where it's a 150 pull boss. I think that there's like you could kill it with an 80 to 100 though.
Okay.
Which in that case, it's like really difficult to go down today.
Method is at 54.7% at 23 pulls.
Interesting.
So they had more pulls, but and a higher
They have
percent.
Exactly. Yeah.
Let me know how many pulls it took Echo for Styx Bunk Junker.
I sure can, Jack.
Dude, they annihilated that
They were
boss.
at.
Right.
They did. Actually, Method really annihilated that boss. They were at like 71 pulls for Styx Bunk Junker.
Exactly.
Method did a really great job on that boss.
A lot of times, the first guild to kill it has quite a bit more pulls.
Yeah, but I feel like that's a boss. I agree, but like that's the boss that you can't really watch another guild and be like, oh, I know how to do it now. I feel like that's a practice. Like you just got to do it.
So what I think is, since Echo got the most time on Sprocketmonger, and they've invested a ton of pulls, they're in the 80 mark. I actually think it's going to take less than 80 pulls for Liquid to get it down.
Total?
Yep. I think we are. I mean, they could do another 60 pull. Like, for example, it's been, I don't know, an hour and a half, something like that, since we got on.
You do about 100 pulls a day.
You know, it's been about an hour and a half. We've done a grand total of like 5 or 6 pulls, and they've made vast amounts of progress.
They're also kind of taking their time between pulls while they're still figuring it out. I do expect at a certain point for them to just start rapid pulling.
Right. As they start figuring the last remaining sort of pieces out, absolutely. But I think that we're looking at like around 80 pulls or so for a kill out of Liquid. There's my theory.
So you think it's going to die into the night?
They really come alive around dinner time.
Yeah.
You know, the hunger sets in. They smell the Italian pot roast we're going to have for dinner tonight, and then desire.
It smells so good.
Oh,
Can
beta
you
launch.
smell that?
So, maybe it'll be like before dinner, but if not, it could be like right after dinner.
Smacked going down.
It's not too bad. Yeah. See, they have a Convoke and Flourish just got used by Nick right there.
This fight's a little bit cursed. If you die not on the platform, you actually can't get battle resed.
Yes.
Which is
pretty rough.
I don't feel like it's intended, but it certainly is a thing that happens on this boss.
My browser died. I'm still working on it, Jack. I don't know. Chat, how many pulls was it for Styx for Echo?
Wait, you just said. You said like 70.
No, that was Echo, or that was Method, yeah.
Echo had a really low wipe at around like pull 60. I wouldn't be shocked if they were like 70 or 80.
They were definitely, yeah, they were less than Liquid for sure.
Ooh, that's a new thing. Let's try a little experiment.
you have a retort.
Understandable.
Yes?
Understandable.
But that is what's happening for lunch today, and I can smell it, and it smells great, and I am excited for that.
Oh, I know. We have the Italian beef sandwiches or something like that.
It's a roast beef sandwich, I think.
Oh no, it's the pork sandwiches for lunch.
Yeah.
And then a pot roast for dinner.
Pot roast for dinner.
That's right.
It smells very good.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the Italian beef. Shout out Chicago.
Is that a Chicago thing?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh yeah, you live there now, huh?
Food of his homeland.
Dude, the food in Chicago, side note, is insane. You live in the best place for food, Tettles. I'm jealous.
I agree. Somebody asked me the other day, how was the food in Chicago? And I said, I think it's one of the best, if not the best food city in the U.S.
I tend to agree.
Nice.
That's where the bear is for a reason, right? They filmed that show there. Have you not seen that show?
Nope.
I was asking Tettles.
I don't know what you're talking about.
The bear?
I literally wake up, I play World of Warcraft, I watch World of Warcraft, and then I go to bed.
Okay, well, you should watch the bear.
You ever stare out your window, look at the view?
No.
His stream does.
Too busy looking at the gaming monitor.
His stream does behind him while he's looking at his gaming monitor.
Too busy looking at my gaming monitor.
Look at these pull predictions.
Ooh, there we go.
Yeah.
Okay, 74, Jack.
Commentator self-glazing.
Yeah, somebody's got to.
Look at me, I just picked a number between 1 and 100 that I thought it was.
But I made an educated guess.
Based
okay?
on what?
Based off doing the PCR testing. I was there.
I was there too.
Yeah, why is your last prediction so bad then?
Oh.
I think dude, the boss was really unproggable during PCR testing. It was lagging. Like,
well, that might mean it's pretty tough.
Yeah, tough on the servers or something. Like, what do you want?
Drag him, Jack. Drag him. This is a question I think Tettles is tired of answering.
He is.
I thought the entire raid was going to be easier because Nair bar was so hard. That's literally it.
I think that's fine.
They literally
I
came
think
out in interviews and said the raid was too hard. Okay,
I mean, you gotta.
Doesn't mean they're gonna change things.
You have to base it. I get it. I get it.
Remember all the talks about borrowed power and you know how long it took them to change things?
You know what? My bad. I should have. They were like, yeah, the raid was too hard. That was maybe.
Let's do it again.
That curve was a bit steep. You're actually right. And then they're just like, yeah, we'll run it back.
No, okay. To be fair to them, they were like, yeah, Sikrin was way too easy. So they made Boss 4 hard.
That's not.
I know. I know.
So much wrong with like the thought process of so the jump between Roshanon and Brutister was too steep. You're actually right. Roshanon should have been harder. You know what? What if instead we moved it and made Sikran 100 full boss too?
I know. Listen, it makes sense in that it doesn't make sense. Okay.
You know, once I tried to stopped trying to figure out other people's thought process behind something, I became a much more peaceful individual.
They did not intend to make Styx Bunk Junker 115 pull boss. I will. That is a money back guarantee that was not intentional. That it just ended up turning into that because they added so many pass fail mechanics and they didn't recognize that it was going to be as hard as it is.
I think
I can agree with that.
For a lot of encounters, they don't know how many pulls they're going to be.
I think it's difficult to tell because unless you are literally like a top. Even like you don't even have to be necessarily a Race World First Raider, but you have to be like a Hall of Fame Raider to be able to like appropriately tell how hard some of these bosses are going to be once you start pulling them. And it's just ridiculous because Instant Dollars and Fat Shark both stopped pulling Styx Bunk Junker because it's literally impossible to kill without Triple Moonkin, Triple Shadow Priest.
Right, and part of that is also very goofy tuning of... It is. Like, if
a great term.
Territorial bombshells did not have so much freaking health, it would not be a factor at all.
They also
Straight up, like, you would be able to burn the bombshells below 80%, 75, whatever it is. They would detach from their garbage. They'd get into the melee meat grinder. They'd evaporate. It's literally like a health thing on the bombshells. And a quantity as well.
There's also the pass-fail of hitting the bombshell with the trash rolling mechanic. Here's my thought process on this entire thing. I think it's like... The fight is supposed to be this cool fight where you get to roll around on trash, and I think that almost all of the difficulty of the fight should be picking up the trash on the ground, that way it does less damage to your group, and killing the Scrap Master before it one-shot somebody with a Recycler cast. I think that should be the difficulty. Instead, the difficulty is not hitting territorial bombshells and hitting them to 75% HP so they can actually get out of the ground, and there's a tight damage check to actually be able to kill it within 30 seconds.
Yeah, it is kind of unfortunate, that it's a really cool design boss and it got overshadowed by like that miss.
Tuning. Yeah, it's just like a weird. They just added this weird pass-fail to it, where a guild like Automatic Jax is never killing this boss. Maybe once you get 15% of the damage amp from the for the Galagio loyalty.
You hear this guy?
Put
What
some
an
respect on
elitist.
Incarnate's name. Come on now. Come on now.
Your guild would die before they killed the boss.
You don't even have a guild,
Yeah, you don't
sir.
even have a. Yeah.
And
let's go.
That was a very aggressive high
Sorry,
five.
I was very excited.
If anything, that just makes me more relatable with Twitch chat.
Okay.
Yes, you are a chatter.
That's right.
That is for sure.
Honestly valid. I'll give you that.
You know what I think? I think every dog has its day. Today, this is my day. When you guess next time around that the tier's going to be easy,
let him cook.
Eventually the tier will be easy. And then you'll have your day.
I think he's just talking. I actually don't even think he's saying anything.
I've been talking most of the time. I barely got a word in edgewise.
Yeah, I might do some LFR later for this one if you want to join me, Tuttle, since you're on.
Up anyways.
His face just contorted in disgust.
Ew, LFR.
I don't want to do LFR.
That's not Mythic Plus.
You know,
I only like group sizes of 5.
Dude, I raided. I killed Heroic Gallywix. Let's relax.
Nice. Oh, was that with the
Slay.
rat group?
No, I killed it with Might.
Oh, nice. Well, Squishy always has been a very generous soul.
Let's relax.
We love Squishy.
The Wowhead Squishy?
Yeah. He's the GM of Might.
Oh, I did not know that. Was not aware.
Big fan.
Shout out Might. Shout out Squishy.
That's Squishy. And Wowhead, our partner.
Informative guy. Yeah. And
Hey,
nice
Echo got to
partner.
17%.
Oh yeah, I do have their stream open. OK Mage said chat is cute, and I'm going to include myself in that.
Aww.
OK Mage just call me cute.
4,
Oh.
3, 2, 1.
Yep, they
That's
are.
other chatter glazing.
Yeah.
Oh no, that was OK Mage glazing me.
Oh. Well.
Nice. Happy for you.
Congratulations.
Happy for you, Aya. Big fan. Let's give it up for poll 22.
Poll number 22.
What are the hard parts of this fight so far that you've been seeing, Jack?
I think it's really having a few different times where people are not used to the polarity combinations.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, with the fight, there are only 21 pulls in, and I say only because there's polarity changes, I want to say every like 30 or 45 seconds. I think it's around 45 seconds they color swap. You can see at the top right of Yips's POV. And then you have to get used to whether or not you swap colors because it's not a guarantee. And so I think there's a little bit of like confusion sometimes about where they want to position, and they have to just get used to, oh, okay, we're getting knocked back at this point. This is how we're getting knocked back. This is where I adjust my position, and here's how I'm going to deal with it. I think that's probably been one of the big frustrations, and they just have to, it's like a rep problem. They have to just get enough pulls in to see it and then get used to where they're going to be every single time.
Yeah.
And then I think they've done a really good job of dealing with the first of the beta launches, and after that, it empowers the beam turrets, and they're going to be massive. And so then you basically start limiting a lot of your options. Sort of like a decision tree in a lot of other games, where you have less and less options for how you position, how you move. And as time goes on, you can look, there's an entire pile of red players with Yips right there. They get knocked back. He gets knocked into a magnet, gets stunned, gets rocketed, and then it's all she wrote.
Somebody with the polarity run into their pile? What happened?
Yes. I think they were being a little greedy, and maybe there were some classes that are doing some channeled abilities where they may have been getting dragged in while they were channeling that ability, and then they got dragged into the pile, and then they just knock everybody back, and then there's a problem. Bad news bears. But they do have a good positioning there. Everyone's really healthy for this intermission phase at the very least. The only healing cooldown they have at this point is Convoke into Flourish for this intermission healing, and they've done a great job of just stabilizing from the extra deaths they had going on. But they are down one healer, so it might be a little bit sketchier. Not at the next set of mines, but the one afterwards. This set of mines they're going to have series ramp for, and they should be hard chilling. The ones after, though, that'll be a little bit scarier.
How often do you have like a fat radiance ramp?
If he's playing Oracle, every minute and a half.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I would say in general a minute and a half, because you can play Void Weaver and also have really strong minute and a half timers.
Gotcha.
Yep. The areas around here, though, he basically covered the entirety of that damage going off with the bombs. He's doing like 4 mil HPS at this point because he's the only one ramping at those points. But the next set of mines is going to be really ridiculous because I believe that's when they were going to have Dryne's Yu'lon ramp to start covering those bases. And that is not nearly as powerful as Disc's minute and a half
It's
timers.
just died to the void beam? It looked like he was out of it.
Died to some other damage from the Pyro Party Pack.
The PPP, of course.
Tanks actually can pretty easily die on this fight if you're not careful. That tank bomb that he has to run out of the raid with actually does insane damage, and if you blow it up within like a second of blowing up a mine, the tank just dies as well. So you have to be you actually have to be super careful in this fight, even as the tank. More often than not, we kind of talk about raid tanking is a little bit sleeper, and there's not really much they can reasonably die to, which more often than not is true. But there's a couple of specific instances on this boss that can kill off your tank.
Yeah, and not to mention, I think you had mentioned before, after every beta launch intermission, the boss gets a 15% damage buff.
Yeah, exactly. The boss starts to do 30% bonus damage in the final phase as well, which is
insane.
Your health starts to drop rather low rather quickly just from soaking mines.
Do we feel like this is a more melee-friendly boss or a ranged-friendly boss?
I think you just go for like full single target, which happens to be mostly melee.
Okay.
I don't think it's necessarily either. I think
It feels pretty even.
I think you need a good balance of melee and ranged. Like there are some mines that are so far from the melee stack that if you had to actually send a melee over there to get them, then it would suck. But at the same point, a lot of the ranged DPS just are a little bit worse single target than some of their potential melee counterparts. And so, I don't think it's one or the other. It's kind of movement heavy, which maybe makes it a little bit more melee than range friendly, but I think you need a good balance. I don't think you're able to like stack one to the other.
Weak aura updates.
There we go.
What do you think they would change?
With weak auras?
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to be anything that's like major. I think it's probably just going to be like very slight version updates, maybe some changes to the conditions on who's going to be soaking what mine when, changing around some of the orders on some of the preferred people, telling them when to go and soak what mine. It might be something as simple as that because they already have the main framework for what their weak auras are going to be. They have a list that's telling, the players, or probably Max in this case, but the players, who is targeted with what polarity, and then they also have I would describe it as like an overlay that shows who's supposed to be soaking what mine and what position that they can also use to just kind of tell where those mines are and who's supposed to be soaking them. So I don't think that either of those things are going to be changing on like a huge level. I think it's going to be more just like a version update.
4. Makes sense.
3, 2, 1.
Either way, you need mobility. That's that's important.
Well, monks have that in spades, that's for sure.
You need a warlock is what you really need.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just one though. Not two. Just one. This one works.
So they started the fight yesterday with two warlocks because they thought it was going to be a different beta launch pushback. So they basically started the fight with 2 warlocks and proccing it, but they changed how the pushback works. So
I think that they were assuming that it would be in like the middle of the room. I think that's how it is on normal. It's a little bit strange.
I think they assumed that it was going to be the PTR one where you got sent all the way back to the entrance.
Oh, maybe.
Which that made sense with the polarity mechanic because you can guarantee that you weren't going to be stacked accidentally on somebody of the wrong color. But they changed it. And the first time I actually saw it was changed, it was during Heroic Week. I was like really surprised that it got changed.
Yeah, it's a strange adjustment, but it's one that I think is easier to play around in a lot of regards because you can start aiming your character, but I guess it would put a lot more personal responsibility out rather than, hey everybody, we got knocked back, hit the gateway.
Either way, things are looking nice. Gonna be getting in that repetition.
And the cool thing is there's a lot of familiar mechanics to Heroic too.
Yeah.
And so you're gonna see like the beam turrets, of course, filing off of the field and everything, but they're getting the magnets in the middle of the room, getting those into position before they start having the next round of Sonic Ba-Boom, just doing some regular AoE damage, which of course is going to amplify after each of the beta launches, and you got to deal with those magnets and rocket dodges.
Can you nether walk the beta launch?
The damage.
The damage part of it?
You're still going to get pushed.
Yeah.
Nether sucks. It doesn't make you...
Yeah, it's kind of useless.
Windrush Totem.
Yeah, it is.
I think it's still a talent, too, that you have to spec into.
Oh gosh, I don't even remember anymore. I don't.
What?
For some reason, I thought they changed it to make it baseline dragon. Maybe it is a talent.
I don't remember. I'm pretty sure it's still a talent.
Maybe it was a talent that was a big damage loss at the beginning of Dragonflight, and then it no longer was a damage loss after that rework.
I don't know. Maybe someone in chat knows. I can look it up. Let's see.
It's not my wheelhouse.
Yep. Why? You don't want to play Havoc? It's fun. Good time. You gonna go zip zip? You like your angelic feathers.
Jack's kind of
much, right?
Definitely not.
Jack's kind of a noob. That's all you need to know.
Yeah. Just play healer.
Yeah, I already said you were a noob. They already knew.
Whoa. What class do you play most besides Balanced Druid, Tuttles?
I'll play any in the range.
Okay. Would you have a favorite?
Yeah, Balanced Druid.
Besides
Tuttles, you like this thing you've made for like 10 years?
Besides Balanced Druid. Oh, nice. Way to intentionally misunderstand my question. Besides Balanced Druid.
I like Destro Warlock. Destro Warlock's sick.
Destro Warlock, okay.
Did you actually like augmentation, or did you just do it for invites?
So here's my thought process. World of Warcraft is a fun game to play, but it is really, really hard to play World of Warcraft because getting into groups and getting invites is like a bigger piece of the battle than actually playing the game.
Yeah.
I thought AUG was all right. I wasn't a huge fan of it. I didn't really want to play it for the 4th consecutive season, so I'm glad that I got nerfed.
Yeah.
I played it almost purely so that I got invites, and let me tell you, oh boy, I got invites.
Had a good time? Well, now you're getting invites again. I hear people are trying to recruit you. As a boomkin. Yeah, to raid.
Oh boy.
Bunk jump.
An invite is an invite.
No, they're just using me.
True.
It's not an invite. They're just using me. It's different.
They just want you for your damage profile, for your body, not for who you really are.
They just want me for my Starfall, but not my Star Surge.
That's true. Yeah, you would get hard benched on this fight. That's for sure.
If you don't want me at my Star Surge, you don't get me at my Starfall.
Do you ever play Feral?
He just goes Feral.
If it's OP. I have in the past, yeah. It's just very rare because it kind of sucks.
I was gonna say Feral isn't. I personally cannot remember the last time a Feral was like needed.
I played it in Dragonflight Season 1 a lot. It was
for Mythic Plus or raiding?
For Mythic Plus. It was really good in Dragonflight Season 1. I learned it a little bit for raid in Amir Jasil because it was better than Moonkin that season. So I learned it and played it a little bit in raid in Amir Jasil. And then I might end up learning it to play it in Theater of Pain this season.
Okay.
But I mostly stay to ranged DPS. I'll play Feral if I have to.
There you go.
I love the wizards.
It's funny. I was already thinking about like making sure I branched out with other specs going into the War Within because I was like, well, we've had
instead of playing Holy, you play Priest or Disc Priest.
No, I've been playing both for a while.
Sorry, that was just.
But I was like, okay, like what if Priest's not gonna be good in keys? I gotta make sure I get invites because it's tough. Beginning of season 1, nobody wanted to invite Disc. Right before they got that Omega buff, started playing Shaman. I was only getting invites on Shaman, and then this preseason.
The best thing you can do to get invites is be very flexible with what you play.
Yep.
Which sucks because that's how literally nobody wants to play this game.
Oh yeah.
That's the best thing that you can do if you really care.
Well, one of the coolest things about WoW has always been that class identity. But then the nature of M+ kind of goes against that.
Yeah, I mean...
Rating's a bit better for it, I would argue, though.
Yeah,
unless you're at super high level.
I tend to agree with that. It's one of those things that Mythic Plus, it's kind of like there's always going to be somebody who's higher IO than you on a better specialization than you.
Yeah.
And so you kind of have to... especially this is especially true if you're pugging in LFG. It's just so hard to get invites, just in general, so you need to be playing Fodom if you're going to purely be an LFG player. And that's why, generally, my best advice is to find a couple of friends. It doesn't even have to be a full 5-stack, but if you can find one, maybe even 2 friends that you're playing with consistently, it goes a long way.
100%. And just also try to socialize more with some of the people that you're playing with.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I always tell people, like, invite the best player at the end of a run. Or friend the best player at the end of the run, you know?
That's
you
smart.
never know when you're going to run into them again and want to play with them again.
Do you write down notes so you can remember who they are?
I used to, but I lost track.
Yeah.
I still have a bunch of, like, EU friends, and I have to, like, double-check. Like, how did I meet this person again?
Yeah, they increased the cap on it, I think, from 200, right?
Right.
4?
Something that I still will probably manage to fill up eventually.
Oh, we get it. We have friends. Okay, Aya.
No, I
Popular.
That's crazy that she said that about.
Man.
Oh, it's so tough.
Man, it's not easy out here.
I'm choosing not to respond. I'm just gonna look at the poll. just gonna pretend you guys aren't here. It's just me.
Okay.
Just me in chat. Hey guys.
Hi, chat.
Well, since we've got a moment here, I do want to give a mention to, of course, our charity partner, the Pasadena Humane Society. We're still raising money. We're still taking a look at UIs as well. We are narrowing down our next goal. We are currently at $10,600 to our $25,000 goal. And we've got a couple of donations that came in from this morning. Healbot, $50. Let's win this race, Liquid. And Jessica, $35. And Jessica sent in a picture of her axolotl, and I'm very excited for that. It even says Heart Aya. Heart Aya.
Aw.
I'm
Heart Aya.
ready for that. So thank you so much. And we will be reviewing that.
3, 2, 1.
Soon TM.
Soon TM.
Soon TM. All right, when do you think they have their new best pull?
Oh, you're asking Tuttles.
Whomever.
I think he was just asking.
Just chatting.
Thought he was turned towards you.
You can slam the answer first.
Their new best pull. I feel like, I don't know, it just depends on how many reps they can get on the...
You taking the over or the under on 3 pulls?
Why don't you go first then? It sounds like you have an idea in your head.
I'll take the over.
I'll do... I might shoot a little higher. I'll go 10 pulls. 10 pulls new best. Jack?
I think this is their best pull coming up.
Right now?
Yeah.
Oh wow, okay.
Stir the pot.
Yeah, you think they had a little break there and had a little discussion and that kind of reinvigorated them?
I think I think it's pretty reasonable. It's more just like progression on this fight comes in chunks, and it's not something that's like a consistent progression thing, where there's a lot of situations that they continue to need to see over and over again and re-see in a new spot, because everybody's going to have different polarity mechanics at different times, and just one person making a minor mistake can actually wipe your entire raid.
Yep.
As you see 4 people going down there.
Yeah, not looking good.
I think might be faltering a little bit.
Yeah. There's still hope.
Fair enough.
I really just should have taken the under.
Yeah.
Should have been so specific.
Really embarrassing for you, Jack. You can just keep changing it though every time they wipe. Be like, okay, now it's this one. You can, be, you can be that guy. You can be the hopium guy.
I think
this is the poll.
I think again, it's just one of those things that progression isn't like a constant, steady thing.
It's not linear with this boss for sure.
Exactly. It's just something that happens in bursts, which is totally fine. You just have to temper your expectations a little bit.
Yeah.
Then once you do have that new best, you're like, oh my god, this is so hype.
Because do you feel like Tuttles, this is going to be one of those bosses where it's just like significant chunks at a time rather than just sort of withering away because of these, I don't want to say pass-fail mechanics, but you know, the ones that they kind of have to find that hump over.
Yeah, exactly. So here's the situation we have right here. So they're 46.75%. The next big break point that they have to do to actually see continue progression is the second beta launch sequence. That's going to happen, and the bosses are going to be around probably like the 35, maybe 33-ish% HP threshold. And so once we get to that, then we'll be able to see the boss, you know, again, reaching that 35, 33-ish%. So that's the next big chunk that's going to kind of come off the boss there. And again, it happens in like 10% increments almost.
Oh, you know, I wonder if we get a break, we could see the RaiderIO boss progress that they have, like we saw for Styx.
Yeah.
And then we might be able to see the exact numbers where Echo had before. So I wonder how similar...
the overtime graph.
Yeah, like the jumps that they're going to have in terms of their progression.
4, 3.
Yeah, huge shout out to RaiderIO for those graphs that we're seeing during the morning show. We get to see the top 3 guilds in kind of comparison to the amount of pulls that it took them to get in relation to health taken off of the boss, progress taken off of the boss. Is that something they do live?
Yeah, I think
Is
it's
it automated or?
It's automated from Warcraft Logs.
Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, we gave them a shout out earlier, so now I'm just giving RaiderIO a shout out. You know.
No, I get that. All right.
Gotta give them both love.
Yeah.
A lot of great resources for game in general. I don't know of any other game that has this many resources.
I was just
never really
thinking
do
that.
much research.
Yeah, but I don't.
Wowhead was owned by Blizzard when it first started the game.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, they
Yeah.
kind of post the official updates enough that it kind of feels like they should be. I think WoW is definitely a game where, like, no, I don't know because I don't play enough games, but it seems like WoW is the most reliant game on third-party sources to disseminate information.
Yeah.
that I've ever seen.
Yes.
You could literally not play World of Warcraft without some of the third-party. I mean, you could just at a very rudimentary level.
Yep. Well, one of them that is less known is called lorgs.io.
Okay.
It's LORRGS.io.
Wait. Hold on. What is this?
Oh
my. Hilarious.
Oh no.
And a really big thing for it is it shows you the cooldowns for the top 50 logs.
Whoa.
And so, obviously, you don't want to just copy the first thing you see.
Yeah.
It's really good to understand, like, trends, certain encounters. You know, the healers use their cooldowns here. DPS use their cooldowns there. The reasons why they use the cooldowns at those points. You can kind of compare and contrast before you walk into boss fights. And it kind of helps you study and understand, oh, okay, this is what other people before me have done.
People are saying Path of Exile is worse.
Oh, it could be.
I know that you basically needed to do a build since their talent tree is so complicated, but I mean, does that game rely on third-party websites to push out like community updates?
Maybe people do because they don't want to run like a bad build.
I think the thing with WoW that's so jank is the absence of, like, everything gets data mined through WoW.
Yeah.
Everything is data mined through Wowhead, and in World of Warcraft, you know, they do slam blue posts and have some official notes on stuff, but there's so many things that are changed, like spell data-wise, that just aren't posted by Blizzard.
Yeah.
And then it's just
you
only hear about it via Wowhead.
Yeah,
oh my god.
That's my point. That's my point. I don't mean like, you know, optimizing your class. I mean like literally what's going on with the game. You can only find out through third-party websites. I don't think Path of Exile is the same. Their actual website, the pathofexile.com or whatever, is really informative on community updates.
Either
Like,
way,
I'm looking at it right
it's one
now.
of them, you know.
They've got a news page in their front page. But I don't know. I'm not ingrained enough in the Path of Exile community. But Zyro is I don't know. Zyro, you're in the chat. Let us know, buddy.
World of
Actually,
Warcraft. I think
come over here. We've got a
WorldOfWarcraft.com also
microphone.
has news on their front page, but it's just not very, it's not very useful.
Yeah, it's
We've made updates.
Here's a pet you can buy.
Yep.
The Brutosaur's on sale, $950.
The sales they're very good at.
Yeah, you want patch notes, you
That's a
want
good
hot
point.
fixes, you're going to Wowhead. But I could be now. I could be wrong.
Yeah, my $90 store mount though. That's
Did you buy it?
Well, of course.
Okay.
It's kind of like how I also have a 12-month sub. Dude, they've got me roped in.
They got you down.
They know that I'm just they know I'm incapable of saying no.
What did you call those chatters of yours, Aya? Didn't you have a name for them?
pigs.
Yeah.
What a pay pig.
Yeah. In a sense you are.
To who? John Blizzard? Like, what
Yes.
Yeah.
A little bit. Yeah.
Corporate America.
Yeah.
Please let me play your game so I can
At
pay
all
my
costs.
I can pay my monthly $16 to do my chores, and I can get a pet for being subscribed for 6 months at a time.
Okay, they cut down on the chores.
Please, Blizzard, please keep nerfing my class, Blizzard. Please, I'll give you money.
They cut down on
My
those
money.
chores.
If you just treat me a little better, please. I play Balanced Druid. Be easy on me, Blizzard. Here, take my money.
I'm gonna.
Am I wrong?
You're gonna crash out.
You can't even say I'm wrong, because we're in the same boat over here, buddy.
It's not an addiction I could quit anytime.
Okay. Same.
What if the imbalance of specs
I was like, where are we going with
is
this?
on purpose?
I think it is on purpose.
So that all the people that are used to maining one thing and only playing one thing are now like forced to reroll.
You don't want. You actually don't. Okay, well, I don't think it's like that.
I know.
You actually don't.
Chatting.
Like, players genuinely do not want the game to be balanced. It sounds a little bit crazy. Blizzard could perfectly balance their game to have all of the specializations, all the classes do the exact damage. Hold on, let me cook for a second. You can give me a weird look.
Sorry.
Blizzard could absolutely balance all their specializations and classes to the exact same amount of damage, but it's not fun when a game is super balanced. It's really fun when a game is imbalanced. The problem is, like, the gradient of which, like, how wide some of the specs are balanced relative to one another. That's where the problems start to arise. I also think that the re-rolling thing that you mentioned, a lot of that is community driven. You know, as time has gone on, you know, this wasn't really a thing in 2016 and 2017 where there was no expectation of you to, like, re-roll.
Yeah.
But as the accessibility of to information, as, you know, guides have gotten better on things like Wowhead, as Discord has popularized you being able to just get information like at a snap of the finger. Exactly. There's a lot of one-stop shops for a lot of class information. The thought process of, like, why am I even playing this game if I'm not trying my absolute hardest is something that is continuing to, like, trend forward in gaming in general, but also just
heavily in the World of Warcraft space, and to the point where, you know, there was a trending video a few months ago where it was like, why it's impolite to suck at World of Warcraft.
Oh yeah.
And a lot of people like genuinely feel that way and they play that way because
see that.
you're wasting their time. Like,
Oh yeah.
if you suck or you're playing something that sucks, you are wasting their time.
Well, something else that because I dabble in Final Fantasy XIV also, and I think those communities have a lot of similarities, but also have a lot of differences in the sense that I get told constantly by Final Fantasy players how toxic WoW players are. But to that I say, first of all, not true. They're just a little bit more sneaky about it over there.
right, the EMP has been resolved. Our power is back online. And we are back to pulling the boss. So here we are. Sprocketmonger, Lock and Stock, underway once again. I'm Dratnos, joined by Kalamazi and Zyronic. We will introduce ourselves properly after this pull, but we wanted to get right into the action. They did pull, I think, once or twice while we were getting our stream set back up as well. So this is where we are at.
Yeah, and I think they were very quick about getting back into it. And surprisingly, you know, even though they lost a couple of hours of progress due to the really unfortunate power outage here, the vibes were good, man. People were chilling in the facility, playing some ping pong, eating some lunch. We had a really nice pork sandwich made by Heidi, of course, for lunch today. It's quite good. So, yeah, I think the vibes are still good, and I think this boss is still killable today.
Sort of like a longer lunch break in a sense. Wasn't too bad. Maybe an extra hour lost, give or take, but I don't think this boss, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say I don't think Sprocketmonger is going to be as difficult as probably Styx is in the long run. The damage check does indeed seem very real, but we've seen a lot of this fight just from PTR in general, and they have a pretty good strategy with this one Warlock gate negating that knockback in place, which should work out pretty well for them.
Yeah, most of the progress, like we were talking about last night when we saw the initial polls, looks like it's going to be mostly position-based, trying to figure out where things like the drills we're seeing THD plays here should go every single time they go out to make sure they give themselves the most room to run around the boss whenever the polarity switch, but also just making sure players are getting used to soaking the correct mines, especially if they're one of those far sets. Those seem to be the most difficult ones for players to get to.
I think these times where you have the beams and the middle of the room electrified, you have such a small space to play in that normally even on Heroic, right, you have a really hard time dodging all that stuff, but here with Mythic, you have to go to your exact correct safe spot because the two polarity groups are hard stacked. You can see we've had a couple of deaths already on this pull. One res spent. Here's that intermission. All right, this looked pretty good.
Pretty.
Yeah.
Yeah, very clean. Like you were talking about, Red cancels the knockback by taking the gate right as it goes out, so they don't actually get the full knockback. They're in the gateway animation when it happens, so they just go straight to the boss. Blue melee get knocked to their position on the other side of the boss, and the blue range can just stay in the middle because they don't particularly care about where they need to go, and that works perfectly.
We used to see two gateways for this, but they've kind of decided, hey, we don't need that second Warlock. Warlock's pretty bad for this fight, and we can just use the knockback for one group to go where they want to go, and then the gateway for the group getting pushed the wrong way to cancel that momentum and get sent also in the correct direction.
Yeah, you've also got a handful of monks in there that can just transcend the knockback if they're in that blue group. If you have red debuff, and like you're just going to gate. But if you are blue, you can transcend, demonic circle, so on and so forth. It's pretty easy to actually negate the knockback, which is very different from what it was on PTR, being a bit more demanding.
All right, here come the big purple lasers now. Even more room denied after that intermission than before, but this pull is already looking quite nice. Here comes the next set of mines, and this includes some far ones. We've got THD he is assigned to a pretty far one, so he's going to wait for Fired Up to go, and then he's going to have to do this one here, but she's already pre-positioned next to, pops it now, beautiful, gets the drill as well, and he's going to have this drill over where nobody is. That's perfect. Baiting those three there, getting in position, and now the very small safe spot here. It's a huge danger time.
How do you dodge rockets in this safe spot?
You don't.
Yeah, it's actually insane. I think it's much smaller than Heroic, it seems like there too. There's nowhere to go at all.
Yeah, very tricky spot. Here comes the next set of mines. Giuseppe pops the first. Trill now needs to get over to Star. You can see him rolling and jumping to get there, but they're already running out of time here. Impact has to do the next one immediately, and then Tobo's going to have to get that last one in time.
They barely have time if they pop it right now. Okay.
Nice.
Now get in position. There's like no room once again. Fortunately, nope, there are rockets to dodge here too, so somehow they're going to have to figure out a way to get that, or maybe have the tanks.
It's not the end of the world to get hit by a rocket either.
On this set, right? Once it gets empowered.
That's going to be much harder, yeah. Okay, here comes intermission number 2. THD sets up that gateway.
Keep moving that gate for the beta launch here. This beta launch is basically the last intermission you're going to see. They're going to gate this all the same if they can make it that far. Unfortunately, we cannot.
THD is the last surviving person here, and he is going to live as well.
Something tells me this won't last much longer past this intermission, but the gateways did work. Yeah, the boss ports to the other edge of the room.
He gets to do damage for 20 seconds too.
Yeah,
that's true. Maybe
we're nearly at a new best
here.
Get in there.
Yeah.
This is quite a bit of damage though.
He's got this.
Hand to Cool Dan.
Chilling.
Couple demon bolt cast
good.
here.
Nah, one more tick kills him.
It's got this. Just Dark Pack.
Oh,
right, there you go.
Down he goes.
No, but for the third pull back from a 2-hour break, Yeah. Getting right back
That was almost progression in terms of percent, but definitely good in terms of seeing through the fight. So with that pull done, hopefully they don't pull too fast and we can reintroduce the stream here. I am, of course, Dratnos, joined by Zyronic and Kalamazzi. We are the Team Liquid Race to World First, presented by Coinbase. We have a bunch of other great sponsors to tell you about as well. We've got Honda, Secret Lab, Monster Energy, MyBlue, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, DungeonDojo, and we're raising money for charity for the Pasadena Humane Society, our charity partner this time around. It's going to be a nice long race, so hopefully we'll be able to get through all of our charity goals because, you know, we're nearly at the end of that first reset. Resets number 2 and potentially 3 are in the future for us here.
Let's not go that far.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Reset 3 is getting into Sepulchre
brakes a
territory.
little.
But you know what somebody to bring up? I think 2 days ago when we were fighting Styx was the day we first pulled Halandris.
Yeah.
I mean, history repeats itself, and here we are.
Sepulchre 2.
Zorbrix hit the quick retweet on the secret Phase 4 Halandris tweet. He's like, I can't believe it's been 3 years since this tweet. A couple days ago, yeah. That's
Styx
crazy.
is just hidden Phase 4 3 years later. Here we go.
All right, so we had a pretty good poll that we didn't have on broadcast, and we do have some replay that we can show you now while we wait for them to poll again, because, yeah, they're not currently in combat. So we can take a little look at this replay of one of their best polls. This was, you can see the health getting pretty low on the boss as well. This is around that 40% mark.
And there's just nowhere to go with this first empowerment here. These beams are just so
There's so little space here, but
as well, right?
I don't know where else you could go, but here.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to see this boss heading into the intermission in about 15 seconds here, give or take. These polarities have already swapped here. They're getting in position for this gateway. Keep in mind, red is the gating group, blue is the more transcending or just running along the belt group. You can't come in contact with opposite polarities or you will knock them off the platform and basically spell disaster for the raid.
Yeah, everybody just kind of bleeding out here at the end. Looks like the healers were all dead on this one. Out comes that beta launch with 5 players alive. Down goes Scott.
Is that playing on his...
I think that's from Scott's POV, yeah. Is that the, like, you have to repair soon noise from one of the add-ons? I think it might be. But yeah, that's where we were at with that previous best poll. They're still not pulling again either, so don't worry. You are not missing anything.
I'm surprised this boss is at 40% after 27 polls. I'll be honest.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good. I mean, so, okay, if you extrapolate forward, getting to the second intermission at 40%, if the third intermission is where they put the Berserk out on Mythic, which I don't think we know yet when exactly this boss does go crazy, but if it is there, then they're maybe a little bit behind that check. If they're seeing the second intermission at 40%, right, you'd need to see it at around 33% to be on pace. Of course, Lust does complicate things. The Eye of Kazan is stacking up, but yeah.
If the third intermission wasn't the Harden Rage, they don't empower the magnets or anything.
No, there's no further abilities to empower.
Boss, I believe, yeah. I mean, the
boss does get a stacking buff after every intermission. I think it only empowers the 2 inventions, though. Although I guess there could be a Mythic further one, but that's usually in the Dungeon Journal unless it's an end boss.
Journal, yeah.
The end bosses, sometimes we have stuff that's not in the Dungeon Journal, but the earlier bosses, they tell us everything for the most part.
Is the empowerment of the boss actually after the intermission ends or the start?
Not sure.
If it's the end of the intermission, you got an extra 15-ish.
Yeah, maybe you get another beta launch where you can blast it. Here are the Mythic mechanics, of course, on Sprocketmonger Lock and Stock. The main one is that polarization generator, where half your raid is going to get red, half your raid is going to get blue. And you need to basically stay stacked with your group, because if you run into somebody with the opposite color, it's not a one-shot, but it's pretty bad. It knocks you both back. It puts a nasty dot on you, so it pretty likely does kill you. And the mines need to be soaked by somebody of the appropriate color, which is actually even a bigger buff to that difficulty than you'd think, because on Heroic and Normal, you can soak 3 mines and let the 4th get exploded by one of the inventions. On Mythic, if one of the mines gets exploded by an invention, it triggers the same raid-wiping damage as if it got soaked by somebody of the wrong color.
Yeah, so it puts a really tough time check on every single set of mines, because it seems like you really only have about 10 seconds to soak all 4 mines. But when you soak a mine, there's like a 2-second debuff that prevents you from soaking another mine unless you'll wipe the raid if you do. So there's like this really, really tough time check where everybody that gets assigned to soak a mine needs to be aware of it and on their way to pop it like at least 2 seconds before they're supposed to.
Right, plus your polarization just swap every half minute or minute, give or take.
Yeah,
so it's not always the same person that's going to have blue at that point in time for that foot bomb pop. It's going to be, maybe I have red this time, maybe I have blue the next pull. So that changes how you gate, if you can transcend things, whether you're blue or red, who's popping those bombs. There's a lot of RNG in this fight. Until you see all the combinations from like your own POV, it might be a little difficult to navigate for the first time around.
They do have a priority list assigning people to do these mines, so it's going to be one of those fights where like, oh yeah, 30% of the time I'm popping this mine, 30% of the time I'm popping this mine, but then like 2% of the time you're going to get a completely new one that you've never seen before, and you're going to have to adapt to that situation. Particularly if you're red polarized, there are some sets where the two red mines are as far as possible from each other in the room. One will be at the back right of the room, and one will be at the front left of the room, and having people able to get to those positions is a big deal because, like you said, Zyro, the clock is ticking. Once those mines spawn, you have to get all 4 of them exploded within a little bit over 10 seconds.
Yeah, it looks like there's just going to be, like we talked about yesterday, it seems like it's a pretty straightforward, very linear progression fight with maybe a little bit of a learning curve for people to figure out exactly when they need to get mines. But as we've seen from the screen, they have really nice weak auras for it that tell you, hey, you're popping in 8-ish seconds. So if you're somebody that has to go far, you have time to figure out, okay, I need to go far, I need to get this one. And we also talked about how they're actually assigning it, right? Because they're using like a list weak aura to figure this out. And they can place players higher or lower on the list based on their priority. So we actually were hearing them in one of the listen-ins yesterday talk about, you know, certain immobile players in the raid, people like the Healing Priest or the Warlock. They were talking about, okay, would you rather be assigned more often but know that you're a close soak? Or would you rather be assigned less often, but when you are assigned, you're way out in the middle of nowhere? And those are questions that they've had to ask and probably have figured out by the time they got into raid today.
Yeah, because the logic behind who's going to soak where, there are a lot of different ways that you could design this, right? You could give a couple of people the VIP treatment and be like, you basically will never have to do this. You could give a couple of people the kind of medium VIP treatment of, you are always going to soak one of the mines in this set, but you don't know which one because we don't know which color you are. Or you could just do the general thing of like, okay, here's a priority list. We're just going to take from the top of this list down to the bottom of this list. And that, you know, has less VIPs, but you get to do this nice thing of just a sort of general idea of the most mobile people tending to get assigned the ones that require the most mobility.
And it looks like pretty much everyone in the raid is extremely mobile, right? You've got monks that can roll all over the place. You got demon, you know, everyone else can pretty much run. The only people I'm really worried about are the 2 priests and the warlock, right? Those 3 in particular are going to be the ones that are going to have the most trouble, especially if they get assigned for a far set. So something we should try to do is maybe identify when that's actually happening so we can focus on it. I think having the THG POV would be very good for this fight, just for that in particular.
Yeah, he often does go get one that's kind of far away. He's kind of just playing out of the group because he's got the safety of that demonic circle if he needs to get back there fast. And then that way, if the drills are baited on him, he's also baiting them immediately out of the group because those will always target ranged players, and they're trying to have those stay out of the stack when possible.
Yeah, did see a bit of a comp swap as well. I believe this morning or later last night. We started with 2 Warlocks in this fight for 2 gateways instead of having just 1 for red. If you're blue, you transcend, blink, or just walk over there. But we went to 1 Warlock, had 4 Windwalkers in as well initially, but now we're up to 2 BM. 2 BM Hunters, 2, I guess, mages in general, down from 4 Windwalkers to 3 as well, which is a little surprising with their mobility, but...
Well, they swapped the Windwalker over to Mistweaver.
Yeah, exactly.
So the boss HP got nerfed by 5%, so they thought, okay, well, we should just 4 heal now. Because dropping 5% is essentially dropping a DPS's worth of damage that you need if the enrage is the same, which it should be.
Right.
So, after that last pull, seeing their proc point again, maybe talking about how they can deal with those void turrets a little bit better, figure out how to deal with the rockets, because you have to imagine, right? It's not going to be any easier once you get through the second intermission, and instead of the regular rockets, you then have the Void Orb rockets that do split damage the entire raid instead of just the person soaking the rocket. So they have to figure out how to deal with that in Phase 2 now, so that by the time they get to Phase 3, they have a better understanding of how they can deal with that mechanic.
Yeah, exactly. We do see that second set of foot bombs coming out here. THG is pre-assigned. Actually, wasn't pre-assigned. Moved out of that blue one there with the polarity swap coming in. Trail's pop number 2 here, followed by Shaq on number 3, and Zevi is number 4.
Yeah, so they're doing
pop.
blue, red on these pops.
Yeah,
that worked out pretty well.
Pretty easily. Next set is going to be Rockets coming in with those unempowered fire lines. Those lines become much larger past the first intermission, taking up basically the entire part of the room, but for the most part, this is pretty simple as far as initial Phase 1 goes. 1 through the raid, it's okay, no problem.
So something I want to point out, and I thought that I was crazy for seeing this for the Void Turrets, but it looks like it's the case on these beam turrets as well. It looks like the beam turrets aren't a static length apart from each other on this.
Yeah, it seems like they're kind of random or
staggered a little bit. Like sometimes it's like too close, then an open space, then too close, and you can see it here actually. They have a big space in the middle right here, but those next 2 off to their left and off to the right are a lot closer together. If the Void Turrets work that way as well, then that means there should be a bigger safe spot that they can go to. I would imagine.
Essentially,
it looked like the width of those void lasers might have been bigger than it is on the lower difficulties as well. So like even the safe spot is narrower.
Well, let's look whenever.
Yeah, we'll watch when we get to it if we do. This pull is looking quite good so far. Here comes another color swap. THD getting polarized over to blue. He's already blue, so he didn't have to move too much. And here comes that beta launch. THD getting knocked towards where he wants to go, whereas all the red players are canceling that knock with the gateway.
Yep, he'll just vibe here in the middle with the other blue range
Fortunately,
players.
we have lost a tank. We do have a battle res available, so we'll potentially be able to do that coming out of this phase.
Well, where's his dead body?
That is a good question. Oh, it's back at the start of the room, so he probably fell off.
Ride the belt back for the battle res.
He's just going to ride all the way back
nice
here
work.
and get a res. Yep,
PhD
perfect.
saving Scott there. Scott comes back up. And THD getting swapped back over to red. Ooh, we've got a blue player near the red.
I think that was a lot of bouncing just now.
Yeah, that looked like like there may have been an insurgent there knocking everybody around, and things have gotten pretty ugly pretty quickly as a result.
So one thing I caught there, the boss does not get his stacking damage empowerment until that phase ends. So it likely means you can actually do damage to the boss in that third intermission before and try and kill him before.
Maybe, yeah. Again, I don't think we know what the texture of the Berserk is on this fight yet, but
right, if he enrages, assuming coming out of third intermission, correct.
Yeah, this boss did take a small health nerf earlier today, a 5% health taken off of this boss, which does make me think that it probably does have a real enrage. Because there's some bosses, right? Some mechanics bosses, once you get through all their mechanics, they kind of chill and let you kill them for 30 seconds. Even Ansarek was kind of like this, right? Where once you dealt with that final Nova on Ansarek, she stood there for 20 seconds and let you kill her, right? And it's like if you survived all these mechanics and you did enough damage, now the end of the fight is chill. But some fights, it's like, nope, here's a spot where you are enraged, and it's right after the last hard mechanic, and you don't get any final free DPS bonus if you make it through there.
I often feel like those particular enrages where you get that damage just to, you know you're about to get one shot, but you have those 30 seconds or whatever it is just to try to finish off the boss. Something like a Regalon enrage, it's always really, really hyped for the ending of an encounter. But there's always the, I think the coolest enrage of all time has to go to Sludge Fist, right?
Oh, yeah.
Ramming the wall, ramping AoE damage going off, but he's taking increased damage, so you have just a little bit more time to try to burn him off. Ah, that was a good one, too.
No, it feels like that, though. One-Arm Bandit. That enrage is going to be really cool, too. As long as it's not...
Oh, yeah, that's...
Yeah, it's because it's going to be casting the explosive jackpot. You're going to see exactly where it'll wipe you. That one's more like the Rygalon Big Bang cast, right?
It's
another
also,
very cool one.
It's also a fight where that cast could just randomly be 30 seconds on Mythic as well.
That's exactly how Rygalon worked, is that on the lower difficulties it was short, and on the Mythic difficulty you get a little bit of a longer cast to really make what is an absurd DPS check at least somewhat feasible.
I'm excited for it. I think this boss dies on it, though.
It's really important that it does for Liquid, because if it doesn't, it probably will for Echo on their tomorrow. So it would mean that, if Liquid ended this reset at 4 of 8 and Echo ended at 5 of 8, that is not good news for Team Liquid. It's not insurmountable, but it would be bad to have less bosses killed this reset, less gear, fewer vaults as well.
Yeah, it would put Liquid in a situation that is extremely uncomfortable to be in, because let's say Echo does kill this boss. Their best play, 100% for One-Arm Bandit, would be to go dark. Give zero information about that fight, especially if Liquid doesn't kill the boss. So Liquid has extra pressure on them to kill this boss as soon as possible today, get as much information about One-Arm Bandit, which we suspect is going to be like the premier DPS check of the tier, and just go into the second week with a better idea of what they need to gear up next week. Now, is that going to change their approach to what they think is the best DPS comp right now? Well, potentially. We've already seen them make some swaps, right? They've swapped a Ret to gearing a Warrior this week. We have seen a ton of Windwalkers from Liquid. The other guilds aren't as high on the Windwalker monk, but they could still make some changes going into next week pretty easily.
I think so. Like you said as well, looking back at Styx Bunk Junker's comp, you had those 3 Shadow Priest, 3 Boomkin, which does change the amount of players that are getting that second vault slot if you don't kill.
If you don't get this boss dead, anybody who missed even one boss is not getting the full vault. Now, even if you do, the vaults are not that high value, right? The Mythic vaults with just the first few bosses in it, you don't have the very rares in your vaults yet, right?
Yeah.
You don't have all those really high powered items that they were probably expecting to get in their vaults this week. They were probably expecting to end this week at 6 of 8, at least, maybe 7 of 8, but that has not come to pass at all, as we are into another pull now. The first set of mines. Here on Nick's UI, you can see he has a number on the nameplate that corresponds to when somebody is going to be popping, and it lets you know who you need to be looking at to make sure they're topped, because if you do pop that mine, you take a little bit of extra damage yourself.
Okay, those beams look even, extremely.
Yeah, they do, don't they?
I think it shifts.
Maybe it's random a little, or maybe different sets have different spacing.
It could. You can tell by the actual like belts in the back where they stop.
Yeah.
Where the safe spots are. But it could just be staggered differently later on. You are correct. Yeah.
It looks like there's a little more RNG to how they're spaced out, which could be very, very painful for the later Void turret sets. Again, we'll need to look at that whenever they get to phase 2. Again,
Spacing is definitely different here for sure. There's definitely different.
Yeah, look how big
pocket.
this space is right here. This is insane. This would be very nice to have a little extra room to dodge rockets, and yeah, look, I have tons of room to dodge right now, of course, on the first phase beam turrets.
Interesting. Yeah, I think that's the same spacing we saw on the previous pool too. So it might not be RNG once you get used to it. Just there is different spacing you have to adapt to initially in your early strat formation.
5, 4.
And again, we suspect this is probably some sort of enrage where it ends after the 3rd intermission. So like ideally we would want to see the boss probably like 63-ish with the Lust on the Pole.
Right.
At the end of the first intermission, you want to be a little bit ahead of the end of the enrage. You don't want to just do a 3rd per phase. But yeah, we'll have to see where they are. I mean, we do suspect it's going to be tuned very similar to Styx was, just because they're at the same point in the raid, occupying those 4th and 5th slots, and both being the walls to One Arm Bandit.
That is another interesting question. A side question is, will One Arm Bandit feel undertuned if it was also tuned for week 1 gear and they don't reach it until week 2? The interesting point of discussion for this reset, but
I think
here comes that beta launch.
Yeah, here we go.
Oh, was that a? Ooh, that was a knock, I think, right? Is that a gate into a knock?
I'm not sure. Yeah, it looked like the knock may have still been applying to him after the gateway.
Yeah, there might be some odd.
So maybe you need to time your gateway so that you're not still getting knocked when it's over. You can see that gateway doesn't even go all the way to that belt to maybe try and minimize the chances of that happening, but. Yeah, it's unlucky.
It's like a hastily placed gateway, because
no, the gateway looked good, I think, because the gateway ends even not all the way there, right? So that gives you extra wiggle room if you're still getting knocked, and you still manage to get knocked off.
I think One Arm Bandit, though, is a really interesting encounter to talk about, because there's a lot of levers that you can tune on that boss, right?
Yeah.
They could make it so the boss HP itself. Okay, well, there's only one lever on that. There's a lot of tuning levers they could go through to make that boss work differently, right? If the damage intake on the raid isn't that high, it could again be a fight where they might feel compelled to three heal it.
Okay,
they have so much more room this time.
Yeah,
Look at
well,
the spacing here.
these look equidistant.
This is the
from
first
each
set,
other.
though.
Yeah, the second set was the one where they weren't necessarily equidistant from each other. So we'll see how that looks. Of course, it's slightly different wire transfers as
that
well.
belt shifting in the back of the room here. This should be the odd space set where you have very little room to navigate with this rocket.
We're down a healer once more.
So based off of what I saw last time, I think there is a bigger safe spot near the center of the room. So off to their left.
In P1, there was at least, that slightly different spacing of those beam turrets. Here comes the beams and the rockets, and you can see, there is a bigger safe spot towards that middle of the room, although it's kind of complicated by the fact that there's the belts and the laser, like the holes in the middle of the room.
The rocket path.
So you probably don't want to actually stack up there.
Tons of AoE raid damage coming out here as people...
Wow, somehow, even with the healer down, they've not had any deaths at this spot. But we need to start popping those mines right now, and unfortunately we popped 2 simultaneously, immediately wiping the raid here.
But they're getting right back to that same proc point.
Yeah,
Right?
this is important. This is good. I'm surprised. I mean, there's not a whole lot of RNG to this boss, barring polarity swaps and who pops the bombs. But even that being the case, there's so many things you can just die to on this.
It seems like just playing that one where you have that really small spot to be safe is really hard. And it looks like we have had a Soulstone snafu here. The Soulstone maybe being used for one of those reses mid-fight.
Well, I think they put it on. I think THG uses Nick as his Soulstone target.
Right,
Nick
so
got knocked off. He took the Soulstone in mid-combat.
We are just going to have a run-back res situation here through all that trash as well. It's a long way to Sprocketmonger Lock and Stock. This is probably the longest run-back of the tier.
It's definitely up there. While he's running, back to the conversation about One Arm Bandit and why killing this boss right now is so important for Liquid, right? You would think, looking at One Arm Bandit, that it could just very easily be like a boss DPS check, but I think there's a world where the DPS check on killing off the 2 adds to deposit coins into the boss is the real difficult
I think
part
if
of
that's
the
true, it
encounter.
might be like a Dev Evoker sleeper OP spot, because they're so good at that. But there's been a lot of comp swapping around between Liquid from boss to boss and between the different guilds. We have here one of our partners, Warcraft Logs. We can take a look at the comps that Echo, Liquid, and Method are using on Sprocketmonger Lock and Stock now. So you can see Liquid having swapped off of that 4th Windwalker back over to a Mistweaver, the 4 healers in after the health nerf here. And compare this to Echo's comp, right? Echo have 2 Havoc, 2 Dev, whereas Liquid instead are opting for 2 extra Windwalkers to round out this comp. The tanks are also different. Echo believers in that Blood Death Knight, whereas Liquid playing that Prop Warrior instead, which I think is probably going to be higher single target damage. And then we've got Method on this boss as well, who are kind of splitting the difference. They're playing a Moonkin on this single target fight as well, which strikes me as surprising because that spec seemed like it was mostly an AoE specialist, but it's providing their Mark of the Wild and meaning that they don't play the Resto Druid and they can just play 2 Disc, 2 Mistweaver instead. So pretty interesting differences between their top guilds here as they are working on this boss that, yeah, again, the single target, I think, is what Liquid are really indexing into here with stacking those Windwalkers, those BM Hunters.
I could put a level disparity as well between the 3 guilds here. Echo 657.2, Method 657.9.
Wow.
Compared to Liquid 656.5. But the question is, how many crests have you sent? Have you sent gilded crests? Have you crafted yet? What is the angle you want to attack these bosses with?
Well, so I can tell you from Styx.
That, but yeah.
We investigated a little bit. Dratnos went into the details during Styx. On the comp on Styx with 20 players, they had 12 sparks sent of that comp. Now, a lot of people were swapped out. A lot of
many of those were like the Moonkins that were in.
Right, okay.
We only have the 1 Shadow in instead of 3. So we might have a fewer amount of sparks sent in this,
Right, yeah. Comparatively to Styx, correct.
That'd be worth revisiting that. Yeah, I'll take.
You want to do a spark investigation? Okay.
Yeah,
I will investigate.
I'll toss the laptop over.
Realistically, if you're able to hold your sparks until tomorrow when the vault comes in Liquid,
I mean, at this point, you probably shouldn't send too much. I guess if it makes Sprocketmonger go down, then that's good. There's also the Mantis runes. We have an early wipe here, 2 mines not being handled properly. But yeah, Liquid sent all of their Mantis runes, except I think on Suri, on 6 Bunk Junker.
Right.
And then immediately killed the boss. I think that Echo and Method may have been able to hold more of those Vantis runes too. So.
I did see Gingy was ruined last night on Styx. However, keep in mind there were 3 Shadow Priests and 3 Boomkins that ruined on Styx for Liquid, so they might have some available on this fight too. Which
like Trill probably. Actually, was Trill in on Styx? He may have.
Towards the end, I believe he came in.
Yeah, there was obviously some swapping in and out happening.
So if you can hold those sparks as well, if you're Liquid for crafting later on, for like reset tomorrow, that's optimal. So you don't craft something and then get an option in your vault as well. But if this boss is getting close to dying tonight, you need damage. You definitely craft and send everything tonight, including Gilded if you haven't at this point.
Yeah, anything you can do to kill this boss is worth it. But if it doesn't change whether this boss dies, you want to save as many of those resources as you can. And at this point, they've sent all of the obvious things to send, right? Anything that they haven't sent is because they have a good reason.
And we haven't seen the DPS check in this boss either, right? Fully optimized damage until you see that check and know what you have to do.
This isn't one of those fights where damage helps you see further either. You could play this fight with like 10 healers, 10 tanks, and just see all your way through the fight.
Yeah.
It's just you just see where the Berserk is. You would have no chance of killing it. It's not like 6 Bunk Junker where you need the damage to kill the ads to actually see further into the fight.
Right, yeah, very much so. We came out of that first intermission on one of the previous polls at 58% too, which is
pretty good.
A little suspect to me. Yeah, it seems a decent bit lower than what I'd expect if that third enrage or that third phase is the enrage. So I'm curious if that actually is the case or if something just changes here on Mythic, which is hopefully to be seen soon here in the next couple hours, give or take.
Yeah, again, it's pretty important that we kill this boss today for Team Liquid. Not the end of the world, right? The race won't be over if they fail to get this kill, but it wouldn't be great. We do have a replay, though, to show you from one of these pulls.
Oh, this is Nick's POV when he gets knocked, I believe, here. So,
okay.
Let's see what happens. He's going to gate. The red group does indeed gate here.
Yeah, we may need slow-mo here. Oh, yeah, they're good. They're already slow-moing it.
So here comes the gate. The knockback counter's at 1.1. It's counting down to point. He gates at 0.
Okay.
Oh, was he clipping someone's blue circle on the gate there?
Maybe. Can we, let's run this back a little.
I think it's Smack's blue circle. Smack was, look where Smack's at, stop
but look at his debuffs. He doesn't get a debuff that you'd usually get a dot if you knocked off of somebody.
Interesting. I mean, Smack is out further than everybody else here, and they do overlap at this point, but they don't come in.
They're not knocking at each other, I don't think. And yeah, there's no extra debuff on the frame there. I think this was just a case of when he came out of that gateway, he was still getting pushed.
I think it was too, actually. Yeah, just a weird.
The animation for that push was still ongoing.
Right.
So play it forward again. Because, yeah, this is good to know. So this means that you have to hold that gateway control shard click for an extra half second or something here.
He hits it at 0.01 or right at 0.0 on the knockback timer above those raid frames.
So here comes that beta launch. And then the gateway is clicked as the cast finishes, basically exactly there. You can see there's still the wind animation on the floor.
The trajectory changes mid-gateway, though. It's really weird.
That does seem pretty tough. I mean, it seems like a very tight window to land that. Trill gets outside, just wants to hop in his
some fresh air.
Hop in his Honda there.
Yeah, why not? There we go. A little bit of fresh air between the poles here. Sorry, Zeronic. Didn't mean to elbow you there.
I'm locked in.
He is. He's looking up.
Yeah, Zyra's inspecting all 20 players, seeing who's sent their sparks and not. And yeah, Trill just running in and out of the tunnel here.
It's a surprising number. Only 10 people have sent sparks that I can see.
Interesting.
Of the 20.
Yeah, so Liquid definitely still have some resources to use next week. The problem with this tier is that if you don't have like an obvious main hand to put Ascension on,
it's very odd.
You don't actually have like a great upgrade to use your spark on.
Right. Like I mean,
I think the most surprising spark send, though, and I think you guys are going to think this is crazy as well. Sevi has crafted a Agi sword on his monk.
Interesting.
Something that you can take.
That is kind of committal.
He's probably going to be on Windwalker the rest of the tier then.
Very interesting.
Could be interesting, yeah.
Could also be. I've seen some.
Could have miscrafted.
I've seen some miscrafts, but yeah, I don't think that's what happened here for Zevi. He is a very big damage dealer. Looks like we may be seeing a composition swap though.
Possibly, yeah.
Looks like Dryny M is out of the raid now, having been replaced.
Speaking of Sevi playing Windwalker, he's back to Mistweaver, it seems.
Yeah, Sevi back to
Never mind.
Mistweaver. And it looks like we're maybe adding another priest.
Yeah, actually, a Windwalker's out for a Shadow Priest.
We've turned one of our Windwalkers into a Mistweaver. We've sent one of our Mistweavers back to Dornegal. And then we have added a Shadow Priest into the raid here. That's going to be more power infusions. Not really all that much else changing about what you have access to as a raid, though.
Not really much Twist of Fate relevancy in this fight either, barring the boss just hitting execute rate.
Yeah,
correct. You
don't get free Twist of Fate from ads.
Right. I just think Shadow Priest is actually really good right now.
It is strong. It can sort of like, in a sense, negate the knockbacks better than maybe a melee can, depending where they get knocked, what group they're in with that, I guess, Shadow-esque damage profile. But
Also
interesting change.
Vampiric Embrace. They were able
That's
to.
true. V could be big.
They were able to hold on to that button. Unfortunately, our shamans were not able to hold on to their AG, their ancestral guidance, but
VE doesn't tend to be that big of a raid HPS
That one used
event.
to be, right.
Yeah, no, it's been nerfed a lot, and especially on single target. You know, it's
send it with twos. It's a decent amount of.
Yeah, it's something, but it was always what AG on AOE would just top your raid, right?
Yeah.
If you were Stormkeeper chain lightninging, and you had ancestral guidance rolling, then you would do millions of HPS. But yeah, I don't think the VE is a substantial enough thing to be the reason here. I suspect it's just a case of they think this is going to increase their raid DPS.
It could also be the fact that they want less screw-ups, meaning the actual drill mechanic in melee comparatively to range.
You're not just flaming dry
Well, it could be a bit both, honestly. It's literally called screw-up, right?
I see, yeah.
It actually could be that.
Yeah, so they've turned a melee into a ranged, which is maybe improving the... Like, maybe they just want less people in melee. Maybe they want more people that can be out and doing those far mines. That could make sense for sure.
Yeah, very interesting.
I wonder if you're ever life gripping for value on this fight. Probably not.
You probably could.
Maybe you could bring somebody back from doing a far mine, something like that.
I mean, you could possibly. Well, are there any melee that can't traverse the belt if they get, like, traverse lightning if they get the actual blue debuff? I mean, Warrior can leap.
Yeah, you've got leap, fell rush, barrel lunge, shadow step.
I think we're okay with that.
Yeah, I mean, everybody can do it. The only melee that generally wouldn't be able to do it would be like DKs, but they would just press Death's Advance and anti-magic shell, and they wouldn't care about anything.
Right.
Yeah, it's actually an interesting change because they're not changing the healing comp at all.
It is strange that they basically you look at those damage meters, right, and they're taking one of the three people up there and turning them into a healer, removing the spec that's doing the most damage. Now that was a short pull. Windwalker does look best on the opener.
I am also being told by Twitch chat, once again, whom I trust implicitly.
They know everything.
They never lie to me, or any of us, that the Sevi craft was a failed craft that got sniped before he could cancel it.
Oh, right, I heard about this, yeah. So it actually was a blunder craft, yeah.
That's unfortunate.
That would explain why they were trying to make it work with him as a Windwalker.
Yeah, Blizzard's been pretty clear on if you mess up a craft, unfortunately, they typically don't restore those.
They have some. It's weird because I've seen some of those miscrafts get fixed.
It depends if you high roll a GM.
One get fixed. I think it was I remember seeing JB.
JB got his fixed, yeah.
Cancel at the start of Dragonflight, and that one got fixed, but I've never seen one get fixed since.
All right, pull timer comes up. We are ready to get another one of these underway. Linspecto Zevi there, yeah. Missing a spark, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's a really unfortunate thing to mishap to happen.
So essentially 9 craft this time, because 1 craft is irrelevant.
We're down to 9 now.
Okay, yeah.
Because fortunately, he has like a pretty strong mace that he can then upgrade for free because he has the crafted weapon. So he has a 665 mace for his healer spec. It's not that
That does work out in the end, right? Exactly. Plus we have vaults coming in tomorrow, but yeah, like you mentioned, most of the casters are going to be in an odd spot of having to craft either a main hand or offhand, depending on what's looted in the raid, not having the option to make that big two-handed staff like we had last year.
Right. Yeah, the only way you could do that is if you waited till week 3, which nobody planned around week 3 at the start of this tier. At this point, maybe you could start thinking about it.
Yeah, it's
He's not screwed.
Yeah. It's a screw up. It's ironic. Okay, just to clarify, but you know. You only deem to screw up if you actually get hit by the drill, just to clarify as well. So technically, no one's screwed up in this raid as of yet. Myself, I am a screw up, but I've been for a very long time.
Oh, you're not.
You know.
Listen, it was a beautiful time last night. We had 5 casters behind Kalamazi watching him kill off Mythic Cauldron.
That's right, 2 out of 8 and Kalamazi.
His chair was shaking with the earthquakes of cheers from the casters. You should have seen this guy. He was running through lightning to make sure those toys got exploded.
Yeah.
So they didn't wipe. This guy was a mechanics fiend.
Single-handedly saved the raid multiple times.
Literally the only reason Temerity killed that boss. And he got rewarded to it. He got tier gloves.
Yeah, I saved the raid twice last night.
Oh, you got dreadful gloves?
I did, yeah. On Gallywix, we had a bomb under a gateway nobody saw. I grabbed it, tossed it. Second before it exploded. Saved the raid.
Wow.
Let's go. Yep.
That is incredible.
Pretty bad parse, but that's okay. You know, you win some, you lose some. You deflect the mechanics, and that's life. You move on.
That's what matters.
All to say, you are not a screw-up, Kalamazi.
Thank you.
Until you get to this fight. Probably get that mechanic.
Someone's got to warn the bench. It's okay.
All right, so on our damage meters as well, we can see that we're in progress of a nickname transition for our Windwalkers. One of them is still on Earth from Storm, Earth, and Fire, but the other is swapped to Happy.
That's probably Boomy.
Yeah, it could be.
Boomy always puts his emotion that he's feeling in the title of his stream. So I think his stream title like now is like Race to World First, Happy with like 7 Ys and then a smiley face at the end.
Oh! That looks like a mine.
Double foot bomb pop, I believe, in
yeah, foot bomb. Arg.
Look at that Shadow Priest, though. A couple Shadow Priests making an appearance in meters here in 3rd and 7th place. Not terrible.
Dieter Grifton is Tobo.
Sometimes you just hit the jackpot and have a power infusion that lasts 50 seconds.
Yeah.
You know?
We all love power infusion. You know? But Warlocks actually need power infusion, just to clarify.
Yeah, no, I need that.
We need that, yeah.
Give me that. I saw there was this Warlock content creator that made a YouTube video that was like,
we want PI this tier, yeah.
What I really needed is to buy a house. So I mean, that video maybe was a bit more towards that end of the spectrum, but either way it works, okay?
Yeah.
Get some clicks, you know. It's
Speaking of PI last night, so I noticed your log got invalidated on Cauldron of Carnage.
They kept throwing PIs at me when I have no cooldowns, and someone PI'd me when I'm kicking a toy across the arena. Like, yep, brother.
I don't think I saw you hit a single damage button during that.
No, none of that happened.
Tried to do mechanics.
That's good.
It's okay. You know, we commit. I had an invalidated log. It's gonna look real great next to my 0 on Gallywix. But hey, it's okay. It is what it is. You know, we actually played healing rings on Gallywix last night too.
Ooh.
We were down a healer, but it worked out.
That's clever.
Yeah, it was a very long kill, but we eventually got there. So I love that.
Our Cauldron of Carnage kill last night was pure cinema.
I heard that. What happened there?
We had both bosses at like 8 and 10% going into the final clash, like the 5th clash of the fight.
Yep.
Had people dead, so we're like, you know what? Just kill the gorilla.
That's what you should do. Yeah,
Everyone
absolutely.
focused the gorilla, so we killed the gorilla. Dino was still at 10%, but it just didn't do anything.
Yeah.
Like, it threw bombs into the laser beam, but you were chilling because everyone could soak the bombs.
Our first Cauldron of Carnage kill was we had 1 tank dead for the last 2 minutes, so the other boss was just taunted around until we could kill the gorilla, and then we killed it from like 10 to 0. And so it was extremely ugly.
I have to admit, Cauldron kills have been phenomenal. The first week. It is literally a Cauldron of Carnage. It's actually been phenomenally exciting.
It's also, I mean, after killing the boss, I can see why Liquid chose to put it on all their merch.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Fantastic apparel.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm wearing one right.
Oh, you're wearing one right now.
The Cauldron of Carnage.
If you want to get it yourself, you can check that out at tl.gg/store, if I'm not mistaken. I don't have the cue cards over here.
Yeah, it could be anything. Let me see if I can find it on any of these.
Time around.
tl.gg/something.
RWF?
RWF would be my guess, yeah.
Specific apparel. Yeah. There's a handful of awesome shirts, mouse pads.
Right?
Yep.
The Cauldron of Carnage mouse pad, very nice one. The jerseys as well.
Oh, yeah.
All right, pulling once again here. Pull number 34 on Sprocketmonger Lock and Stock. I think this was my...
Oh, sorry. I know there's a command. I'm trying to find the command. I think it's exclamation point store.
Fire it up, Ironic.
That is, yeah, it's TL.gg/store. I got it right.
Okay, TL.gg/store.
There we go. Perfect.
Excellent.
Yeah, speaking of perfect, bomb 3 being popped there. Bomb number 4 left up the smack being popped right now as well. Heading along the conveyor belt to that next safe spot before those beams become active. These are the actual safe beams here with the equal spacing. The next set of beams, that was when it becomes a bit more skewed towards one end of the spectrum. Second foot bomb set should be coming out here momentarily once we move a bit along this here with a polarity shift coming in. Actually, no, this is the knock, I believe, correct? We're getting a knock here?
We're going to get a set of mines.
For a while.
Yeah, the beta launch is coming kind of soon.
It was baited by the beta launch. Got it.
Yeah. Here comes a set of drills. And you can see nicely baited off over onto the edge.
I mean, the important thing to highlight here is just trying to get consistent at dealing with the mechanics, right? Not necessarily delving into every single mechanic they're dealing with, because this is phase 1. We're going to see this, probably...
This pretty much repeats over and over again, except the lasers get harder to dodge, and the rockets become raid damage if they hit you. So,
we haven't seen yet, right?
Yeah, it's going to get... But it is pretty similar in terms of the overall cadence of the fight from phase to phase. There are also slightly different wire transfers, so there sometimes are moving slightly differently, but pretty much always they're going to have the boss tanks somewhere like this, just maybe reflected across the room somewhere.
Things that really change, number 1, the rocket RNG.
Yeah.
Figuring out how to dodge that without running into the opposite polarity is really important. And also, individually, what you as a player have to do when you have different polarities, and especially if you're assigned to soak. That's the major thing that we've been wiping to is people not being aware of their position and accidentally either popping a bomb too early or just not popping a mine at all.
Yeah. It's going to be a handful of nasty overlaps you have to see firsthand as you get used to it. But speaking of that, we should have the actual first beta shift coming up here, I believe. The beta launch across the room. Here comes
Blue getting knocked forward. Red going to be trying to take that gateway.
Perfect knock right to the edge of the beam there. For the most part, he's going to hang out here on this conveyor belt, just dodging those reds where it's coming in. Red gate to the other conveyor belt, and both teams are safe currently.
Yeah, THG did go down, got rezzed. Now Boomy is down, no res available. But still 19 players alive. We can see some good progress from this point.
Yeah, exactly. Boss should be coming out of this phase in about 5 seconds here. About actually right now, give or take. He does receive that 15% stacking damage amp, which will now indeed be empowering those beams across the room. They're now void beams, which have much more space than we saw in that phase 1.
60% coming out of the first intermission, too. They're very healthily ahead of that, 33% per phase that we want to see them at. Of course,
assumed
the Bloodlust on pole. So they're going to be a little bit ahead. We'll have to see just how far ahead they are as they go through this phase. Obviously, when you reach a prog point on an encounter, you start to have problems like this where people still aren't quite aware of exactly where they need to go at any given situation, especially with the Void Turrets coming out soon. Yeah. They're probably a little bit stressed on time there and just got a wrong pop. So we'll go again.
Yeah, and the longer this goes, you're going to have those empowered void beams coming in. After second phase 2, the second knockback, you're going to have empowered void beams with empowered rockets, which if you hit them, they pulse raid damage on the raid. And later on in second phase 2, you're going to have all that coming in with those magnets pulling the raid as well, trying to stay stacked away from other polarities, dodging the actual rockets, not getting clipped by the beam. It's going to get pretty hectic, but looking at how this boss seems so far, I think it dies tonight. Convincingly.
So I think that there's not too much of a difference between phase 2 and phase 3, right?
I don't either. Well,
as long as everyone can dodge rockets in phase 2, you can also dodge the orbs in phase 3.
Yeah, but if you fail to dodge a rocket, it's kind of okay. If you fail to dodge an orb, it's going to be a lot less okay because that raid damage. Although maybe they can just say, all right, we have to stack in a small spot. We're just going to get hit by some orbs here. We're just going to use barrier, right? And we're going to stand in a barrier and, make it work. It's not a one-shot, so we can just heal it. I suspect that is going to have to be the answer for some of these overlaps.
Think they can dodge a wrench?
Yeah, maybe.
They can dodge a wrench. They can dodge an orb.
True.
I don't get it. Explain.
The dodgeball reference.
Dodgeball reference.
Oh.
Yeah. Ancient film.
Just like me.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm surprised you didn't know that.
Yeah, that movie it reminds me of you, actually, Kalamazoo.
Yeah. Not really a big Ben Stiller fan, but it's okay. It's all right.
Really? You don't like Severance?
Yeah. Severance? Seeing Severance?
He produced
it? Yeah.
I have no idea. No. Never seen it.
Yeah.
Oh, you're missing out.
I did the reference, though, from our trailer this tier. But I didn't. I never seen it, though.
Yeah, Atlas was fantastic.
It actually was.
Yeah.
Atlas makes a very good Mr. Milchick.
Yes, he was born to play that role, I think.
He played it perfectly, actually.
Uh-huh.
So, yeah, but like I was saying, I think if they start getting through phase 2 pretty consistently, I think we can see very rapid phase 3 progression because again, not a lot changes between phase 2 and phase 3. Obviously, there is the extra damage from the empowerment that they get from the intermission phase, but again, if everyone just dodges really well in that last phase, you could see Enrage pretty easily.
Yeah, I mean, to clarify, we're not also sure when the boss enrages. It could be at the end of that third knockback intermission. It could be at the start. He could just enrage at 6 minutes, and we're behind them.
That's sort of what 6 Bunk Junker happened, right? Where 6, they were like, okay, we've mapped out how far it goes on Heroic. You know, we'll get traffic number, or we'll get garbage number 7, garbage number 8, then we'll have to kill the boss, and then it was just like, oh, it's enraged, right? we gotta actually kill this boss 2 minutes faster than we thought we would.
Yeah,
so
it's really interesting because they had the 3-heal Rick Reverb, 3-heal Sticks, and this boss we began 3-healing. However, a 5% health nerf came in to sort of set that plan. Is that because we've been 3-healing bosses, or because it's just overtuned, but they want you to 3-heal it still? How do you want to approach that? I mean, until we see the enrage, we don't know.
I think Blizzard generally doesn't want us to 3-heal fights. Like, they want the best strategy to usually be 2 tanks, 4 healers, right? Like, that's sort of the equilibrium that they're aiming for. Of course, if there's an odd fight here or there where it becomes better to play 3 or 5 healers, something like that, it's not the end of the world. But yeah, this tier all the checks have just been so tight that everybody's been forced to play so many of these DPS players to just kill the bosses.
We have a first message coming in from someone in chat. Once again, Twitch chat. They never lie to us. According to Echo's stream, according to them, he hard enrages at 7 minutes.
All right. Yeah, so that means that we've got to be at, what, 50% by 3:30 to be on pace?
Ideally a little lower than that.
Yeah.
40...
Yeah, I mean, you want to be lower because you're lusting on pull, you're potioning on pull.
Right.
And also, you're going to presumably have more uptime lost later in the fight as these mechanics become harder and harder to deal with.
You do have stacking Eye of Kazans, a bit of execute damage on the fight, but yeah, lusting on pull and getting, I mean, optimally 45% at that, what, 330 mark would be, well, optimal, give or take.
Yeah.
But, I mean, the more you pull this fight, the more you get used to it and things. When you see that in Rage, you'll know if you need to, optimize DPS more, trim a healer. If they do have the knowledge of a 7-minute Rage and they're 4 healing it, I would assume they can make the DPS check with having 4 healers in, right? So
it is interesting as well that they are playing, an item level or 2 below Echo and Method. I'm curious how that
I don't know if
come to be.
You want me to check Echo to see how many sparks they've sent?
Yeah.
If Echo Method have crafted yet.
I to lock back in.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Maybe it is just a Gilded Crest difference as well, like maybe, or maybe, I'm not sure.
I do remember early on looking at the comps difference between Liquid and Echo and seeing that Echo had a lot more heroic Eye of Kazans compared to Liquid, who has quite a few normal ones.
That shouldn't be that different, though, unless you're actually upgrading it past that 658 mark. I guess it drops at 658, which is nice, so maybe if you haven't done all your M+, you haven't gotten 2 trinkets from keys. Yeah.
It'll likely normalize a bit more tomorrow for us when we have a reclear, and also when they reclear as well, not having enough relevance for raw eye level upgrades, but
all the ruined crests are going to become irrelevant tomorrow to the extent that they're even still relevant now.
Right. Interesting conversation topic. As we do get into the reset tomorrow, what do you think are going to be some of the big ticket items the Raiders are looking for from their boxes?
Yeah, I mean, obviously there are a couple of like jackpot M+ trinkets you could spike, right? Like a Priory trinket, something like that on somebody. But most people have 2 good trinkets from the raid, right? They've got like House of Cards Eye of Kazan or Mug's Moxie Jug Eye of Kazan, right? Something like that. So I guess it's probably just like tier chest, something like that.
Yeah, like there are some unique weapons, like the one from Mechagon can be good for certain casters, but it also means you're not making Ascension as a crafted embellishment, which does skew things a bit as well. So
Fired Up, for instance, would probably be he would probably be hoping most for that staff from Mechagon Workshop, like you said.
Right. So I mean, you're probably looking for weapons of.
All right, looks like we are getting into this phase 2 though, so we should maybe take a little bit of focus time for this particular poll because we do have all 20 players alive and that B-Res has been saved as well. 61% where we exit this intermission.
Yeah, pretty clean push coming out of that first intermission here. We're going to have a polarity swap coming in.
PhD's popping the first one here as well. So he's got to get over to blue. He's got to get there fast. This Weakor lets them know that they have to be here before they even spawn.
Yeah.
THD being that first popper, could do insta, and then he actually circled and got life gripped. So maybe that is part of the reason they're playing more priests, is to get access to even higher density of those life grips. All 4 have now been dealt with. We have lost Impec and Sang. Impact has Ankh available, and we'll probably click it on this pull.
Yeah, we have one battle res available here too, with these actual lines coming out. We're probably waiting for these actual void beams to end and rezzing both here, I would assume.
Yeah,
We should be having a second set of mines coming in here, followed by a second set of drills as well. Moving fast along the room here to that next location, which should be safe from the electric here. But this is that a bomb in the back?
That was somebody hitting a mine in the backfield for sure. That's tough. That pull was looking pretty good up until that point. But down goes Liquid. 52%.
Look at these
330.
Here, right? Yeah.
So we are basically, if we hadn't wiped there, I think we would have been at 50-ish% at 330. And if that 7-minute enrage is a accurate thing, then yeah, we are just on pace on this damage check.
Yeah, it's not that hard to make up a few more percent too the more you get acclimated with this fight either, right? You become accustomed to how things move, how to traverse things, and find little how to micromanage these a bit more to squeeze a little bit more out of the boss every single pull.
Our details damage meters nicknames have been updated once again. We've got Transmitter now is Trill's presumably nickname, because I think he is still playing a treacherous Transmitter from last season. Very powerful trinket with those cooldowns lining up. If you can stomach the slightly higher mental
As I'm
load.
looking through, and I think Echo has less crafted one-hander weapons than Liquid does.
Wow. How do they have that extra high level?
I'm not sure.
That is a mystery.
Yeah, on the last couple of players now, I suspect both of them would have crafted. No, Hopeful has a Mechagon weapon.
Maybe just some Gilded Crests have been sent that haven't been?
Yeah, that's a little
Or
harder
maybe
for
it
us
is
to
just
actually look
more heroic drops and less normals from these various chase items.
I will say that a lot of the people that don't have weapons crafted, I mean, there's only 6 crafted one-handers from what I can see, but all of the people that don't have it crafted either still have an Old Ascendance on if they're like an Enhanced Shaman or a Windwalker Monk.
Right, just in your offhand.
Or if they're a Fury Warrior, they have something like a Best in Slots plus Capital Punisher.
Nice.
Which is like,
really great,
insane
yeah.
weapons. Or if they're like an Evoker, they just have Best in Slots on. So, yeah, it's a question of, well, if you're somebody that does wear those two-handers, what do you even craft?
Right. You're really hoping for that main hand or offhand in your vault so you can make it a piece likely if you can get that.
But if you already have a good two-hander, or you already have a Best in Slots heroic, you're not interested really in crafting over it.
Like if you're an Evoker with a Best in Slots, you're not replacing that with a crafted.
You're probably just making like an off piece, right? Like you have 4-piece and then you don't have tier legs and you just make legs.
I mean, the thing is, yes, Ascendance is the best embellishment, but like it still doesn't do that much.
Yeah.
So you would just put something terrible on like a stat enchant or an elemental focusing lens and just be like, okay, well, whatever.
Yeah, you could just do like a you could use your free heroic crest and not even do a gilded craft.
Yeah.
And just put it in like bracers or something with the dawn thread lining, dusk thread lining, something like that.
Very true. Unlike last year, we had the option to PvP a bit and get those.
The PvP crafts were 610 last time. This time around, they are only 636.
Which
so
is like,
relatively, they've lost 10 eye levels compared to last year.
Yeah, right around normal eye level. You still can craft a bit of a bump up if you didn't make like a Rubin embellishment on a lesser piece of gear.
If you need a last tier crafted piece, you can't get last tier's crest anymore, but you could make a PvP craft.
Yeah, so there's some potential there, but not as much as there was last time around. Now, at the same time, if you're in a World First setting, their crafts could at least be very different from what you're going to craft in a guild progressing Cauldron or first 2 bosses.
Right.
Because
if you're in a guild that's going to be, getting cutting edge in a month's time, 2 months' time, 3 months' time,
right,
you're going to have a lot more sparks than Liquid will. So doing something like crafting two-handers, planning to do that with your first 2 sparks is a lot more reasonable.
Also, it's important to mention if you're somebody who still doesn't have an old Nerubian embellishment from last year in a slot that you did on the PvP crafting, especially for like a wrist, it's actually pretty valuable to do because you can just buy the blood gems from the auction house now if you want to get a socket for it.
Yeah, so you can have 636 socketed bracers with a little bit of time spent PvPing to collect them.
I think you need like 525 conquests or something.
Yeah, it's not too bad. You can get a lot of that from the like one-time quests without even having to do rated PvP.
Yep. Thank God. Keep me away from that.
Yeah, just a couple of random epic BGs, that kind of thing.
They're so epic.
A couple wins or like 30 losses from me basically equates to 1 piece. So
log back in, zone into Ashran again.
Have like 20 people decide that we're going to Zerg the boss, and the other 20 are like, I'm going to play it normal, and then like the boss is at 3%, but you wipe like this.
Yep, that was a double mine explosion, it looks like. Common story here. It's difficult because they are so often moving as those mines are spawning. Very easy to accidentally trigger one. They do spawn with a slight variance as well around those markers, which means You know, you really have to be keeping your eyes open at all times to avoid that fate. At least this time they do have a Soul Stone, so no need for a run back.
That's always nice when your Warlock remembers a Soul Stone.
Yeah, when you haven't had to use it mid-pull. Here we've got Sang on that Dev Evoker.
Yeah.
Pretty cool to see the one Dev Evoker here. He's often been near the top of the meters as well.
Yeah, that class is a lot stronger than I thought it would.
It's a good hover fight.
Yeah, the mobility is really important for this fight. I was fully expecting going into this tier, not... I was okay.
You're thinking it was a 0 Evoker tier?
Yeah. I mean, it's stronger than I thought it would be. I didn't.
Time Spiral is probably pretty good. One Time Spiral is probably
fight,
pretty
right.
good for the intermission time on this fight, yeah.
And they received a handful of aura buffs over the last few weeks, I believe, correct?
Yeah, Dev Evoker's been catching... They caught buffs like the last 2 weeks before the patch came out, yeah.
Right. Plus, we forgot to mention, in a sense, if they are doing class tuning for reset or boss changes to sticks and things, you'll probably be seeing that in the next couple hours here, give or take.
Yeah, so class tuning is probably not happening because they usually post that by Friday if they're doing it, and then they'll do like small adjustments to the plan on Monday. But boss tuning is very much still on the table, although, yeah, we would expect if there is boss tuning coming this reset, it'll probably be posted about in the next couple of hours here, so...
yeah.
I think it's very likely there will be at least nerfs to sticks.
I think that's very likely. Having a boss that early in the raid that's also to the wall to 4 boxes for most guilds, it's not healthy for the state of the game. It's kind of neat if you're somebody who enjoys watching the Race to World first and you don't care about the raiders at all. But
I mean, it was cool to watch, but
it was cool to watch.
Now it's happened, right? Now that boss is killed, it doesn't need to be that hard into reset number 2.
Yeah.
I'd venture to guess most guilds, if you do kill Rick Reverb this reset, probably go to Sprocketmonger instead of sticks. I mean, the comp is just so demanding for sticks if you don't have multiple boomkins and a handful of Shadow Priests or other classes like that.
Well, the World 7th guild right now?
I think we've fallen down to 9th.
The World 9th guild did what I thought was the right play, which was instead of wasting too much time on sticks or Sprocketmonger, you just do an Alt-2 evade instead.
Yeah, we did a Mythic split we had like 8 mains that were unsaved, so, you know, brought them in and we got our second Hunter a bow. We got some good gear.
Huge.
Yeah.
And I mean, second Hunter's huge, as you can see.
Yeah, we're going to probably play 2 on some of these fights, so... Definitely a crazy time. The Mythic splits coming out and being actually the strat.
I don't ever want to hear those 2 words in the same sentence again. Mythic splits. I don't want to hear that. I mean, this tier, if it had been done, though, week 3 reset, there's some relevance there, right?
Yeah. But the problem is that there's just not that many easy bosses to kill. The tier that it would have been big would have been last tier. Last year, the first 4 were so easy. Brood Twister was so hard week 1.
Right.
Mythic Splits would have gone kind of crazy for a lot of guilds. Not for the Race to World first, though, because, you know, they did eventually get 5, 6, and 7 dead that reset. But not without a lot of
players sniped by rockets here, unfortunately.
Yeah, end up having a couple players.
Yeah, how much do those rockets do on Mythic? It seems like
City got one shot there, I believe. I couldn't tell exactly if that was...
Okay, the res does come out.
I think Malarkas actually went down to the bombs. The mines exploding.
Well, we will be seeing that first beta launch intermission coming up here. Red side takes the gate, blue side transcends, circles, or just stays on the center conveyor belt. One melee has to hoof it across a little bit, but not too bad if you take only a second or 2 of those lightning ticks here. A bit of boss burn damage here as well, and you can see, once again, the boss is not stacking debuff until he leaves this phase.
It looks like this is spatial as well, right? Not time spiral being used, I think, by Sang to help him and a healer cast without moving during that phase. I think I saw that was the animation around his feet there. That would make a lot of sense.
Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense right there for sure. Those conveyor belts, you can sort of ride back a bit, but there are random bombs being thrown in them as well, which you have to dodge.
And you need to stay in range of the boss, and if you're a healer, you need to stay in range of everybody. But yeah, if you have spatial there, you can move freely, and 100-yard range for your healers, or for your heals means anybody in the room is within range of you.
I was kind of curious on the numbers here, so I went and looked. So I'm looking at the Dungeon Journal on Wowhead. So, for example, some of the numbers on this fight. If you have a polarization explosion, that is 18 million damage to all players.
A polarization explosion.
So if 2 colors hit each other.
No, isn't that if you pop a mine with the wrong color?
Yeah, okay.
I believe so.
Yeah, because if you run into somebody the opposite color, it's just you and that person that get a dot.
Yeah, so you need to make sure you're soaking the right bomb color.
Yeah.
A normal bomb explosion is about 3.5 million damage per.
Makes sense.
About a little less than half of everyone's HP every time they go off, but they have to do 4 of them in 10 seconds, so it's a lot of damage. Wire transfer says 5 million damage every second.
Wow, so you do not want to stand in that electricity for very long at all.
Not at all.
Sang does go down here to maybe a rocket.
I believe it was a rocket there as well. I saw an explosion in the back of the room. It was hard to see when the whole raid stacked.
It is, and that was right by where those spawn.
Yeah, we aren't heading into the later part of phase 2 here. If we can make it through this set of bombs coming out, though, we should possibly see the second intermission coming up here, which is going to both empower those beams and the rockets in that second phase 2.
Yeah, a lot of deaths now starting to befall them as they're approaching that progression point, but half of the raid is dead. The other half is bleeding out here. At least they still do have a couple healers and a tank alive.
There you go.
May be able to see this beta launch. This may actually still end up being a progression pull.
Rocket Barrage is 8.3 million.
All right, so it is not a one-shot, but it's close. That's a press a defensive or die in all likelihood if you're about to get hit by those and there is any other damage happening.
Come on, come on, come on, and progression.
We're seeing the beta launch coming.
All right.
Half the raid's down. We can see a bit further into this actual fight.
Yeah, no tank, no problem for a while. The boss doesn't do anything during this phase. A couple of deaths, though, do come out.
Yeah, a bit of a weird gateway there. Somebody ended up flying off the edge there. But as long as we can make it through this phase, about 10 seconds left in that bleeding edge cast, we might be able to see a bit further into this phase with some power rockets coming in as well. Ace up 40% possibly.
That's happened a lot where someone has like flown off the edge after taking the gateway. I wonder if
don't
there's
know what it is.
There has to be some timing where you need to take the gateway after the cast ends so that there's no more knockback happening.
Right. It's probably you have to take it once the knock begin. Like you probably people that are getting knocked off are probably taking it like the moment before the cast actually begins knocking you back. So it like cues the gate and then cues the knock in a sense.
It does seem like it is a very tight overlap, and it seems like the gateway position is a little different here. The first one he's putting so that it's still like in the middle-ish of the quadrant rather than straight on that conveyor belt, and maybe that is giving them an extra half second to be pushed without actually getting knocked off. Yeah, everything got a little hectic towards the end of that pull, but presumably when they actually kill this boss, all 20 players are going to be alive. There's going to be a lot more control going into that intermission, maybe a more precise plan for where everybody's going to stand.
Yeah, 39.31, however, is going to be a new best pull. And the good thing here is they are being consistent.
Yeah.
They're getting back to that choke point, which you're going to have to see a few times to get through, learn CDs, healing CDs, movement and things, and then progress through that into phase 1 again for that double empowered rocket and powered beam set.
Yeah, we are only 38 pulls into this boss, so
right.
You know, this is still very good progression to be this early in the fight. That power outage earlier today definitely did not help things, but they are doing a good job of shaking it off and keeping this this progression rolling.
Just a longer lunch. I don't think it was an outage in a sense. A longer lunch.
Yeah, a long early lunch.
Yeah, exactly. It was good vibes though, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing though. Even though pretty much the worst thing happened in the middle of progress, which is, you know, something preventing you from progress at all.
If you had to pick a tier to be wiped out for a couple hours on the Monday of the first reset, this would be a good tier to have it happen in, because we're only 4 out of 8. There's a lot of time to come back from something like this.
Well, you know, if our chatters wanted to experience what it would be like to be here in the middle of all those good vibes, there's a way that they can actually do that, right?
That's right. We are doing a giveaway with a grand prize from our presenting partner, Coinbase. If you head to tl.gg/CoinbaseRWF, you can sign up, get yourself $20, but we are also running a giveaway, and that one has a different URL, which I don't currently remember, but there's one where you go and you, if you've signed up for Coinbase, then you go to another URL, you put in your email that's associated with your account, and you'll get entered to win jerseys and also a grand prize of getting flown out here.
I believe it's RWF BTS.
RWF BTS, that sounds right, yeah.
Yeah, nailed it.
Yeah, once you've signed up for Coinbase, tl.gg/RWF BTS, and get yourself entered for that flight here to the next Race to World First.
It's the jerseys that AirAuto signed up for, I'm pretty sure.
Ah, yes.
Yeah.
Those jerseys are good.
Yeah, if we kill a boss today, we'll be doing a giveaway for one as well. Yeah.
Even if we don't, we do one every day and then one on every Mythic boss kill, so.
An additional if we kill a boss today. So if you haven't signed up, sign up.
Now's the time.
Taco Bell on the daily.
That's
Dogs
right.
on the daily. Tranos is excited personality on the daily. Always good to have around.
So we're giving a
High
jersey
vibes.
away every day, plus we're giving away a jersey per boss kill.
Yep.
How many jerseys do you think we're going to be giving away in total this race?
Well, I guess like 22 or something.
So you're saying you have 18? Oh, we mean from now or the whole race?
Yeah, the whole race. Yeah, so there's 8 bosses. So how many days do you think the tier is?
This is a roundabout way of asking
30.
how long you think the race is.
You think 30. Okay, so you think it's going to be a 22-day tier, and we're going into reset number 4?
Yeah.
All right, lock in.
I think 20, probably 25.
So you think it's mid-reset 3?
I think so, probably, yeah.
All right.
It could be. A little bit risky of a guess.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's unreasonable looking at where we're at here. Sprocketmonger maybe dies today. Probably does for Echo. Maybe does for Liquid, hopefully. Very hopefully it does. But then we've still got 3 bosses. If those 3 bosses are hard, And particularly if they're tuned to still be hard with week 2 gear, then yeah, we could easily be in a third reset situation, which is unprecedented since Sepulchre of the first ones, which had a lot more bosses in that tier as well.
Yeah, exactly. How many splits do you think we end up seeing tomorrow?
So I bet there will be quite a few of them, but I bet what they'll do is that obviously, like, you just need to gear the main, so they might be able to simultaneously run, like, oh, this main needs Eye of Kazan, this main needs House of Cards, so we can just do them in the same split, right? And if the House of Cards drops, it goes to this person. If the Eye drops, it goes to this person. You get to do a couple of kind of optimizations like that. They can also run some simultaneously as well. Even Heroic, those last few bosses should be doable simultaneous next week when they had to do full Liquid Raiders this
Can you
week.
split them, though?
Yeah.
100%. So I think what we're going to see, if we do see splits, which I'm pretty sure
we're gonna, yeah.
We'll see not all of the splits they need to run, but specifically, like Randall mentioned, the one they need for the mains, specifically right now, and then they'll leave some of them open if they want to gear up other alts, like Lift Warrior, if they might have a couple other options in mind that they want to gear up as well. But I think we'll probably only see last 4 Heroic.
Yeah.
Unless it's somebody that they need to gear up from scratch, then they'll do first 4 Heroic as well.
Yeah, there's not too much value from those first 4 Heroic. They won't really need those Runed Crests on everybody like they did get value out of this week from those bosses. So yeah, maybe last 4 Heroic. They might even do things like one-arm bandits and normal galleys for people that need it as well. You know, if you want an Eye of Kazan, you're happy enough to pick it up on normal, although they usually do have that on almost everybody, but there are a couple people who, you know, their main just happens to be missing one of those crucial pieces that they will try and get it on. The Jaster Diamond, of course, the best in slots. All of those are worth hunting down, but the time cost is serious, right? You don't want to spend 12 hours doing splits instead of 6 for a very marginal extra benefit when those 6 hours could be put to good use doing Mythic progression.
Right.
They're also probably mostly done with M+. Almost all the M+ upgrades you could get, they found this week. There may be a couple of odd small upgrades here or there, but we're talking about like 3,000 DPS on a side grade somewhere.
Almost every single person in this raid is like 657, 658 item level. For comparison, my Warlock is like 4-piece Heroic tier, 653.
Ooh.
In my Droptimizer upgrades from Mythic Plus, I think the biggest upgrade is like an 8k DPS increase.
Okay, yeah.
That's not a lot. There's not a lot to be gained from doing Mythic Plus for these guys right now.
Right, and as far as Heroic upgrade crests are concerned, they're basically irrelevant for them at this point, correct? There's not much.
Yeah, Runed Crests are... There are a couple of people who are still going to have a couple of 655s on their gear this week, and next week they'll have more than enough Runed Crests to upgrade all of them, so... the Runed Crests are already irrelevant for a few players in this raid, and they will be tomorrow for everybody in this raid. Not for everybody out in the world, but actually, if if you've been farming plus 10 keys, they'll be irrelevant for you either next week or the week after, as long as you haven't sent them on anything below 655.
Yeah, very odd vibes compared to last season when you had, I mean, gearing was infinitely more difficult with that myth track going to 6 out of 6, and crafts, I should say, taking...
Yeah, the craft was super costly, right? If you wanted to make a craft week 1, that was all of your gilded... Well, not all, though, because the crest cap started on Heroic
It was
week.
180, right?
Yeah, so it went up to 180 on Mythic week, which is super strange.
Well, also, Mythic Plus dropping at 3 out of 6 instead of 2 out of 6.
That's the big deal, yeah.
Nice.
That's the big change compared to last year. You're now able to farm... You basically have half as much need for Runed Crests if you are able to farm those +9, +10 keys. And this season as well, +9, +10 keys are more accessible than last season too. Obviously, it may not feel like it this first week because we all have such bad gear, but given a comparable eye level to last year, those keys are going to feel way easier, especially after Blizzard dumped a pretty big nerf on them earlier this reset as well to try and make sure that that was true. I think there's really a big accessibility goal with M+ this season.
I saw you locked in on the talent build there, Kalamazoo. What are you thinking?
Yeah, I'm thinking technology's a weird spec for this fight, but I mean, we're all pretty subpar, to be honest here. So we're here for the gate.
You're there for a gateway.
In
the Hellstones.
Yeah.
In a Soulstone.
Yeah.
And then hopefully you do serviceable damage afterwards.
Yeah, I've seen them in about 14 from the meters most of the time, and looking at, you have 4 healers, 2 tanks, that's, yeah, you're down there with the best of them, but...
14?
Yeah, I mean, well, he's ramping. He's just ramping, doing half the damage of the Windwalker as
yeah.
pull. Don't worry about it.
The execute will kick in.
Yeah, Demo stuff got a lot of that, yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's a bit of RNG to it, but obviously Warwick Utility is something that you typically want in basically every raid setting, barring it being some niche setting. Like
just jackpot.
You know? Yeah, right, just jackpot.
Proc a lot of dogs.
Just proc it. Just proc it and be ready to go. I mean, Demonology is one of the tier sets that gains the most value from its 2-piece and 4-piece out there. But
yeah, and THC does. Every single person in this raid, I believe, has 4-piece. So
right. Some even have 5-piece.
Yeah, the Sevi had 5-piece. 5-piece, but no int weapon crafted. Make that make sense.
Some things you just can't, all right?
Beautiful drill placement by THD there, out in the electrified zone. Space that was already denied to the raid.
Yeah, having that staggered set of rockets coming in there, like we saw at the second set here, not being the equidistant, I guess you can use that word. Is that a word I should use here? Equal distance?
Could be, yeah, equidistant, that sounds right.
Yeah, yep, sure, there we
It's
go.
a mathematical term. Are you committing to using that mathematical term as a guess?
Yeah. Well, so
sure, that can be my word, yeah, sure.
You're placing the drills, you know, cotangent to the sine wave of the, you know, the zone, the set.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Oh, rocket coming through the raid. There we go. Dodges dodges with ease. Yeah.
When you think about it, since you're always dropping 3 of those drills, right? You're always making a triangle with them. What kind of triangle do you think you want to make?
What are our choices are what? Equilateral, isosceles,
or scaling.
Oh, no.
And the other one?
Triangle.
Yeah, scaling.
Oh yeah, I just call that one the other one.
Scaling sounds cool. Let's do that one. What is that one? What is that?
It's all the sides and angles being different.
Ooh. There we go.
All right, there's that gateway. You could see THD waited until he was actually actively getting pushed back to hit that gateway during that grace period where you're still able to click it even right after you get out of range of it.
Yeah, I think that's key to actually get that done properly and not be knocked off with that.
Yeah. Seems like this is a really tight input, though, like a half-second window to get that input pressed early enough to not get knocked off. Early enough to still be in range, but late enough to not get knocked off after you get to the other side of that gateway. That is a huge extra point of difficulty that I'm surprised to see on this fight.
You can space the gateway back a bit more so you can just take it later in the knock, not be as like tight timing.
Yeah.
But it definitely.
Then you'd have to be spamming.
Exactly, yeah. Very much so. Boss at 62% coming out of that first intermission here, which looks to be about on track for the DPS check. You can tell also with the boss being where he's at. Well, maybe not this poll, but next poll we can see. When the boss reaches 330 duration where he's at health.
Yeah, that's halfway to the enrage, we think, so.
Assumingly nobody was lying to us.
Assuming the Twitch chat information we received, which is correct, which is an assumption I'm always happy to make.
It would never lie to us.
It would never lie to us, yeah.
I just don't have any reason to.
Right. Yeah, 3 minutes, 8 seconds. That pulled 56%, but we'd had a lot of players dead for the last 20 seconds there.
So we did initial re-predictions last night, Dratnos. I remember you and I were both kind of in the same 70 to 80.
Yeah, somewhere in that range.
So I'm still pretty confident with that
Here's
pull
a
count,
look
I think.
At potentially the wipe here, maybe. Yeah, mine soaked on X, and mine soaked there over on Skull as well. Maybe.
Yeah, I believe. Oh, was it a screw? Can we play it? Was it a script that popped up? No, it wasn't.
Wait, yeah, that mine didn't even explode up on Skull, but somebody walked on it, right?
Possibly.
Oh.
I
don't see a deep.
Oh,
it's red popping blue.
Yeah, red pop blue.
Oh, red pop blue. Okay.
Yeah, that'll do it.
That's not allowed. That you gotta pop
like we
the
talked
correct
about,
color.
That's 18 million damage to the raid if you have the wrong color.
Ah, yeah.
Unfortunately, is not.
The rule of thumb is that the red mines are always the outer ones towards the front and the back of the room, and the blue mines are always the inner ones towards the middle section with the those vents.
The two sideways.
Yeah.
Conveyor belts.
That is always true on every single set, which is an interesting thing that that's the kind of information that some players will find useful, and other players it will not affect how they learn the fight.
Yep.
Right? Because everybody learns this sort of fight differently.
So if you had to, what was your initial prediction for this boss, Kalamazi?
I think it was 75 or so.
Okay.
We can see our caster pull count predictions if they're not going to pull for a little bit
Given
here.
the option to change, would you? If you would, what would you change it to?
I would maybe make it like 85 or 90. I think it still dies in that vicinity though, around 80 pulls, give or take. I mean, like we talked about, there's a bit of a cadence change, or I guess a bit of a mechanical change when those rockets become in power with those large void orbs past second intermission.
I actually don't
think I went lower here. Ooh.
I don't think there's a huge difficulty increase with that for them, because I actually think they might be able to heal through that. I don't know what the mythic damage is on that orb raid damage, but if it's not too bad, yeah, pop open Wowhead again, Zyro. Let me know.
Yeah, I feel like barring that changing a bit, they might change the spacing of lasers a bit, again, on Mythic in this fight compared to Heroic in second phase 2, but I don't think much changes a whole lot.
Zyro, I saw Zyro's eyebrows raise.
So the damage isn't bad. It's 1.6 million.
Per orb hit?
Per orb hit, but it also causes the next 3 million healing to be absorbed.
Ah!
Okay.
So you can accidentally hit maybe 1 or 2 of them.
Right, but if each one is effectively going to require 4.5 million healing, and crucially, you can use barrier and personals to live the hit and reduce it. Those won't reduce the size of that heal absorb.
Right.
So they're just going to need throughput healing to get through that healing absorb. Now, the good news is Mistweaver is very good at that. Mistweaver is excellent at clearing that kind of heal absorb in short order. So they might be able to soak 1 or 2, but yeah, that's definitely going to be something that needs to get dodged for the most part.
Yeah, see, I think you could cheese the rocket mechanic a little bit in P2 by just having your tanks absorb them. They do 8 million damage, which is a lot to a defense.
Yeah, exactly,
player,
but a tank soaking them is probably pretty good to avoid the rest of your raid getting hit. Yeah. But yeah, the Void Orbs, they can't. The Void Orbs, that'll hit the whole raid, so that may indeed require a little bit of relearning, re-strategizing, but it's so hard. Like, what do you do besides all stack up with your group in the tiny safe spot, right? There's nowhere else to go.
I think it's like a tiny safe spot too, right? We don't know the cadence of the later so either, or how they're spaced, I guess I should say. Like,
I mean, I know there's going to be at least one overlap.
Right. There should be one overlap with like the equal space void beams. The second and third, I think the third one is a beam overlap with actual rockets and the magnet pull as well, I think, which is going to be exceptionally hard to navigate, right?
That is going to be so very tough. As we have polarity switching, the next mindset's coming out here, and the assignments are set. Pop number 1 goes off without a hitch, number 2 as well, and now we've just got fired up in KSP on an adventure to soak those far mines, and they have been handled, and those players actually got the they got the drills as well while they were already out doing the mines, so that worked out perfectly.
Not a screw up.
Not a screw up, but all those rockets passing through the raid harmlessly as well. Every single person dodging them except for Sri there getting hit by one. You can see dropping pretty low, but not going to be a one-shot. Not much raid damage happening there as well until now when a little bit of raid damage comes out. But even that's not looking too lethal.
Yeah, not too bad. I think they've moved the gate back a little bit too, so they have more room to hit that gate once they get knocked there, actually.
Oh,
that was a bit
that's the bowling ball effect of people having the polarity collisions there. So that's what that looks like.
Right?
Yeah, that's what it looks like if you have a person with the wrong polarity in the opposite group. They literally are just turning into a bowling ball and knocking everybody away from them, putting large damage on them, knocking the person into the other group. It's a huge disaster. So yeah, it's not the Silken Court one-shot of both players, but there it was kind of worse. That definitely wiped the whole raid.
Yeah, I mean, it essentially is. That's one of the hard things about Mythic.
Pretty much
yeah,
you get that swap knockback.
So Silken Court one-shot 2 people there. That kind of wiped the whole raid.
Yeah.
So the actual damage, if you collide with somebody of the opposite color, it's a dot that does 3 million damage a second over 8 seconds.
That's pretty bad.
That's 24 million of your HP. You're pretty much dead unless you get like...
Yeah, that's like Pain Suppression, you know.
Pain Sup or something.
Obsidian Scales Renewing Blaze, easy.
Yeah, it's the chain reaction effect of knocking into other people,
right?
More knocks and more knocks and more knocks. That just wipes you. So.
Right. You're not going to out of position too, and this fight's so precarious from movement and exact positioning. It's like it's basically a wipe, like you said.
Yeah.
But Boomy's still happy, so that's good.
Yep. Hashtag happy.
Hashtag happy.
Looks like we are going to put up an 8-minute break timer, though. Okay. So you can see a couple of players standing up and walking around in the background here of THD's camera. Yeah, I wonder what this break is for, because I guess we're kind of halfway between lunch and dinner.
Yeah.
So it could be a good time for just the bathroom break, pop a new M. It's getting a little late in the day, you know. Last call for the M's, perhaps.
Oh, last call? It's only like 4 p.m.
I think the last call's like 3 for them, for M's.
What?
They do a really early last call. They want to make sure
breakfast
everyone
time.
gets good sleep.
That's fair.
I mean, the thing about the race is you might be thinking, oh man, it's the last night before reset. They really got to push it late tonight to make sure they get everything done. But no, I mean, this is turning out, we suspect that it's going to be some sort of marathon. So they need to make sure they're just keeping that sleep schedule good. But let's take a look at the replay of what exactly happened there. We know it was a chain reaction, but
it's a blue swap in the red party, I believe here.
Yeah, slow-mo it. Slow-mo it.
Oh.
Whoa.
Oh,
I think Zasevi may have been the target there. I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, and then everybody's out of position. You can see those nasty dots and everybody just basically killing them. So yeah, it was like 5 seconds ago that it happened, the event. So the polarity was swapped. Yeah, okay, here we are. Yeah, somebody in this stack does not belong. Let's see. I think it is Zasevi. Yeah, you can see Zasevi right next to Fired Up there.
Who was it, Tobo? Who was in the wrong spot? He's nodding?
Yeah.
Thumbs up?
Yeah, these things happen. You can see that blue laser. It's very hard to see, though.
You can see it right there, actually, under that gateway. Basically.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, there's a grace period here that ends as soon as the polarity actually switches, and you can see, bang, instantly everybody knocked back. And that is instantly a wipe that just takes a little bit to be realized here.
Yeah, there's no coming back for that when that gate is going off there. Honestly, in general, if one polarity is missed, it's so hard to find any kind of just recovery angle because everyone's out of position, whether it's in between rockets or beams happening, it just spells disaster, right? You have to be aware of that polarity swap coming.
That is very tough. When I first saw this fight on Mythic, I was like, oh, they took that Silken Court mechanic and they made it less punishing, right? It's not going to one-shot you anymore, but here it actually... I mean, like you said, Zyro, 24 million damage over 8 seconds on 2 players. That's basically a wipe. Kalamazoo, what's going on there, bud?
Having a good time.
Having a good time?
Shout out our sponsor.
Shout out our sponsors. Hey, that's a great call. Coinbase is our presenting partner. We're very happy to have them on board for another Race to World First, continuing to make these events possible. You can get $20 if you head to tl.gg/CoinbaseRWF and use the code TEAMLiquid20. Sign up, get your $20. And then when you fill out the form at tl.gg/RWFBTS, make sure you use the same email that is associated with your Coinbase account. You'll be entered to win. We'll see one of you next year because Coinbase will fly you out and you will get a VIP look at the next Race to World First here at the Alienware training facility in LA. It's going to be an awesome grand prize. We have a bunch of smaller but still great prizes in the jerseys as well being given away every day and also on every Mythic boss kill.
Yeah, hopefully one tonight as well. So, I mean, it can be 2 today. Look at that.
Should be getting one tonight.
Should be. I'm saying we'll probably be doing...
Surely the boss goes down tonight. Yeah, TM, hopefully. That power outage earlier may have hurt the amount of hours that we have because, like you said, Zyro, want to be able to get to bed early to make sure that we can hit that reset tomorrow. But we are going to head to a brief break after a thank you to our other lovely sponsors. In addition to Coinbase, our presenting partner, we do have Honda, Secret Lab, Monster Energy, Alienware, MyBlue, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, and the DungeonDojo. Big thank you to all of our partners making this event possible. We are also running a charity donation drive with some exciting incentives too. You can check it out and donate for yourself at tl.gg/RWF-donate. We are supporting the Pasadena Humane Society this time around. So during this break, perhaps you may be inclined to go look there or visit one of our other lovely sponsors. We will be back in a few minutes with a new set of casters, but we will go now to a break.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Ooh, that's a new benchmark. Let's try a little experiment. I call this the green best test batch yet.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back from that Monster Energy Listen In. My name is Aya. I'm here with Kalamazzi and Makes. And should I just pick up my rant when we lost power, or should we talk about?
Oh, I didn't hear it. Sure, feel free.
No, we don't need to go back into that. We do want to give a huge shout out to Coinbase, of course, our presenting partner, as well as Hondo's Secret Lab, Monster Energy, Alienware, MyBlue, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, and DungeonDojo. I'm happy to be back. I'm happy that we're seeing some prog. We had a great morning. And things are good. Things are looking up.
It was
Vibes are back.
surprisingly good this morning for the power going out. Yeah.
All things considered, absolutely. And then I do also want to give a quick mention to Coinbase, like I said, our presenting partner. This would not be possible without them. So if you head over to teal.gg/CoinbaseRWF, you can have a chance to win a Team Liquid signed jersey. You can scan the QR code that's about to pop up on your screen, and then fill out the form, and you'll be eligible. And also you can get $20 worth of currency. And the grand prize, if you are NA or EU only, you can be flown out here for the next Race to World First with the Alienware Training Facility gang. The fam, the crew. Hopefully the power won't go out. But that's LA's fault, not ours.
I think of a better word.
Right. Yeah, you can blame the California power grid for that one. Yeah. Well, to be fair, I don't know how it happened exactly, but
I had power in the hotel. I would have slept for 2 hours. Yeah, I was good to go.
Power in the hotel was still on.
Yeah, we were good to go.
Weird. Sometimes power outages are weird. Like one house will be fine, and then
it depends on
the
which
grid
they are.
I don't pretend to know how it works.
There was definitely a big outage in like all of Santa Monica. Yeah. And then maybe the hotel is just far away out.
Perhaps.
It's either on or it's off. You either win or you don't.
Yeah,
that's right.
Much like some of these path fail mechanics.
Yeah, there's some electricity on this fight. I don't know how to tie it into this fight, but there is for sure. Yeah, there's green, there's red.
I was so proud of that one.
Going out. Yeah.
Really proud of that one. Jack would have appreciated that one.
I appreciate it.
He's right here. Did you appreciate it, Jack?
He didn't hear me.
He didn't hear it. It's fine.
It's okay. Just say yes.
Say yes.
I always appreciate you, bud.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Great.
Thank you.
Man. All right. Do you want to just... Here you go. You can...
No, I'm okay.
Get through the rest of those points.
I'm good. No. It's all you.
Okay.
It's all you. You got it.
All right. Well, thank you. I don't know. I'm just handing it off to him. You know, he's getting credit for my... All right.
Sorry, I feel bad.
No, it's okay. Anyways, if you're just now tuning in, we, of course, are making... Well, I don't know. Have we... We haven't gone back to splits at all, have we?
No,
I'm seeing some delves happening on the screen over here, and I'm getting gaslit into thinking that we are actually not doing polls anymore.
Well, listen, you know, Twitch chat loves splits.
Oh.
We love it. And I said yesterday, I'm much a woman of the people. You know, I know that the chatters yearn for the splits. So I heard whispers through the grapevine that we are getting at least one more split today. But
oh, thank God.
A mythic split.
A mythic split. Okay.
A quick little 2 out of 8, apparently.
Yeah, so that's insanely cursed. So for people that maybe don't know what a split is,
yes,
or even a mythic split, do tell.
Yes. So splits are basically a way where the raiders try to get a group of characters into the raid with a group of characters that don't need loot.
Yeah.
So you have like a chosen few, and then you have a bigger group that are all funneling these few And ideally, you do this in normal and heroic, and because this tier is all a little bit strange and it's looking awfully hard, there is the possibility of do the first 2 bosses on Mythic, which is something a bunch of other guilds, notably, for example, Pop-Tart Corn Dogs, Stratnos guild, they've been doing that as well. So if you don't want to prog the 3rd and the 4th boss on Mythic right now, a good way to approach it is just put your main and your second main, or your main alt, through a Mythic split of 2 out of 8, and then at least you get some good gear, and you're using your time valuably. Because the first 2 bosses are not that hard.
No, they're not hard at all. They'll also get you a vault, albeit it'll be from the first 2 bosses only, loot table-wise, but there could very well be a handful of characters they want a gear, a second warrior. You see them playing up to 4 Windwalkers this tier as well, and if you have the characters, the alts to do that, to go into Mythic, which they have a plethora of, the first 2 bosses are very easy to kill, and you can get that character some loot, get it a bit of a vault. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that happening later on, but hopefully this boss is dead by then. I think this boss is killable today.
Yeah, I know that we were kind of talking about it yesterday, that we would not, most of us were pretty confident that Sprocketmonger would not be going down before the reset, but I think now, this morning, at least everyone that I have asked is in agreement with you, Kalamazoo, that it's going to die today.
So the big question on Sprocketmonger was, where is that end rage? Because on Styx, that was an issue where we expected it to be at 8 minutes, and it was at 6 minutes 25, which notably is a whole lot shorter. Now, apparently Echo have hit that end rage, and it seems to be sitting around the 7-minute marker. And I did converse with our very smart analyst, and I asked him how we are feeling about that, because there is a limit where if the end rage is too tight, you can just not possibly do the boss. But with 7 minutes, we should still be on track for a tight but doable boss.
Okay.
It does seem doable. Yeah, we've had a handful of comp changes. They had 2 Warlocks in with 4 Windwalkers initially in the starting comp. We ended up checking out 2 Windwalkers, one for a Shadow Priest, and 1 Warlock swapped out as well. We are indeed playing that Prot Warrior with 1 Fury War, I believe, in as well this tier. So there's a bit of comp flop still possible, but I think for the most part, what you see here is probably pretty close to what you're going to get killing this boss.
So this is actually the first boss where we're 4 healing, right? Like, there's been a bunch of bosses where they were 3 healing, but I think now we've gone back to 4 healers, which is where those Windwalkers moved. They just moved over to being healers. And then we also added that extra warrior on top of getting that extra Shadow Priest in, like you mentioned, and out have been taken another Warlock. There was a really cool idea that they had with the Warlock portals for the intermission, but apparently Warlock is just not doing too well in terms of single target damage, so they are looking to find another option. And the big thing on this boss are the mines, right?
Yeah, I mean, the mines are the major mechanic of this fight. You have different polarities, blue and red, which end up needing to pop the corresponding colors bombs, but you have to stagger them in a fashion that doesn't overlap and kill the raid, because they do hurt a good bit and apply a sort debuff as well.
They're not swapping out THD. That's not what you were saying, right?
No, Splat
they
was
had
in
Splat
earlier.
in.
Okay, I was like, hold on, they can't, because then they have with the.
No.
How would they
THD
deal with the
will
gate?
stay in.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. We had 2 Warlocks. We had Splat and THD last night when they were starting to pull this boss for realsies, and a wall of monks, so to say. And there's been a little bit of a change, but overall we are trying to play a lot of classes that basically do very good single target while being able to move, because that is what this boss is all about.
Yeah, the monks are having a good time, because every time I look over at the details meter, they are named different things.
Yeah, it shows it's been happy. It's been transmitter. Now it's awesome in a Ret Paladin, which is a bit telling on how they feel Ret is this current tier, even though we don't really have many.
To be fair, Ret is good. It's just
it is, yeah.
It's not as good as some of the others.
Yeah, I mean, damage profiles have been odd this first few bosses. We've seen multiple Shadow Priests, multiple Boomkins, multiple Warlocks early on. I feel like this is the first fight where you're with this current comp. You haven't seen a whole lot of they're skewed towards certain ends of the spectrum, with like mobility and single target being a thing.
Yeah.
But there's not 4 Boomkins here. There's not 4 Shadow Priests. There were 4 Windwalkers, but they changed up a bit. That 5% health nerf that came in this morning, they think it's doable with 4 healers, which is, I would assume, what Blizzard wants this fight to be. Most fights in the raid being 3 healed seems like it might have missed the mark a little bit, whether it's HPS or in this case for the last 2 DPS wise. But yeah, I feel like this comp is maybe a bit more what you're going to see in later bosses as well. without having those mass cleave profiles influencing things with like Boomkin and Shadow Priest being a thing.
I mean, the big question is really, how does Mythic Gallywix look like? Because if Mythic Gallywix ends up being a Boomkin fight, then suddenly we have a whole new approach on our hands. But if it is mostly single target, then I think what we're looking at right now might very well hold true.
For Gallywix.
Yes.
Also, yeah, because I mean, you do run the risk of if you run too different of a composition on the earlier bosses and gear up those people, and then you need something significantly different for Gallywix or whatever end boss that you're looking at, and that now all of a sudden you have all these classes that you need, but you do not have geared because you haven't been using them on Mythic progression.
Right, and that's something you don't really encounter a whole lot. In the past few tiers, you've been able to sort of skew your comps in the easier bosses, like the first four in Palace, towards what you think you will play on the later bosses. This tier on Reverb and Sprocketmonger, or sorry, Styx, you just can't do that. You have to play what you need to kill the boss. They Vantis the whole raid on Styx, basically, most of them.
But everyone but Siri, I think, right?
Yeah, but the good thing about that is the Boomkins and Shadow Priest, they are mostly out for this fight, so other people that didn't Vantis Styx can Vantis Sprocketmonger, but tuning has definitely been a thing this tier that might have been a bit too skewed towards the high end.
Yeah, honestly, I'll be happy to say it. I think tuning has been off.
Bring back Heroic
I think
Week,
that's
please.
fair.
Yeah.
Please.
So if you were looking at this raid frame here, a bunch of characters that would be able to Vantis here and probably already have Vantis on this boss are Yip's Paladin, I'm Exiled's Rogue, I believe KSP's Mage was not in on Styx, Wolf Disco's Warrior didn't Vantis, so Kingfly didn't Vantis. There's a couple, right? Like a handful you'll probably find that can still get some use out of that extra Vantis rune, out of that extra stat stick there. But it's not going to be the world as usually it is when you have the whole raid using it. But I also don't think it's necessarily something that you need here because this boss mostly comes down to execution.
Right, and you'll find more damage along the way when you're progging this boss further and further. We need to see that second phase 1 with those empowered rockets, which we haven't really gotten to really at all, but we're very close to getting to that progression point, getting through second phase 2. But once you pull this boss more and more, even just passively, subliminally, more DPS comes out from people. They know how to micromanage certain movements. One less step here means one more cast here. Damage comes up naturally through just like getting familiarity and reps in a fight. Yeah, exactly. So if the enrage is indeed the 7-minute mark, which Twitch chat wouldn't lie to us, they never
That's right, they never lied to me.
Very true.
Yeah, I mean, they killed these bosses months ago. The threshold you want to see is 50% at 330, but realistically, probably around 45 or lower is what you really want to see for a bit of leeway and, you know, accounting for lust on pull versus later on as well.
Something interesting to note also, they got that best pull, like was it the first pull right after the power came back on? Or the second one?
They had a 41-ish% pull, I believe. They had a 39.
Yeah, they got a new best.
Yeah, they had like, basically this 39 was about an hour ago, but it was like right at the end of the shift, with about the same prog point, give or take. So they've been consistent for sure.
Yeah.
The issue is that it's a fight where you like always see a little bit deeper, right? We saw this at the very beginning. First you die to the first set of mines, then you die to the second set of mines, then you die to the third set of mines, and it just keeps going throughout the progression here. A big part was that intermission as well to get people to live through that, and you can just see that there's a lot of damage that does go out, so I'm happy to see our 4 healers being part of the group, and a lot of just getting used to, I might be called upon this mine that somebody hasn't seen before.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the choke point is going to be the second beta launch, which is the intermission that they've been getting to with like 5 or 6 players alive. Now, the difference between beta launch 1 and 2 is that every beta launch, the boss becomes empowered, doing, I believe, 15% more damage to all abilities. But the second beta launch turns those rockets you see in phase 1 into empowered like void rocket ball things. Now, you can come in contact with them. It's like 1.8 to 2 million damage, but it puts a healing absorb on the whole raid. It pulses damage and applies that absorb to the whole raid. So things like disc freeze and other damage profiles or healing profiles might not be able to negate that as well. But the good thing is that you also have 2 Mistweavers in, which can just crank through that. So we were talking about them possibly just stacking up in between those empowered void beams with the rockets and just absorbing some and healing through it. But it sounds sort of sketchy. We haven't even gotten there yet. There's very little wiggle room in the later parts of this fight if it stays similar to Heroic, if not getting even worse. So hopefully the next half hour we'll see it.
See. Oh, sorry. For a second, I thought you meant killing the boss.
I mean, I think this boss dies tonight.
I think so too. I think after dinner, just knowing them and their food buff,
Yeah.
Success.
Yeah, I think so.
Do we want to? This has been a fun game. Do we want to re-guess how many pulls now that we've seen this on Mythic for this boss?
I
would like to, and I'm the host. You can't say no.
I think my original guess was around the 50s.
Okay.
Which we are approaching, and we're not in kill territory yet. You know, like
No.
that any pull kind of thing. I believe originally when we rolled up to Mythic last night, the consensus on the desk was 70 pulls. Sounds about right, which I believe is what Jack had as prediction. I think 70 could be a good territory, probably leaning more 80.
Okay. Kalamazoo?
I said 80 last shift, like an hour and a half ago. I think I'm going like 100 probably.
Ooh.
Wow.
Okay.
What changed?
They need to see further into the fight, and there's going to be a lot of checkpoints you get to. There's going to be overlaps you haven't seen. You're going to have those void rockets coming in, which you need to learn how to heal through and just progress through with a tight, compact area with the void beams coming in as well. And then that last mission, I mean, the damage is ramping more and more. And you have to have a clean pull with everybody alive as well, because like all this, we're saying progression's important for like mechanics, which it is, but in the end, when you see that in Rage, all right, cool. We need to find 10% more damage, wherever it's at. So you're going to need that good pull with everybody alive as well. And all that coming together, I think, can be done in 50-ish pulls, which will put it probably around dinner at some point, but...
Depends on how long the pulls are, yeah.
Yeah.
Aya, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point, too. I think earlier, and now also, we're seeing them kind of take their time between pulls, and I feel like at some point, there's not going to be much left to figure out. We're just going to see them rapidly start to pull, so I could see this being just like a high-frequency pull, because, like you guys were saying, it's just about execution, so I think in the hundreds is fair.
Max was on the Secret Lab hot seat yesterday night, and he was kind of saying this boss, more than anything, is a definition boss, like a terminology boss, where you spend a lot of time making sure that whatever you say is also what other people mean when you like talk about the left, the right, the open up, and stuff like that. Because it is a rectangular room, and even if you're looking at the weak aura that they're using for the mines there, top right for THD above the boss bars, it's a little bit inverted to what some people might like. You know, if you're usually in the room, it's more like a longer kind of situation, and then the height is shorter, whereas the weak aura is the other way around. But it does make sense to have the weak aura like this, because then you're always very clear on which side of the thing you are, and it's just a lot of getting used to and agreeing as a group to what the terminology is, where's north, south, and so on.
They should do what Final Fantasy Raiders do. They've got true north and like player relative, I think.
I prefer port and starboard.
Okay.
Starboard.
Yeah,
which one is which? Do you know?
I got both. The port is the front.
Oh my God! The Florida man has emerged. Okay.
I think the port isn't port left, and starboard's right.
I don't know.
I have no idea.
Oh, okay.
Aft, yeah, the aft is
There's
the back.
There's a lot of people with
right?
boats in the chat, apparently. Jeez.
Yeah, I got it right. See, there you go.
How is there so many people know boat facts?
In German, we say Steuerbord and Backbord.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, definitely.
It's the same thing, just
right.
different
exactly.
language.
Exactly. Left, right, and then the aft is the back of the boat.
You were so close. You were just exactly wrong.
I love that. So close, but wrong.
So I took the risk. I took the guess. I'll take the heat. It's fine. They didn't say anything, chat. They were just lost. I at least gave it an attempt.
You brought it up. Of course I'm going to ask
fair, but then you began the ridicule. So.
But yeah, it's not something that I've really seen come from WoW yet. Is like exactly that, which I think would help on a fight like this, like knowing north relative to like where the actual map is, or relative to the direction that your player is facing. Because this is also a very unique room in the fact that it's very long and skinny, which I legitimately can't think of any boss fights that are this shape. If you look at it from a bird's eye view, and also the fact that you're interacting with the map, the room itself with the the moving, I don't know what we're calling them, treadmills or
I think
runways, whatever.
There's been definitely like some rectangular bosses, but usually the boss room isn't as narrow as you're saying. It's more like
it's so narrow.
More like a square kind of thing. But I kind of vibe with it. I think it's cool. I like the little conveyor belts. I think that's
conveyor belts.
Is that what we're calling
probably
them?
the best technique. I keep calling it a treadmill, but I know that that's wrong.
Oh, I like the conveyor belts. So the big thing with the mines is every invention, every like laser crackle on the floor is going to send them off, and if that happens, you're dead. You cannot. So in heroic, you can wait.
You're talking about in the beta thing where just
the
whole floor is blue.
All of the mines.
All the mines. Oh,
All these things that look like conveyor belts, they do what conveyor belts do.
Oh.
The conveyor belts, exactly.
Conveyor belts do what conveyor belts do.
Exactly.
I don't know what that sound bit was, but I'm on board. So yeah, on Heroic, you can basically leave the last mine open and let that get nuked by a beam. On Mythic, you cannot do that. You die. So they need to be really quick with these mines. It basically needs to happen on cooldown. They started with 1 week aura. Now they have 2 that like even counts down for you. And it's a little bit of funky because the red mines are always on the outermost corners, apparently, from everything we've seen thus far. Okay. And then the blue mines are on the innermost corners. And because they are splitting the rate, as you can see here, red on one side of the room, blue on the other side of the room. And then one person, you can see it very good on Siri there, walks over from the red group. The blue group has to leave room so he can go and detonate that bomb or that mine there. And then the same thing happens on the other side. A blue player is next to the red players and getting that mine diffused there, and that just continues to happen. There are some mine sets that are just across the entire room, and it is a big room, which I suspect is also one of the reasons why we took another Warlock out. They're not very mobile on the grander scheme of things, so just not very happy to get assigned to these farm mines, and you cannot hard assign any of these. There's a priority list of like, if this player is red, we would like them to be assigned first, but you can't guarantee it, right? You never know who's going to be red and who's going to be blue ahead of time because it always changes.
Yeah. So a couple of hotfixes coming in tonight, actually. Now these, to clarify, these are not changes, like fundamental changes to classes or bosses.
Okay.
That you might see tonight as well. Possibly.
Yeah.
You might see stick changes. You might, well, no class tuning at this point yet or anything. But, so there are a couple bugs that have been fixed on this fight. They also ended up changing all the trash. Several creatures in the Galangio have been conscripted into Gallywix's security detail, allowing them to detect stealth and invisibility. So all those skips to one-armed bandits, they now see through stealth and invisibility, which you probably just death run regardless.
I was going to say, you just death run it, do you not?
They don't like us skipping trash. I don't know why. It's called trash for a reason. But moving on from there, so a couple changes to one-armed bandit. One basically being his trash. Gallywix, a couple bugs, but there's 2 on Sprocketmonger. Now, they mentioned a 5% health nerf to Mythic. That already came in. That was done today already. This is just being added to the hotfixes tonight, so there's not an additional nerf here. Don't get excited. However, they resolved an issue where Blisterizer MK2s could rarely, erroneously trigger on players on the belt. So that might change a couple things here and there. I'm not sure if that's the interaction we were seeing between players being knocked off when they were gating, possibly. But these changes that... What's that?
Knocked off when they were gating?
Yeah, there's been some issues where players have been like gating the intermission, which we'll see when the boss hits max energy.
Beta launcher?
Yeah, beta launch, where you get knocked back.
Okay.
And every once in a while, a player will be knocked in a weird direction after the gate finishes. I'm not sure if there's a correlation between that or not.
So, to explain that maybe a little bit more, players are gating to negate the knockback, right? Like, as soon as that knockback comes, you want to be in the gate, and so you don't get knocked back. That is something we've seen at a lot of bosses in the past years. I want to say decades, but I'm not too sure on that one. But literally over several years, that has been a thing. And so when that doesn't work, it's quite unfortunate, because then your player lands, and then they still get knocked, and therefore what you just did becomes irrelevant.
Yep. Right. I'm not sure if that is like a direct correlation to them getting knocked or not. It could be something else entirely, because the Blisterizers, basically touching a trap causes it to knock players a bit and do damage. It could just be that bombs are popping on the belt as well. So I'm not sure if that's an exact fix for that or not, but I haven't seen them wipe to that yet. But regardless, the hotfixes that came in, that are being mentioned here, the health nerf already came in today. And if that was an issue, it looks to be fixed. But we're not really sure as of yet. But with Blue Post coming in, if there's going to be changes to Sprocketmonger or Styx for reset, or any bosses in general, you're probably seeing those within the hour, give or take. And if there's none announced, then tomorrow's going to be a fun day of Styx rekill. Splits and then Styx rekill, hopefully.
Did they talk about the Gallywix thing?
What's that?
The dying again?
Oh, on Mythic.
Do we want to talk about that again?
Some people are just dumb and exploited again.
No, apparently it's the same people.
Yeah, it's the same people.
Which is
like
funny, but also what
they
the
just
heck?
made new accounts and then went again. But
yeah.
If we maybe want to explain to it, because I've been seeing a lot of people kind of like falling for it and saying like, oh, but the racial first guilds, they exploited in the past. How is this different?
Oh, that's
They are literally hacking the game, my friends.
That's very different.
They are literally going in there and using developer commands to nuke bosses out of existence.
That is a very chatting take
It's
right
not an exploit. It's not a smart use of game mechanics. It's blatant abuse and hacking.
Cheating, just cheating.
Cheating, yeah, also cheating. So, yeah, those count. Absolutely not. No. So we're taking them back.
Maybe they were the ones that took the power out here in Santa Monica also.
Maybe, yeah.
Same group of people.
They just decided, no, if we want to stay up there in that Hall of Fame. But unfortunately, that's not going to be happening for them. Fortunately for us, race is still on.
Yeah, so I honestly, I believe it's happened in previous tiers as well. I think it happened in Aberrus. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it happened in the Mirror also. Usually people, it might not be the same, but they've waited for Guild to kill it, and they go in and kill it as well.
Yeah, they do it a little
I don't know. It just
This time they just want attention.
Well,
Wait, are we getting one guide right now?
So.
Are we? No, I've seen a lot of people actually like not be clear on the difference between like what is a clever use of game mechanics or what is maybe a little bit exploity and what is just hacking and cheating in a very obscene way.
I have no idea how to do it, so I can't add to that. I also don't really care either way. It's just dumb. So.
That's right.
But either way. Yeah, Gallywix is still on the table, and
The
thankfully,
entire community is getting one guide.
yeah, and thankfully there's no
all force
mechanical or phase leaks from them killing it as well, which is also nice because the
That's
fight
good.
is hidden.
That would suck if we got that info from.
Right.
That would. I'm really glad that didn't happen.
Yeah.
What if that's what they're trying to do?
I'm not sure. Who
That
knows?
public.
I do not know, but yeah.
I don't know either. All right. Well,
are we changing something? I'm seeing a Warlock portal being out, but I don't see the raid.
That's a good question. Are they bringing in
We're
Lip?
just
Lip
porting
Warrior?
Yips right now, I think. Nah, so Lip Warrior is on purpose not here because we want a couple of classes like Lip's Warrior to go into that Mythic split later.
I was gonna say, yeah, he
right?
might be in that 2
Like
out of 8.
he's not allowed in right now, so he doesn't get assigned to a Mythic ID, and instead he can go in later and then get at least a little box.
Yeah, it could be a handful of things. I mean, they are at a point where they're going to be getting through that second beta launch, second intermission, essentially, and getting into what we assume is that final phase 1, where the boss is doing his traps and bombs in, you know, the normal phase. They could be discussing certain choke points there, how to handle bombs, how to handle that empowered void missile overlap with the empowered beams. At the same time, they could be pushing upgrades as well, because I mean, like, as unfortunate as it is, we do have, fortunate or unfortunate, depending how you want to look at it, we do have reset tomorrow for US, and we're going to be raiding for, I would assume, the next 7 or so hours, give or take. But reset does come a bit early for us, as long as there's no extended maintenance. So we want to kill this boss tonight. If we don't get this boss down this evening, it's actually very important because we've had some comp stacking earlier than we expected with 3 Boomkins, 3 Shadow Priests. This boss is likely boss 4 for a handful of players in this raid group. Boss 4 means you get 2 slots from the raid in your vaults comparatively to 1 if you only kill 3 bosses. Now, not having bosses like Gallywix, or, well, I guess more so, One-Armed Bandit and Muggsy on your loot table in your vault does sort of devalue the second slot a bit. You're going to have the first 3 or 4, but it's still a chance at a better item, whether it's eye level or maybe some item you want early on. So getting this boss down is important.
Yeah.
We can get that achieved, but we also spent a lot of Vantage runes already. A lot of crafts have been sent already, so we got to find a point when to pull the trigger.
Also important to note, Echo is at 17.6%, so I feel like, honestly, and I don't mean to like doom a little bit, and I don't really think it is dooming because it's only the 5th boss, really, and it's not setting anything in stone, but if we don't get it down today, I could see Echo getting it down before their reset, to be honest with you, especially with 17% at 57 pulls.
Not only Echo, also Method up there at a similar percentage as Liquid right now. Keep in mind they do have another day in their reset there. Now, that day is starting rather soon. It is currently 1:30 a.m. over there in Europe. So they usually start rather early as far as I know, especially when it gets closer to that reset timer. They want to get right up when that reset comes in. So I agree with you. I think if Liquid is unable to do it, there is a fair chance that they might be the only out of the 3 guilds that won't do it. But we obviously can't say for sure. I mean, we had really low pulls on Styx. And then it still took a long time to shave down those extra percentages.
It did, yeah. And like, also to further clarify why that would be bad, that would mean that another guild would have an entire boss and the gear that comes from that. and the benefits from that, and then be able to re-clear it again where we wouldn't have that advantage. But it is still so early in the day. This is definitely not something we are going to be roaring about just yet. We have a lot of time, and I think that so far we're still continuing to get some solid progression on this boss, Kalamazoo.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you can see a pull easily where they're back into phase 1 for that third and final time. The boss goes from 39.3 to 25%, 20%. Yep. That last little bit might be sort of hard to find, but I mean, that's just the nature of progression, right? You see the enraged end of the fight. All right, where's our damage? How do we find it? Can we change anything? I'm not sure Echo's pull count. I believe I could be totally wrong here. I believe it was like 70 or so. I think.
For sticks?
Yeah, no, for this boss, Sprocketmonger.
Oh, were they how many pulls currently?
Yeah.
57 pulls,
okay.
According to Warcraft Logs.
Yeah, so we're not outside their own possibility of getting there in the next 20-ish polls, but, you know.
Yeah. Then
we'll see where it goes.
Method also closely behind, 42.9% at 38 pulls, so.
Honestly, I think that's rather impressive. They were quite behind on sticks. They took a long time for Rick as well, so them catching up in this fashion is nice to see. I like that on the overall grander scheme of things, but I would, of course, like if Liquid killed it first.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, there's also a bit of an item level disparity between the guilds. Liquid's actually the lowest, I think at right around 656.7, I believe. Echo is 657.5, I think, and Mythic's like almost 658 in their average rate. Now,
really?
We don't know.
They've been doing a lot of Mythic Plus while they were waiting for the other guilds to figure it out.
Yeah, I could see it.
So
I mean, we don't know.
If you are playing from behind, that is quite literally the smartest thing.
It is.
It's very smart.
It certainly is. We don't know who sent Mythic Crest yet or who's crafted as much as of yet, but
on our guild.
Well, any guild, to be fair. I mean, they might be an eye level and half ahead because they sent all their Mythic Crests. Maybe they haven't. I'm not sure, right? But I think we can safely say that Styx was definitely overtuned for a 4th boss, which might have been possibly intended as 5th boss, looking at difficulty compared to Sprocketmonger, but I don't think 3 healing... I think 3 healing is indicative of the bosses being a bit overtuned compared to what Blizzard, you know, might have intended us being at gearing-wise, so yeah, maybe they sent Crest, maybe they didn't.
I think 3 healing one boss is one thing, but if it starts to become a theme where you see several bosses being 3 healed, that is where you kind of have to look at it and go, that is not what we're looking for. Right. That's not the kind of tuning we would like in the raid. Usually there's always a little bit of movement in terms of what kind of healing you need, right? You'll have a 3 healer boss, you'll have a lot of 4 healer bosses, and then sometimes you'll also have a 5 healer boss, especially on the raids that have several bosses and not just 7, 8. But yeah, I'm of the strong opinion that we might be a little bit tight on the tuning right now, or Blizzard just wants it to be like that. It's basically a fake heroic week with Mythic being open, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to get into the heroic week coming back debate because I'm a large proponent of that. But either way,
you don't like heroic week?
No, I love Heroic Week.
Okay.
I probably misspoke there, thinking ahead of myself. But I love Heroic Week. I think it should be back in the first place. But I think having both 3rd and 4th bosses being 3 heal hard DPS checks need to high roll RNG obviously means tuning was off by a little bit. Hey, on all 4s ended up being what took
all 4s.
Okay.
It took Styx down. It did, right?
All 4s.
Yeah, so we'll see. I mean, the last 3 bosses are also pretty big DPS checks. One Arm Bandit, which is the next boss in progression for all these top 3 guilds here, has that tight 30% to 0 in Rage, which is very similar to Rygalon, Sludge Fist, where you kill the boss, he's going to kill you. Muggsy as well, that 40% phase 2 push, that Enrage. And Gallywix, we're not even sure how that fight looks, but it has a soft Enrage built in, which could be totally different on Mythic. But those execute profiles could be very relevant. And if tuning is off by a little bit, maybe week 2 evens that out. Maybe you get a vault, a reset, a re-clear, and you're on par with what Blizzard thought would be the case tuning-wise. But it also, reset brings probably a bit of eye-level equalization versus maybe Liquid and Echo having, or Echo and Method having better split runs compared to Liquid, maybe higher rare loot rolls. But
a lot more Aya Kazans. Yeah, you never know.
Right.
It'll always be an option. It's also going to factor in to how many splits will need to be done with that reset, right? Like, the more Eye of Kazans you got from the first reset, the less you need to do on the second one, because then your characters are already equipped with it. So, there's always a little bit of randomness, but that is the game that we love. So I don't necessarily see a problem with that. I think what annoys me about the tuning is not even the Race World first perspective. A lot of these raiders like tough bosses. I personally love seeing them figure out a tough boss. What annoys me about the tuning is that there's more guilds in the world, and a lot of them are right now looking at boss number 3 and specifically at boss number 4 and saying, we cannot, by any means necessary, kill this boss, and that won't change in the next week. And I think that is an oversight, and that feels a lot, once more, like how Kavesa and Brute Twister felt.
Yeah, very much so. So we have actually had a pretty clean pull here. I'm not going to try and jinx this too much. Malarcus does go low here. We had a clean intermission, actually. So we're going to be seeing in this phase the big change. You have bombs coming out here, a polarity shift already, and these screw-ups in the back of the room getting out. Being honestly a bit more of a range-heavy comp does benefit that, not getting those actual drills of melee here. And we're going to see these beams coming in. These are, they're called big beams, the Empower beams. Now, they're spaced evenly in the first set, but when you get second set and third set, there's these much tighter avenues and larger avenues. But unfortunately, with the way the room is electrified, shifting across the room right now, you're forced into some of these smaller areas. When that overlaps with the bombs that need to be popped quickly afterwards or before, and that magnet pull-in the later sets here, it becomes very demanding. We do lose THC here, unfortunately. It might actually be really unfortunate if that gate hasn't been moved for the second intermission here yet. But we're going to keep pushing on here. Around. Yeah! Was that a double bomb? I couldn't tell.
I'm not too sure. It seemed kind of tight, but you had to get it before the team gets it, right? So they didn't really have a choice here, but they still have a bunch of players alive, only 5 dead. One of them is a healer. 4 of them are DPS players right now as they are trying to approach their own best try just yet. You can see the raid is taking a bunch of damage. That's really that extra healer that's missing here right now. Sang does go down as well, and this is one of the narrower beam avenues, as you're calling them, almost like a little alley, right?
Yeah, you're being pulled here as well with those screw-ups out, the rockets coming in. It's so incredibly difficult to navigate that there.
Yeah, it really is a kind of bullet hell type of boss, but we are getting close to our best that we had before, only 0.5% to push, so hopefully that one can work out. We'll see another big progression here. Yep, that's exactly what's happening.
Second beta launch.
Tank damage does come in here, a little bit of fall-off damage, and into the intermission we go. Now, this one is tough. You need to move through it, take down the extras around you, and then group back up with the rest of the team once you are through this intermission. But a lot of stuff that's going on, and after this, Lock and Stock will do more damage once more. Every single intermission, he does ramp up in power.
Yeah, so this is, when this boss is dead, this is essentially the last phase one you're going to see here. If we can keep moving on a bit more, you're going to see those empowered beams coming in and the empowered rockets. If anybody is cleaved by a rocket, you take... the whole raid takes damage and an actual healing absorb on the entire raid. We might not get that far right here. These bombs are going to probably spell disaster for us, but that is progression. We lost THE before the actual phase 2 began, so we didn't have a good gate for those polarities to take there either, which sort of spelled disaster, but that is progression. And a very good thing to note here, the boss is like 46% at 330, so you're ahead of the check by 4% there. So this second intermission, or second, phase 1, last phase, whatever you want to call it, needs to be optimized more. Obviously mechanically, damage-wise, but we do appear to be ahead of the check if the enrage is 7 minutes long. Currently.
Yeah.
Lost. So we'll see, but...
Gotta factor in that a bunch of people died rather early, and that's a lot of lost damage here as well, but
Nobody died before that, but yes,
overall, they are on track, I think.
Yeah, that's a progression poll. 34%.
Love to see it.
Yeah, and that's kind of feel like the crux of the fight right there is that beta launcher sequence, just because there's so much going on in such a small amount of time. And then also I want to say, like, with the rockets that come in and all the beams that are coming in from the side, also because of the shape of the room, you have less time to react in a way, which I mean, I'm sure they can handle it, but that would freak me out. I would lose my mind.
So the good thing is the boss does kind of signal what it's going to do before, right? It brings up the invention on the conveyor belt and kind of goes like, this is what I'm going to do to you next. And then you can kind of just see it, but at some point it's just like it keeps going, right? It's just invention upon invention, and he just rains everything down on you, and you're standing there like, okay, what comes next? I'm already in trouble. All of these things are happening at the same time, and it's just like bullet hell, really. That's what this boss is.
Yeah. It's good though. It almost seems like looking at those void beams getting into that later part of phase 1 after first empowerment, the avenue that you're in gets smaller and smaller every single void set. There's like nowhere to go. You've got the magnet pulling you in, you've got rockets flying at you, and you've also got that beam just getting smaller and smaller. And then factor that all in the next phase when you have those rockets just being empowered void beams that just, or I guess rockets that if you touch them, it hits the whole raid and puts a healing absorb in the raid as well. So maybe you commit barrier there, soak a few, but barrier's not going to help you heal through that healing absorb. So it's going to be super, super tight getting through that, but that's what you got to do to kill this boss.
Honestly, I love it.
It's fun.
It's something.
It's hard, and it's hard for fun reasons.
Yeah, I think it's a... So I didn't like Styx for the reason that it was the same thing again and again and again. Just by looking at it, it was really hard to tell at what kind of progression you're on. I think this boss, in that regard, is really the opposite. You can see where the progression points are. You can exactly see where the pain points are. It just gets worse and worse over time in a good manner. And it's very easy to tell how far you are into the boss and how that progression is moving along. And I just love that when bosses do that.
The only real variance in this fight is just the fact that people get different polarizations and they swap.
Yeah.
The bombs are a little... I mean, they're basically the same, just people get different polarizations, so you have to learn the popping sequence. If I have blue here, I might be assigned here. Or I have red, I'm closer versus further. And I'm sure they have their own internal, all right, do you want to be assigned more often but closer bombs, or do you want to be assigned later on?
That was actually a conversation we were hearing last night that they asked specifically the Warlocks because they're so immobile. They were like, would you rather be here, middle, or last in terms of where you are assigned? And then that changes the frequency of how often you are probably going to go, but also changes the frequency of which of these are you going to go, because you do have a vulnerability. You can't be assigned like twice in a row, for example.
Yeah, you can't pop 2 bombs in the same set, basically. I think it's like a almost 2-minute debuff. It has to be a different player every time.
Yeah.
In each phase. You can rotate back through in a second phase 1 and third phase 1. Yes, exactly.
It's 2 minutes, you're right.
Yeah, so there we go.
And nowhere.
Got to learn that at 3 times the mechanics coming at you and the boss will die.
Right.
Yeah, and I mean, because there's like a few, sequences that you're going to have to do, I think it's just like a repetition thing at this point.
Yeah, I that's the thing. The further into the fight, you'll unlock more mechanical overlaps, but you've still seen the traps, still seen the lasers. I mean, the missiles, to be fair, are harder to dodge when they're empowered void balls, but like it's not... You still sort of know what you're going to be doing, right? I'm sure they planned this all out. It was tested on PTR for a decent bit as well, and barring them changing the way the knockback functions from how it was on PTR, which is shifted from needing 2 locks to 1, the fight is still relatively similar.
Yeah.
I'm laughing because on our second screen, we can see one of our content creation people taking some photos there of the Raiders. Very sneaky on Impact's camera.
I didn't even see it, actually.
Did you see the ghillie suit that came out the other day?
I did not.
Ah, yeah.
I like ghillie suits. They're fun.
Brooklyn, one of the photographers, had a ghillie suit on and was sneaking around. I don't think any of them noticed, though.
I've got a real one.
Yeah, it was a real ghillie suit.
There he is. Look at him. He's just sitting on the floor trying to take some good pics of the Raiders,
No idea.
Trying to get their good sides.
Kind of like a fish tank.
Impact is not aware.
That is the worst seat, the one that is directly behind Impact, is THD. And he loves sitting there. And
Yes.
I would that is not the seat that I would. It's like the only seat that you're sitting in front of a window.
It's the first person to greet everyone that come in the morning.
No, I
love seeing everybody.
He loves it. He's just kind of, I mean, he's a weird
Golden Retriever-esque.
Very Golden Retriever
This is
energy.
his Super Bowl.
It kind of is, yeah.
He really loves sitting there and just seeing everybody walk by and like talk to people and wave to people and just,
Mm-hmm.
He had to change his hairline in the painting, though. It changed from last race.
What are you insinuating?
What?
It looks better.
I thought
it's all slanted in the painting.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying he was balding or something. I was like, jeez, you're gonna call him out like that?
No.
She's a hairline king. What do you mean?
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we got Shakib here, of course, with his 8
command
screams
station.
that he's not allowed to touch. Always bouncing. That's very relatable.
Yep, just Demon Hunter things.
Locked.
I really wish he would stream again.
I
That would be
know.
nice.
I get
Him
it.
and
though.
You can see him
Adno.
bounce in the background.
Yeah.
Just wiggling around a bit, waiting for that poll to start while they're going through a couple of things at the same time.
So would you still say 75 polls makes after seeing a bit more into the fight here? Or would you want to alter that prediction a little bit?
I think 80 sounds fair. I think
Okay.
It is kind of that type of boss where once you have seen one of the pain points and you figured it out, then you can move past it. You're not going to be wasting too many more pulls into like the first set of mines, the second set of mines. It's just you need to get through it and learn it, and the pulls will get longer. And I think the progression on this boss fight is rather linear in terms of how it's going to look like. So I'm still fine with my prediction. Thank you very much.
All right, I'm just giving you a chance to change it. I'm helping you not be wrong in the future.
Oh, thank you, Kalamazi.
Oh, goodness.
Very kind of you.
I do what I can.
He's a man of the people.
He is. He's a provider, after all.
He's just a warlock player.
That food last night was very good. The after...
the 1 a.m.
Taco Bell.
Did you... Oh, how did it go?
We spent $110.
Okay.
For 5 people.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. You need to tell me, what did you order?
I ordered 4 Doritos Locos Tacos with beef. Yeah, there we go.
Oh my God. Okay.
Beef, chicken, garlic ranch, cheese, tomatoes, and jalapenos.
Okay.
I think I concocted the perfect taco at this point.
Funny.
Jalapenos?
Jalapenos.
Jalapeno, yeah. How do you jalapeno?
Jalapenos.
Jalapeno. I can say it like in Florida. We're not in Florida.
Okay. No, it's fine. It's a
Spanish word.
Yeah, it was a perfect concoction of flavors.
That sounds terrible.
Max had a little bowl of potatoes. And
I did, with cheese and sour cream. It was good. See, it's funny because they were like, why didn't you order something that's like popular? And I'm like, because it doesn't taste good and this does. And they were like, oh, yeah, I guess this makes sense.
What did you order?
Just a little bowl with like some potatoes and cheese and sour cream.
Those are good. I know what you're talking about.
They're
it's like
very good.
Spicy potato bowl or something like that, right?
Not spicy, but good. Like,
don't let that. I don't know who said that, but that's stupid. Everything at Taco Bell is popular.
Well, Zyra said it, but
yeah.
yeah, no, the last time, last race, that was the first time I had Taco Bell, and on advice from Kalamazi and the others, I got something, but I didn't like it. That was not very good.
5, 4.
It's not my fault.
I forgot what you got this time, or last time actually.
Some crunch something. I don't know. It was not good.
Someone in chat says it's a party in your mouth.
Well, yeah, I mean, it can be.
Not a very good party.
I think you don't fully appreciate
maybe, yeah.
Taco Bell. Dude, there was somebody linked I think it was Jack. Hold on, I have to find it. It was in the talent chat. It was a tweet about Taco Bell, and I think it is relevant to this conversation. But let me pull it up. Give me a second here as they get on poll number 47. Hold on. Oh my God.
Okay.
Oh my God, I'm actually panicking. Hold on.
It's okay.
Wait. Okay. All right. Taco Bell doesn't hurt my stomach because it knows I approach it with pure intentions and a positive spirit.
This was sent to me by Malia this morning.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
Exactly. See, when you condition your stomach to just pure degeneracy,
right?
And like diabolic foods, you're fine. I have no problems.
I would just like to point out to the class that Kalamazi here has celiacs, and he's been eating gluten for most of his life. So you probably don't even know how it feels to have a stomach that's not hurting, my friend.
Exactly.
You're just gaslighting yourself into thinking that's normal.
Yep. I'm also a little dairy intolerant, but I deal with it. Okay.
Most people are dairy intolerant and just don't realize
it's only like whey protein that gets me messed up now. I just can't do that. Everything else is fine.
Okay.
Unless I gnaw on a block of cheese, which might happen sometimes.
I can eat whenever I want.
You're so messed up, dude. Why are you like this?
I don't actually gnaw on
You
blocks of
don't need to suffer. You know that, right? Like, there are options. Why are you doing this to
My
yourself?
brother's the same way. He's not supposed to eat gluten. Like, he'll just... I'm calling him out right now. Sorry if you're listening, Dean. But he'll like throw up after meals all the time. And then it was like years of suffering. He finally found out he has a gluten intolerance. And he was like, oh, well.
I've been eating it all my life. Might as well continue.
Whatever.
Sitting right next to you. This guy does that too.
It doesn't hurt my stomach, though. It does other things to me, which is not very good.
Oh. Yeah, okay. We don't
So why would you eat it?
Well, I don't eat it anymore. I don't. You know. Not purposefully.
He's telling the truth. We had some cookies delivered by Soren, shout out, and he grabbed one. He's like, I'm going to save this for later so that I can suffer later. not while I'm on desk. And I was like, okay, all right, good luck
didn't
with
eat
that. And then the next day, you didn't eat it?
Yeah.
You held back?
Bit of a bait. Yeah, I wasn't gonna eat it either way.
Okay. I didn't eat those.
Well, you should have.
She also cannot eat them.
Yep.
Why?
You're not the only one with
also have-
weird intolerances, Kalamazi.
Well, they were really good. You guys both missed out.
Yeah, I
Cool
think
thing is,
yeah.
they ordered me 2 gluten-free pizzas. I brought one to the hotel. It's in the fridge.
I was so proud when he told Chef Heidi about that.
I was so excited.
You should be. That's very thoughtful.
There's a whole
Chef
pizza in the
Heidi.
fridge. I brought some plates back to the hotel last night for pizza in the microwave. It's gonna be really
Okay.
good tonight.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
She was like, they only had a small gluten-free pizza.
Right.
She wasn't sure if small was going to be big enough for this guy. So she ordered 2 just in case.
Okay. Very kind.
nice. Very
Yeah.
sweet. We love Chef Heidi.
Yeah, we do indeed. We do indeed. We do have 2 people dead. Unfortunately, we've lost Xi and Siri here. But the boss is getting sort of close to approaching that phase 2 transition second time. As long as, to clarify, the boss goes into his beta launch sequence at max energy. So this is going to be that second, I believe actually that 3rd wave of void lines we're going to see in this phase with a very tight alley you have to live in here with those rockets coming in. There may be one more, but the next progression point is going to be seeing through this upcoming intermission after this next set of polarizations and bombs spawning right here. We do lose Malarcus here, but we still are able to stagger along a bit more here. Second bomb being popped here. Oh, we end up losing Scott here as well. We have a res available? I don't know. We don't. We might be able to stagger on, or I guess carry on a bit longer here until that next phase. This is the last set of beams coming in. We can probably one tank this. People are just bleeding out, unfortunately. This is the overlap that's annoying, though. You've got those beams coming in with the magnets pulling you, as well as the rockets, and those screw-up beams, I guess, well, screws over there.
Yeah.
That provide even more area of denial.
So I think a big thing on this boss is if you lose a healer early, it just kind of escalates from there, right? Sarah being dead there early on, now Nick also fallen. At that point, you're just going to struggle so much for living and trying to just stay alive that it's very hard to see deeper into the fight as is. So a little bit unfortunate, but we're still happy to see this intermission one more time as the group is trying to push it along, trying to see as far into it one more time.
Yeah, we can stagger around a bit longer here. We did indeed have that gateway down there, so that actual beta launch gate did look pretty good. Most of blue and red got in their positions accordingly. We're not going to live much longer here. Both tanks are down, but this right here is that progression point you want to be seeing here. When these bombs spawn in, this phase does have those empowered rockets, which begin, I believe, in about 45-ish seconds here. I'm not going to see much further into this past, well, probably past this point. This is the prog point you want to see, right? You want to get back to here optimally with enough alive where we can stagger on a bit longer. But we're getting there. Maybe not a best overall. We can push a bit more here. Maybe we can get a percent with boss. Maybe. We're living a WoW. Not many alive here.
Oh, maybe. No tanks.
They've got Turtle. They've got Diaper.
Boom.
They've got all kinds of... Okay.
Bomb set spells disaster.
Now the polarity thing with the red and the blue.
Yes.
It's not like it's going to instantly kill you if you bonk into each other. It's just it's a lot of damage, but like
it knocks both of you back.
Cheese it a little bit
and takes a lot of damage. And the problem is with so much stuff being on the floor already, you can get knocked into something that then kills you. So
right.
The knockback almost more lethal than the damage itself, but really you should try to avoid running into anyone at any given point. It's really not advisable.
Well, it's fine. That'll be okay. If it's a Demon Hunter, it's fine.
I mean, if it was you, you probably would be running into people.
No.
Disregard for your own health like that.
In our testing.
Oh,
they're going to make you...
Tell me.
Go ahead. Yeah, you go ahead.
We had a lovely Demon Hunter at a polarity shift, but was too distracted by doing random backflips and cartwheels, all the random garbage they do with that part of their rotation. Just knocked everybody off the belt.
I'm sorry,
and lo and behold, in Raid last night too, same thing. Oh, I was in a backflip, doing a 360 no scope, up, just blew the Raid up.
It's not their fault.
Despise
I told you I was sorry.
Hunters.
I told you I was sorry. Just trying to do damage, and you're over.
Blame the Warcraft devs for making
they stole my
movement
class.
do damage. It's
Stole
not
my
our
class.
fault. That's the strongest thing you can do right
It's
now.
not. I thought it was no movement build right now for Demon Hunters.
You can do both.
Oh,
So,
okay.
but
Well, then
like,
it's so.
mover is still a tiny bit stronger, but
Okay.
No mover is valid.
On a boss like this, though,
good.
I mean, in a vacuum, it might be stronger, but on a boss
I mean,
like
we
this,
can probably check in with Shaq and see how he's
True.
doing. Take a little bit of a look over the Demon Hunter's shoulders and see how much moving he is doing. I can't tell you right now because I am not able to pull up some stuff.
To be
but
fair,
if we see inertia proc on the screen on any of the weak auras, then yeah, you know
has
he's
melee
playing
debuff, though,
movement.
too. Yeah, but they just dance around regardless, being part of melee,
You
right?
wiggle a little bit. You got to collect your souls for Fury. That's
wiggle.
important.
Okay.
That's how we generate our resources. Got to wiggle a little bit, get some extra energy in there. So very important.
All right.
You ever played Demon Hunter?
No.
he hates Demon Hunter.
You could try it.
You're in a Demon Hunter sandwich right now, Kalamazi.
That's true.
What,
I
what's
played
your
a
problem?
Death Knight.
Well, we're both playing
It's
Demon
our
Hunter
alt.
and DK.
What do you have?
I play as classic on a mage. your main character,
That we don't need to talk about that right now.
Did you die again?
No, I did not. I did not.
Okay.
I'm still
We're good.
alive, but only because I haven't logged in for a couple days.
See, the real smart angle I have that a lot of classic creators do, you should have done this as well, you milk the death.
Yeah.
Oh, I died. Oh, retail patch is out tomorrow. I guess we're done with this content. You didn't do that. You need to milk it both ways. It's how it goes. It's the cycle
Right.
of being a content creator, right?
Yeah. No, you know what?
Classic.
What a coincidence. Oh, well, that was
play it.
fun. See you later. No, I didn't. I'm just
Peekaboo
being.
did, to be honest.
Wait, the Pika's still playing, right? Isn't he?
Yeah, dude, he died, and the next day he was playing retail.
Oh.
But
What an
he was
inconvenience.
doing keys.
You cannot blame him.
What?
The man is down bad.
Who would have
Nothing
seen it
down
coming?
bad about that.
I'm just being a little aggressive. I don't care.
I understand, Pika.
I mean, hey, the new patch is good. New M Plus season is fun.
It actually is, yeah. Honestly, I think the theme of this patch is phenomenal. I think Mythic Plus is really fun. I think Delves are finally at a point where I actually enjoy doing Delves.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just the right tuning. It's looking a little bit sustier on Mythic, but other than that, very, very fun raid.
Yeah, I mean, in the long run, I'd rather have a raid that is overtuned and
Gets fixed in the long time.
yeah,
Yeah.
they either step in and tune the raid accordingly faster, or it just takes longer but it's more of a competitive nature versus some boss just being steamrolled and you have basically a one or two boss to go like Aberrus or Mirror still, right?
I agree. I think if you had to choose between make it too hard or make it too easy, I would always go for too hard as well.
Yeah, because it's harder to start with something easy and just make it harder. That just feels
Yeah,
wrong.
that's not really an
Right.
option.
Do you imagine?
Mhm.
Well, yeah, too easy. Let's put some more health on that boss.
I will say Bliss needs to be very, very fast and efficient with tuning and nerfs to these bosses, like for guilds that are reaching them outside the world first setting.
Yeah.
When it comes to, I mean, once again, Styx is a great example. I'm surprised we didn't see a post talking about Styx changes coming in next week, but well, I guess same as Kai Veza last year.
Yeah, that also held for a while.
It did, which was not very good.
5,
But
4, 3.
well,
Oh, we're going into another poll.
1.
Just trying to see if we change anything, but it doesn't seem to look like that. I think there is a lot of like looking at replays that's being done with everybody and like going like, oh, this is where we should have been and this is where we were and this is how we're going to fix that. So if you are seeing them stand around in between polls, that's something that usually Team Liquid doesn't do as much as some of the other guilds. Usually they're a guild that just likes to go again and get a feeling for the boss. But I think particularly on this boss, I've been seeing a lot of talking and a lot of agreeing on many things. Can we maybe look at Shaq here, production?
we could actually.
I don't have
jumping
the
around
power.
Right there, actually.
Keep in mind, though, he's kind of ADHD, so he could be moving around and still
While
not part of it.
while he's just
Yeah,
pivoting in the air, eye beaming.
Yeah, we don't know if that's part of his rotation or he just wants to, spam A and D. I'm not sure.
That is good.
But yeah, okay, let's see.
It's just the melee dance, left and right.
I think.
We need to wait for like I-beam to be up and then see if he bench fulls.
See, right now this is just the ADHD spam. This is just.
It's just a little bit of wiggles. You have to, otherwise you don't get your
I-beam,
your
no
souls.
vengeful.
Wiggles out.
Yeah, I don't think we're playing mover here.
Mine's
I think we're not going for inertia.
Maybe I can play my Demon Hunter again
Okay.
then.
I actually have a funny, sort of relevant thing to say.
Mhm.
So, as we know, I was playing hardcore, and I was playing with a lot of people that don't play WoW. Some of them were like first-person shooter mains, and you could tell in a dungeon when they were getting stressed out because they would start strafing, like they're trying to avoid getting headshot. Like
I did that too, actually.
no, like more than any WoW player I've ever seen, like just rapidly moving.
Yeah, it's
would not stop.
That is funny.
The AWSD over and over.
Yeah, like I don't want to get headshot.
Yeah, it's like your Tarkov
Hey, buddy.
moving around. Yeah, I do it too.
Yeah,
I do it.
none of them. It was pretty funny.
Somebody asked me, why are you dancing? I just is what I do.
Just muscle memory to them. But yeah, no, AD, or, should keep, I do the same. Just,
No, you have
wiggle.
to.
Get the wiggles out.
You have to. You see those little purple dots on his screen every now and then? That's where he gets his Fury from. Fury is used to use abilities. He is well within his rights as Demon Hunter to wiggle around a bit. Otherwise, no damn.
As long as it doesn't blast me off the platform like happened in PTR, that's okay.
Oh, well.
You
maybe
got
you were just
they stole my class.
in the wrong spot.
Where did the Demon Hunter
You shouldn't have
hurt
stood there.
They hurt. I don't even talk about it. I don't want to talk about it.
So sorry.
It's fine.
Stand in a different spot next time.
Switch.
Yeah.
You mean with the other polarities knock them off too?
Yeah.
Got
you
it.
were wrong,
Nice.
clearly.
I-
Otherwise,
that
you
was
wouldn't
me.
have flown off.
I think that
works.
Kalamazi doesn't like Demon Hunters because they took some of his abilities and
They stole my whole class.
Oh my god, get over it.
Right? It's
Whatever.
been so many years. Holy.
I know. I actually don't really care.
This polarity switch, by the way, killed a lot of players here.
It did. We saw Malarcus. I believe
did.
Malarcus' impact go down. Kingfly had been down for a little while here. I mean, it's still worth pushing on a bit more there to see some of the overlaps and things. Like getting into the second phase 1 here, like you mentioned, though, this is a good VOD review fight as well. Because like we've seen them take a few minute break between most polls here where progressions are made. There are little things you can talk about. Hey, you can micromanage this movement here. Maybe in that second beta launch, you want to move this way instead of that way. Finding that right angle to be on the conveyor belt still. Things can definitely be broken down here in a VOD better than maybe on a fight like maybe One Arm Bandit, for example, right? A lot of moving parts in this fight need to be done properly to progress further.
I wonder what it was with the polarities there that sent so many players to their death.
Yeah, me too.
Because we did see one of the hunters being down before, and then the polarity came in and like 4 people died. Which I assume maybe they weren't too clear on where they should be standing, or maybe not paying too much attention to what polarity they're getting. It's always a little bit weird because you kind of need to memorize at every single mine spawn where should you be depending on which of the colors you are, which is a lot of factors for an entire 7-minute fight, and we are getting like closer and closer to kind of downloading that into their brains and just making sure they know it, but it'll take a little bit longer.
Fair enough. Yeah, we're going to be taking our time once again in this poll. Frankly, I'm a little bit surprised, I guess, on the amount of time that we are seeing between polls with this boss at this point.
Yeah.
Perhaps that's just me. I would have thought we'd be rapidly pulling, but there's clearly some things that they're still trying to work through.
Yeah, it's a lot of VOD review. Like, look at what just happened. How can we avoid that? Because you just need to be very clear on why people were not in the spot that you originally determined to be in if you are color blue or color red, right?
Yeah.
So sometimes there's something that they can solve. One of the things, for example, was the weak aura that they made just to make sure that you know which of the mines you are and you know exactly how that countdown looks.
All right, well, maybe we can get some insight onto what they are discussing. We're going to head to a Monster Energy listen-in.
Calling that orientation is also good. Like blue on the wall.
I will
red in the
literally
middle.
call the markers. I'll just say blue on diamond, red on triangle.
Okay.
But I was gonna mention it. That set where we're like, I'm turtling those rockets. It almost seems not worth it because, like, trying to soak them when they're that close is like almost impossible.
I think
don't know
you're
if we
right.
can just
I think it's only
cooldown
good
them.
when the missile is directly on the group, because then you're actually soaking every missile if you just stand on it.
Yeah, I mean, you can look at the clip I put, but there was like one that hit someone, which I wasn't in the right angle, but I wouldn't have been in that angle anyway, I don't think.
And mining current raiders is really bad as well. Like, how am I getting hit by that left one? Coming behind me, even though I like see it.
So let's see. Here comes Kingfly. He's in position. That one's like right there. He hits the turret.
I'm a bit off right now, but I get back in position, and this next one is like, there's no way I could have soaked that.
Yeah, there's no way you could have soaked that yet. I mean, it's just.
Do they cleave or not?
No, I don't think
I
so.
don't think could you just stand like on the group? Could you just stand on the group and then take one step back, and then it will hit you before anyone?
We will find out if it cleaves, because it was either last pull or the pull before where we said to like dodge and then 2 people died. It was this
You can
pull,
look
I
in
think.
current raiders. This is left clip. I'm pretty sure.
They definitely do not cleave.
It's a definitely
I can try
made
that
up,
being like-
definitely, but I'm gonna say it definitely.
I can try being a lot closer, like right on top of you guys.
Like me and Sang dies the same global, but it's
Isn't it
different
Brock,
missiles. Like,
fucking-
look at this one. Like I'm
Wait.
literally not even in it.
But
Bro,
fine.
my body's
that's happened to me, Impact. It's good.
Why can't you just stand like directly on top of the thing that shoots out? Like the.
I don't think it works. I'll try it. I don't think it works.
Like, isn't that better than being on top of the raid?
Yeah,
if it does work.
I think, yeah, it will be, but I don't know if it works. I'll try it though.
I think you would, yeah, you would definitely want to just have the two. You would want, if you had 2 turtles or like a spell ward plus a turtle, you would just have one person directly stand on the right rocket and then one on the left rocket. But I also am pretty sure we're going to need the boss damage, so it's good for progression, but I don't know if we're going to end up doing that.
So I'll try it, but I think like the hitbox of them spawns farther out than the thing.
That is definitely possible. If you trying it and doing it wrong or right would both show how it's supposed to be done, if that makes sense. Like if they were going past you, you would know you would just need to be a little farther away from it. But then it could just go in a different angle, right? This is hype. I mean, it's definitely a good thing that they have a small hitbox, right? I mean, if they had a larger hitbox, that would be fucking crazy.
Yeah, sometimes they're small and sometimes just hit you when you're not in it. So,
I feel like I have a big hitbox.
5, 4.
Wah.
Fuck it, I'll go Torn.
Drill in 3, 2, 1, get
should have had Malort. This is main, man.
By the way, I was calling melee can get mines here, and I think that's false. Here's how I think it works. I think it will only choose melee when it runs out of range to pick, so it's only at the end of the phase, correct? Like it has to pick the ranged first.
Yeah. Well, no. If you're on range, you have protection.
Yeah, I know you have protection, but at the beginning of a phase, I think that protection is gone.
No.
Oh, okay.
So there's something weak aura.
Damn.
I trust the weak aura.
Yeah.
The weak aura tracks the hidden aura.
Drills in 3, 2, 1 now. So it's not a timer. It's literally just if you've gotten it last, you can't get it next.
Yeah, there's a hidden aura.
Or is it once a phase?
The drills are once a phase,
No,
yeah.
it's just 90 seconds. If you got the last one in P1, you can't get the first one in P2.
Okay. Dodge. Color swap, 3, 2, now. Still dodge. Respect. Good. Mine's melee. Wrong about that, by the way. It's KSP first. W, Kingfly second. Do you want to grip by anybody?
3.
Okay, Impact next. We'll just go after. After this, guys, we're getting sucked plus rockets plus lasers right now. Dodge. Full respecting. So much respect. Keep dodging. Keep dodging. Keep dodging. Keep dodging. Keep dodging. Keep dodging. Good. Color swap in 10. I've been watching low FPS the whole pull. Fucking kill me. All right. Swapping sides. 3, 2, 1 now. Different debuffs potentially. Okay, and knockback here. Love that sound, by the way.
Hashtag mouse.
I'm not crazy, right? There's no flame mines, only that south side one.
There are fire mines.
On the outside.
No, it's just void turrets on the outside.
Oh.
Don't do anything.
Good job. Respect. Okay. Color swapping here. 2, 1 now. Okay, raid damage then mines. Peachy's first, Malarcus is second. What's your HP here? Drills are in 5 range. Drills are in 3, 2, 1 now.
In raid.
I got donkey.
Yeah, thank you, bro.
Okay, and beams now. Big beams. Get safe. Get safe. Get safe. Someone res teach me the gate. Please, blue, Nick, or
yeah, I will.
Okay, he has to be up for this mine assignment. Okay, fired up in Cine or far. Fired up is first. Drills in 5 range.
4.
Drills in 3, 2, 1 now.
I can't turtle.
This is Nick, then smacked. Good. Guys, beams and rockets in 4 seconds, okay? Big beams in 3, 2, now.
I can test it actually still.
Just stand right on that shit. Good. Guys, color swapping in 3, 2, 1. Color swapping now. Still dodging though. The next drills are the Tobo drills. Move the boss to the other side of the room. This is melee mines. In 8 seconds, you do the Tobo drills. You need to end up next to the raid. You can put it to the right. Just don't put it where we're going after. Drills in 3, 2, 1 now. And then lasers in 3, 2, 1. Get on the raid. We lost a healer. Wolf Disco Rally. All Hellstones and personals. Dodge missiles. Dodge missiles. Keep going. Keep dodging. Keep dodging. Do we need any? We have like darkness or anything? Do we have a ramp for this maybe?
Red move.
Red move. Okay, guys. Red is getting knocked across. Blue is gating.
Shaking out your bones.
That'll be a polarity swap before.
Yeah, it's gonna polarity swap. 3, 2, 1. Okay, red is getting knocked basically straight across and then strafing left or right, and then blue is taking the gate. Do not take the gate early. Good. Play it. Down 2 healers. Any VEs or anything? We can barrier for like the mines out of this phase just to live a little longer. We should do that.
Serious.
We're down a lot of range too.
Do you have Dragon Boss here?
We have huge healing absorbs here. We need fucking God. Off heal, off heal, off heal, off heal, off heal. Get us topped. Color swapping. We need to be top for this. Color swap. Just literally keep off healing.
So
Heal.
Barrier
Live,
as well,
live,
Siri.
live, live.
Good.
Good. Okay, mines now. We're getting 1 far. It's Tobo. Barrier Suri now.
I'm a little bit late.
Red is under the boss.
Red is under the boss. Be really careful. Do not touch it. Drills in 3, 2 now. Get out with drills. Good. Tank bomb going out.
Red is not getting soak range.
Shack. Oh, Shack has soak. It's under the boss.
Well, someone already got it.
The one under the boss. That's not true.
I couldn't get it.
There's one more.
It's about to blow up. It's right there.
It's red.
It's red. It's directly under the boss. Literally anyone soak it or we blow up.
Well, that's across the room.
No, it's across
I don't see it. I don't see it, bro.
So I have green, but I soaked green because I didn't realize it was
right under the boss.
Hey, boys. That was a fucking goddamn.
Are you
It's
able to...
showing wrong, right?
It's not over.
No, I shouldn't.
Keep going, Scott. Wait, all 4s maybe?
Are you able to be on the spot where blue is actually getting to? Because I flew right over you on my notebook and then it's in Mid Africa. Yeah.
Yeah, I should try to get there. I should
was definitely under the boss there.
Yeah.
All right, let me.
There was one under, but it got. Yeah, it got like someone took it. Is what I meant.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
I didn't realize that.
I think Max is like.
I think we just.
I saw it was under the boss when it wasn't soaked, so I never saw it got soaked, and it was off screen, and I assume a range just got popped because that's like the correct order of it. It must have gotten soaked second.
Does the map fuck up if it like isn't?
Well, the map
the map cannot track which one you blow up.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So yeah.
Is that why you thought it was like still?
Yes, correct. Yeah. Okay.
Our positioning.
Our positioning. Well, so we never popped the mines, so we never were able to get into position.
Yeah, I mean like our initial positioning out of this phase was not good.
Really? Blue should just okay. So for this color swap, blue should be here and red should be here.
Yeah.
Oh, but the boss should have been in between the 2 markers. That's probably what you're talking about, right?
It's also the positioning of blue and red. Like look at blue and red.
Red
should be here. Blue should be here, right?
Yeah. The boss positioning's like not awful. I mean, the boss here is fine. It was when I get distracted further, but I mean. Yeah, I just knew people would be going to the wrong spots, so I tried to play safe. Like that drag is the biggest.
Okay, so
problem.
Tobo pops 1 in range here.
Yep.
Exile pops supposed to pop 2 far. I'm assuming that's what got like stolen.
Yep.
Oh yeah,
So green.
Yeah, so no, well someone, you soaked right on top of the raid, right?
I soaked that one.
Oh, you soaked green. Got it. So then that's where we got confused. So then Sari didn't get told to pop. Shaq had to have popped on the other side of the room, which obviously he wasn't prepared for. And then, yeah, okay, totally makes sense. So it's just Exile went to the wrong one. Okay, but before this, let's look at the knock. Okay, so red's supposed to just get knocked here. Fired up did it exactly right. Ranged, you just get knocked here and just strafe to the thing. How did you live? THD is built like a fucking house, dude. He's just in the middle of the zone, goes to the other side, changes his mind, comes back.
No, I'm getting bombed, bro. There's a bomb on my ass.
Okay,
They're fucking mines, bro. They're out to get me.
Okay, either way, we get... let me watch the blue knock from someone's POV over there. Just anyone that I can see. Let's do...
I'm blue. I think I had it.
Oh, yours got added. That's nice. Okay. So we're getting ready for gate. You can take this gate so far back.
This is
ping. That is fucking insane.
European ping.
Okay, but
check me.
Let me just watch everyone in front of you. Bloomy got knocked a little farther, but it was fine. I feel like this gate was perfect. This is great.
I did the same shit. I mean, yeah, the gate's gonna be real, but then I get fucking mined. Fuck yeah.
You should see mine. Mine was epic.
Dude, I was doing a bouncy house in the middle of the pool, bro. I was fucking Han saved my ass. I'm bouncing around.
I met Yips in the middle, and then he sent me flying.
Wait.
It's before that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's because I fly over him.
Wait, where's Yip supposed to be if he's blue? Here?
He's supposed. Yeah,
I should try to get there. It's just a bit of a run, so I try to have a good angle for them. But
well, no, the red shouldn't be getting knocked here though. That's a mistake, right?
I kind of thought it was a decent angle, but
I feel like red wants to get knocked over this thing.
Over what?
Over the rail.
Are you going directly vertical?
Yeah, directly vertical, and then you strafe.
And then
look where the rest of them go. The rest of them do it right. The rest of them literally just get knocked here and then just strafe right, and they're chilling.
Like I tried to give them space.
I mean, fired up.
I can
got on the
probably
conveyor belt as well, right? He just didn't get knocked as far.
You're definitely
I guess I'm a bit to the left.
Yeah.
I think Yips' spot there should be fine. I think.
Yeah, I mean,
the conveyor belt should be.
Is that your plan, Yips, to do what you did there?
I would prefer to go to get to the gateway. I just didn't have enough time. But I'm gonna try to get to the gate if I can. But I was just trying to give space because I didn't have time to cross, and I figured if I cross, I would just kill everyone. So I just tried to like give a good angle, but it wasn't perfect.
That pull for like the first time in my life, I visually. You guys know that meme where it's like the guy is like sitting back in his chair and then it's him sitting up. Like, and he's like playing a game. In. Yeah, he like locks it, bro. That is the first time in my life I've literally felt myself locked in. We had a good pull there, and I think I literally did that motion, but then like mentally I also did the same thing.
I got an idea. That because the turtle on the turret doesn't work. Can the blue tank be the person that soaks them?
Which one?
Can the blue
30 just soaking the rockets right behind us?
Right here.
I don't know if the blue tank is tanking.
Not 330.
Depends if you have stacks of the day, but
soaking those is very sketchy.
330.
They do so much damage.
This is 330 right now.
No, it's 430.
The tanks have like over.
My timer's on my details.
Like the tanks take more damage to it than the DPS do because we have a damage amp on us.
Yeah, we take like over double damage.
Dude, you are sucking that shit down right now.
Double is like twice, right?
That definitely doesn't work because you stood right on it.
No, yeah, I was just saying,
it worked on some that shot out the front. Oh wait, never mind.
No, it doesn't.
That one soaked. You soaked that
no,
one.
I don't think that was one even popping. I think.
Yeah, like the yellow one. Look at the yellow one. Yeah,
I think we might have to just play the game angle, unless it's like.
I'm pretty sure.
Pretty sure it's a play the game angle, unless there's one literally right on top of us.
Right there could I guess it's the red tank, isn't it? The red side is on it.
We have a debuff that makes us take like double plus more than double damage, and we have 0 moves. Well,
I think like if you're like a class popping a personal there, or like you're kind of tanky, like you should just stand in the back, and if you're guaranteed to get one shot, you should just be directly under the boss, or like in the stack.
Oh, that is absolutely true. Yeah. Oh,
like,
I was also gonna
Monk
say,
could take one hit probably.
Would it not be good to rally that? Like, I think when I see some people get hit, they barely get overkilled. Or it seems, or it's like they get not if tanky classes just like kind of live it. But I feel like rally would be a good progression thing if it just saved deaths from missiles.
I mean, I don't know where we're using it, but this to me seems like use a barrier and just completely ignore them. Just if you get hit, you get hit.
That
we only have barrier in 2 of the phases. Right now it's P1 and P3.
Yeah, I mean, you're definitely going to... I mean, P3 is going to hit hardest, but you're definitely going to barrier P3. So like,
in P3, if you get hit, it's over.
More cooldowns, right?
You can say that's like a just game moment, but some of those you like literally can't dodge.
I think we just need tanky people who can live at the back. That's like all you can do.
I usually try. If I don't have the tank debuff, I do try.
By the way, until we hit Enrage, I still think Hunters should try to turtle. I don't think we lose anything by just being safe, right? But... Okay, guys, we're fucking owning. W, continue. That was fucking great.
Like what? Sorry? What is that, sorry?
Using barrier, that makes sense, right?
But you only get 1 barrier in the whole fight then?
Yes, so.
It's 355.
I mean, we don't need it.
He hit you with a fucking yes-so. Actually, wait, are the orbs easier to dodge than the missiles?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, if
if anyone hits an orb, we die. So barrier on those kind of is less valuable. It's good. It's better for the raid damage, but it's like.
So are the orbs easier to dodge than missiles? Yes and no. When you're in the beam with a magnet, good fucking luck.
With rally,
definitely better.
Here's basically what I'm thinking about doing. Okay. If we just assign either personals or like raid cooling, like defensive raid cooldowns to specifically those phases, are we going to put them less on things that are actually trying to kill you with damage, but it'll save wipes and deaths from missiles not
trying to rally and barriers here, right? Like that's 2 dot then.
Yeah, let's do that.
350, what was it? Just for its Wolf Disco's rally.
Alright.
And then you remove the one in last phase. 350 what? You were there.
When is Scott's rallies in P2? Let's see.
First bombs when we run over, or second bombs.
Do we know if there's ever going to be close void orbs?
Oh, I'm certain there will be.
Because that's gonna be
Wolf
crazy.
Disco's rally is not
It is
ready,
gonna be
actually.
crazy, but we're all fucking
But then we have
messed,
to
so
remove
it's
it
fine.
from P1.
He's fucking
Don't
pissed, by the
do
way.
rally in P1 as well, then Wolf Disco.
Okay.
Well,
So it's a
350
350 or
It was 350, right? On the missiles that you just showed, Max.
These this is
335.
yeah 330, and then there's also another one during the Giga Suck, and that one is
It's 420.
This one.
this one's hella easy to dodge though. Like, not really.
Yeah.
It's easier.
Easier. Hella.
Is it? Because you literally have nowhere to move and you're getting sucked, right? Isn't it harder to dodge when you're getting sucked? I mean, I guess they're across the room at least.
Yeah,
Not, like,
that's the
directly
one
on
that
top
makes
of
it
you.
easier.
I mean, it's
then-
definitely there's definitely a scenario
okay,
where
then remove all the rallies and put them like here.
Like,
in
this
the
is
other
almost
one.
impossible,
320 and 403.
I mean, if it's
What is
straight
this?
down
like,
the
look
line,
at
you're
this.
fucked.
Like, look at this. Like with these two being so close, it's kind of RNG that this would happen. But like, I'm pretty sure someone in red is going to hit one of these two 100% of the time. Like, there's
Yeah.
nowhere you
Just to
can.
give
think
them
the tanky
timers.
classes just have to be in the back.
Yeah,
You got
tanky
that Wolf Disco, and like this is 40.
I did
4 minutes
320.
basically.
I mean,
you
that-
320, he does
that-
4 minutes.
That might be a better one to turtle because I could actually like.
Yeah, I was about to say we
react
might want
to
to barrier. We might want to barrier the second one
Yeah.
almost.
This
I'm
one
saying
or
like
the
if I
other one?
turtled here, I could actually soak them because I would have time to hit them.
Yeah.
Okay, so you want 320 barrier then? I think you do.
It would be okay. 320
It's
barrier.
330.
Yeah, 320 is nothing. It would be
Okay,
a 3.
You said 320.
Well,
Okay, so
330 could be
330.
barrier specifically on like red. I think.
I mean, you can hit both. Yeah, so it's 330 barrier and 330 rally Wolf Disco and 4 minute rally Scott.
Okay, let's do it.
And Hunter soak the.
Yeah,
Did you look at it?
I'm gonna try to turtle.
I
that
did look
second
at it.
set,
I'm
the
not sure
first
if it's
set.
good because basically my cooldown is getting like the first or the last 2 mines of the previous set when smart cooldown is going away into the boom, and then the first 2 of the last set. I mean, I can try hold it, but it just seems worse.
I mean, like, I got drills there and I just literally died in like 1 second. Okay, I could have done something different, but
Wait, when? Let's see. So we're
like
getting
when I
great
get the
damage here.
drill at the end of this phase, like third mines, I got just dead.
I think we need to pull again. I think we're.
Yeah.
I think we need to pull.
I'll try to delay this time a bit, but
When I said these are the Tobo drills, did that mean anything to you?
Yeah. Yeah.
It meant something to
Okay.
me, man. I fucking appreciate that shit.
Hit the P2.
You're
Maybe.
drifting.
You can also click like Bob, call for Bob from Lip if you get like drill and just want to stand.
Yeah.
Yes,
Let's
let's
not
go.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back from that Monster Energy Listen In. We are heading on to pull number 50 after getting some significant progress at 25.13%.
Holy moly, yeah,
Holy moly.
pretty good pull coming up. They lost a couple Raiders, were able to push on for a little while. They obviously are behind the DPS check, but we did get to that point where we saw those empowered, or those rockets become those empowered void orbs. And that's going to be essentially the last phase one you see of that fight. So getting to that point, being consistent and getting back to it is incredibly important now.
Something really cool that I just saw there that Tobo and Sang, I believe, were doing is to utilize the conveyor belt so that they minimize movement. You're seeing it here again on the right-hand side. They're just standing there, keep attacking the boss, and then whenever they are close to it, they'll step off the conveyor belt again. Because notably, as caster classes, you really don't want to be moving too much, but here comes that polarity. Make sure you're on the correct side. A lot of red players there walking out.
Yeah, a little bit of a rocket blast coming in here. These rockets are the ones that are a bit more spread out, but the longer this phase goes on, they become a bit more condensed and leave less room for navigation to dodge these rockets. When you get the empowered magnets coming in as well, they'll pull you in one direction, making it even more difficult with these red and blue polarities here. Like you talked about with those belts moving around and Tobo riding on them, you're already getting to that point right here.
Yeah.
When it comes to like pre-baiting the screw-ups here on the belts and using that movement while being able to cast for a bit more micromanagement, a bit more damage increase. He's walking a fine line. He knows what's going on. Yeah,
That was kind of scary.
it's scaring me a little bit too. He knows where the fine line is, like we were talking about.
It's interesting that you see your own circle and then you see the opposite circles, but you don't see your friend's circle.
It actually wasn't
Is
that
a
way on
setting?
PTR.
Yeah,
it's just a
because
new
I'm pretty
change.
sure it depends on which character reviewing, because I feel like I've seen some people see their own shapes, but
Ooh,
maybe
I'm actually not sure then. The actual bomb colors are similar to what you see with your own polarities when they spawn in, but
if it's a setting, it's one that I want to know how to turn off, because it does get a bit confusing seeing a bunch of the same color debuffs essentially, right?
Yeah.
Alright, we do see that first intermission coming up here. THG riding the belt, trying to optimize damage here. CDing at this point in the fight can be a little awkward. His Demonology with that 1 minute damage profile, which is why he swapped to Destruction. Destro not as strong in single target, but does offer a lot more mobility here when you have these polarity swaps coming in.
You got a far one. We're taking a long right. He's going.
He can ride the belt down a decent bit. He's not pop number 1, pop number 2, which we popped right about now. Yep, heading back. Should have a circle available, which he does. Circles right back in for a bit more damage increase. Being able to cast on the move, very important and part of Destruction's profile with that Shadow Burn talent being used in most of these settings here. Back to the group for that polarity swap coming in a second here as well. And this is where those big beams are coming in with a bit more space in this first set here. These are the Empower beams, a lot of the Void-esque effects being launched across the room in this second phase 1.
You can also see, if you're looking at the rate frame, that a lot of players are carrying those dots that do a lot of the damage here. You can see that he is also unable to soak another one for 1 minute. However, we do have a tank death here occurring. No Battle Rush available as of right now. Next one will be in 1 minute. So if they can stretch it a little while longer, if Yips is able to survive here, maybe one of the melees just taunting in between, trying to use an immunity, could potentially get a reset there and keep that boss fight going. They, of course, are very used to that kind of stuff, so they're trying their best to keep that ball going, but some spread out situation with our polarities here. Staying alive, though.
Yeah, Cindy going pretty low here. We did have a bit of a polarity knock there, but as long as we can make it the next 20-ish seconds, give or take, we should see second intermission here. I don't know if Yips can live this long as a thing. THG does place the gate there. Yeah, this is going to be that nasty overlap with the rockets coming in right over the group there with that magnet pull as well, and this area of denial is just so intense at this point. When you have those screw-ups going out, they have to be placed properly. We do lose 3 or 4 players here. We're going to get the second intermission.
We lost both of our tanks, so...
Yeah, we can't without them.
It's going to be a problem. I said he's a beast and he died in that moment, but I'm not sure if it was the boss or some additional damage that he took there, unfortunately.
But health looks
good
here,
hard to tell.
Yeah. Scott did go down early on. I don't know what got him exactly. Yips lived for a little while. Boss looks good here health-wise, though.
I feel like you lived for a long time, and we pushed to 36% with Scott dead for a significant amount of time, and this is where we were in terms of progress in the beginning of our shift, like an hour ago.
Yeah, exactly. That prot warrior brings a lot of damage towards the end of the fight as well.
Yeah.
With that execute-based profile. So, I mean, we're looking good here, looking consistent. You even heard Max say, yeah, we're slaying right now.
Yeah, vibes are good.
Yeah. They are getting back to that progression point. Just need to get through it with everybody alive. And they've seen the bombs a handful of times. Just factor in the void missiles every once in a while, and you're doing the same thing you've done for the last 30 pulls.
Look at Impact giggling to himself there. I'm sure they're having jokes once again in their voice comms, as they do usually. It's very important that a soulstone is placed, so want to make sure everybody gets rest and time. You don't want to use that Ankh. Now, I'm not sure if Nick is actually in range or if Nick is running, but he seems to be alive.
Quick little run back, nothing too crazy.
I hope not. I hope he's there and they're just yapping right now. Haven't dressed yet.
So let's do some math here. What is a third of 7?
A third?
I'm sorry?
No, he's running.
You can run back. A third of 7 minutes. Is that that'd be 220, 440?
Sure.
And then 7, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Ooh,
that was
man.
good.
Wow, I'm a mathematician. Look at that.
Wait, why are we doing a third of 7?
So you can look at the ratios and the boss checks and
find out what a good boss push is.
Yeah, I think we were right around 33 at 440 there, give or take. I don't remember exactly. But they look at their, I mean, you can see like 36 at 451.
Yeah.
People were dead. So like they're right on the cusp of having enough damage to beat the DPS check. But keep in mind, I have Kazan's ramping.
Yeah.
Entering execute for certain classes like Destro Lock, Warriors in the raid. You've already lost it, but you're going to have second pots as well around that 5-minute mark. So they're right on the cusp of having the DPS for it, but you're going to lose a lot learning the last phase 1 a decent bit. So a bit more prog needed there, but I mean, things look solid, right? If 2 million DPS is probably what you need roughly from like every person in the rig, give or take, it's probably around there, give or take, looking at the meters here. These Windwalkers are insane, though. Sustaining 2.2 million over the course of a 5-minute fight is wild.
Well, they're awesome if you look at the meters, the details.
Which one is Trill?
I have no idea. Red Paladin and Awesome.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure which is which.
Oh, we can just check in with either.
That's true.
Of
yeah.
them,
Flip to one of them. Flip to one of the monks, the Windwalker monk.
We might see how they track themselves on the details?
I'm curious. I mean, they're usually right next to each other, so it's...
Yeah, but like at the beginning of the fight, usually a DPS player will have enabled always show me. And so once they're not on there just yet, you should be able to see their name at the bottom there before they're soaring up to big DPS with their opener. So as soon as the fight starts here, we'll be able to see, actually with spectating Trill here, we'll be able to see which of these two is Boomy. I'm making a call. I think Trill is #awesome.
Okay.
All right, there you go. The Trill diff.
I like, oh, it's #awesome too.
That's right. #all4s, #awesome.
Also not augment runing here.
#all4s.
So, oh, there we go. So
there we go.
Damage augment runes as well. I will say I don't ever enable always show me on details because I'm always on top of details.
Okay.
Do you actually not have it enabled?
No, I am at the bottom playing a Warlock this tier. Holy moly, it's bad.
So do you have it in? You just never have it enabled, or you enable it based on how good your class is?
Well,
I have a question about
the
that.
last 2 expansions, it's been enabled. Trust me.
Okay.
Before then, I mean, we had a good tier in Avarice, but
I always have it.
Well, you know, Kalamazoo, a good player can make any class work.
Yeah, can we go THC POV real fast here?
No, we're staying on the monks. Bring it back.
Production so quick.
That's the Warlock POV.
The monk.
That man is busy, okay? He's been doing gateways and stuff. If he wasn't, he'd be at the top there. That is some copium.
Yeah.
That's a terrible excuse, and THC would say the same thing right now. He'd be agreeing with me.
He'd be like, Kalamazoo, what are you even saying?
You're not representing the Florida Warlock man very well.
I know exactly what he'd say if I... THC, what are your thoughts on Warlock this tier? We suck! That's exactly what he'd say. Like,
back to the monk.
Tier.
I kind of want to do that.
Please.
I don't want to do that.
We should go back to monk POV.
The monk.
There we go. Trill POV back. The Trill
All right.
diff.
5.
Surely
4,
he has that enabled, right?
2.
Probably.
Collect
I mean, he does. Kind of to your point, like, does he need it if he's at the top?
Quick, go to Boomy. Quick, go to Boomy.
Also, are they really looking at their parsing?
Oh, he's Rat Paladin.
In the middle of a fight?
Yeah, I was right. Trill is #awesome and Boomy is Rat Paladin.
Okay.
There we go.
All right. Roll number 51.
Moves production.
I was in the hundreds. Makes you were in the hundreds to run the re-guess. What were you, Kalamazoo?
In initial predictions or re-predictions?
No, in the re-predictions.
I said 100.
100.
Okay, I said 80.
Cool. So we're locking down for a bit. We're
like
locked in.
85-ish could be realistic. It could be less, but you need to see
Coming
a
around?
lot of big prog.
Yeah.
That second phase here. It's possible, though. Yeah, I'm coming around, exactly.
That's good.
Well, you know.
Interestingly enough, Boomy doesn't actually have the weak aura that shows the mines on the overall. He just goes by marker. So all of the mines have a world marker, and they don't always spawn exactly on that world marker, but they spawn in that square of where the world marker is. So as you just saw, he had blue and he had a countdown, but he did not have the full view of the boss room with where the mines are. So he needs to know where those markers are rather than just looking at that overall room.
Yeah. We've only had actually 5 polls over the last, looks to be almost hour or so, give or take, but they have been 34.7, 35.1, a bit of a disparity at 58, 25.1, and 35.9. So getting back to that prog point, almost every poll here has been the key this last hour or so. And we talked about a bit of a discussion between each poll is actually really good in this boss. You're seeing the prog point, so when you get back to it, you know how to approach it from that angle. Maybe it's the knock, maybe it's your polarity shifts. Knowing what to do in that spot ahead of time is incredibly important in a fight like this.
So we did lose Malarcus there for a couple of seconds, but just pick him back up. That is going to be the battle rest. Polarity does come in, and for a second I did think Yips was dead, but he is still alive. I just got pranked because he was out of range. And we're checking in with our encounter timer. You said 220?
220 is what you want to see for 66. We're already ahead of that.
We're ahead of that. Looking great is exactly what you want to see. Now the fight does get harder, and notably when players are busy caring for their own life and moving, that is usually when they do less damage. So I would be a little bit cautious, but on the current damage push, they're definitely looking good right now.
Yep, bit of a polarity swap coming in here. Everyone gets their assigned positions ahead of time. No problems there. The boss is sitting at about 58% here. We already have that first mission over, so we're going to be seeing these empowered void lines coming across the room here. Keep in mind, once you enter further into this phase, those rockets become, or sorry, those lines become larger and larger, leading to even more area of denial. One change they made earlier before this actual shift as well, they swapped out that third Windwalker for a Shadow Priest. I was guessing it's because of these actual drills coming up through the floor here, trying to leave melee more room. And it looks like melee, for the most part, has been very, very clear from these last few pulls here. Most of them, having this amount of range seems to be working out very well for them as well, both for mine pops and just overall raid comp, looking at mechanics here.
I love how Scott went over there and just stared at the boss while he was waiting for the boss to come close to him. Just like
staring it down.
Where you at, buddy?
Yeah.
You coming around? But it has worked out here, and we are in the next beam set. This is once again where we do get those tied alleys, and unfortunately, we did lose a healer here. Nick is down. That is going to be a little bit tougher. Depends on where his healing cooldowns are, of course, assigned. If he just used his cooldowns, then we're fine. But it is going to be some throughput that is missing for now that they still need to cover with the remaining 3 healers. Good thing, they 3 healed a bunch of bosses, so they're used to this now.
Yeah, at this point, we're used to it here. We have one polarity swap coming in here. This is going to be oh my gosh.
Man.
Yeah, this is where we
Dude, the overlap is ridiculous. It's everything at once.
Look at the rockets. So, actually, yeah, you can see either Malarkus or King fly in the back, turtling the rockets, trying to save the group, so it's negating the incoming rockets towards their little alleyway of movement, possibly. Now, we are going to be hitting that second beta, second phase 2, coming up in about 5 seconds here, with both tanks alive. This is also going to be this is a really low percent pushing this boss here, too. 37 post or pre-second beta launch is very, very impressive here. Now, unfortunately, TG is down. We have no gate here. You're going to have to natty, knock, and move here, which is going to make it pretty tough to navigate.
Knocked each other. Get out of the way.
Yeah, Scott just pushed him right out so we can get back in position for the red group there.
Said, I am the tank, so therefore I am right.
Wait, well, what if he's trying to parse, Makes?
Well,
I'm hitting the boss.
Yeah, well, you can ask Kalamazi about how that feels.
I am the dirt. It's okay. I know how it feels.
So, mention of boss percentage here as well. We did look at the 440 marker as like our second check mark. Now, of course, a bunch of players already being dead there, but I think overall they're looking really good on the damage of this boss.
Yeah, as long as the enrage actually is 7 minutes, which people have said Echo did hit. Haven't confirmed it, but I trust chat.
That's right.
They wouldn't lie to us.
Twitch chat knows everything.
They know all.
Yeah, damage will obviously still be very tight during this fight, but I would assume it looks like we have the damage.
Yep.
Roughly.
Yep.
Possibly, maybe. Potentially.
Oh, okay. Oh no. The longer you talk, the more doubt you seem to have.
I'm saying it. We have
never
the
be wrong.
damage. Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
If the enrage sits on 7 minutes, they are perfectly fine on damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're pushing below the first threshold that we've mentioned, or we've made up on our own here at 220 by about 3%, which is good because Lust is helping carry their DPS at the start, right? You have major cooldowns, pots. You'll get second pots at the 5-minute mark, and you also have those Eye of Kazan stacking fully. I don't know what the threshold is for
well as
max
the
eye
execute.
stacks. Yeah, exactly, right. Just gotten that Prot Warrior. I've got a couple other execute classes in the raid here as well. Can make a bit of a difference in that last 30% or so on this boss. So I'm thinking around 85 pulls. Yeah, I think it's possible.
Oh, did hear a little bit of a reminder there to food up.
Yeah, food up, rune up.
Reacryb your Jaster ring?
Yeah, still
ring?
broken apparently.
Yeah, still a little wonky.
It's just
what I've heard, yeah.
Got me a little bit buggy, so we're just making sure that it's going as intended.
Turned on.
Big Poppy here, cooking us some extra food.
Those are the hardy foods.
Ooh.
Hardy personal foods. They last an hour through death.
Oh, wow.
Love.
Expensive, it sounds.
Yeah,
like,
you know, we spare no expense here.
Of course not.
John Hammond himself.
What is he wearing? What is that transmog? Does he have a shroom on his head?
The chef hat.
Yeah. No,
It
it is a shroom, I thought.
It
It
looks
was
like
from
a
the
shroom.
delves.
Like the delve shroom.
Oh, it might actually be.
Chef hats go up.
You can see it, and the only reason I know that is because in the thing where they show the entire raid comp, you can see it's a shroom.
Mm.
Yeah.
Very funny.
Mines.
It's a good look. I tried to get it for a little bit, couldn't, gave up.
Oh no.
I'm not the biggest fan of delves.
So there's two. There's the candle, and there is the fish hat. Do you have the fish hat?
The fish
I
hat?
didn't know there was a fish hat.
Well, it's like the angler fish. You see them before?
Oh.
Yeah, you have like the little lantern.
It's a skeleton. It's like all the bones like that kind
Ooh.
of. Yeah, it's super sick. I
Have
got
you
it.
tried Delph's Dispatch?
I have.
Oh. Why?
Because they've gotten much better. Elves are much more fun now. I was a hater, I'm now a lover.
Okay, I'll check
Plus
it
you
out.
get free heroic item level once a week.
Yeah, I mean, I'll do it for the gear, but
do it once.
Whether or not I'm going to enjoy it is still to be seen.
That's very true, actually. Yes, Chad, if you haven't learned elves, get going.
Especially the newer ones are very fun.
Okay, I believe you.
Get Bran in there.
Bran?
A little bit of troll tank Bran, for example.
I've heard he's pretty bad, actually, as a tank.
He is very bad.
He was bad last patch, too. At any role we
So
gave
the
him,
thing
but-
with tank Bran is he is only meant to go with a healer as a DPS.
Okay.
Which means he needs to be actively healed, otherwise tank Bran is kind of useless. And
Did you
he
bandage him?
also... yeah, probably.
This isn't classic Aya.
And he also just stands in AoE on the floor. So if you are a melee,
he stands in bad,
and you're going with tank Bran, get used to having to taunt things out of AoE patches.
Okay.
Just so you can DPS them without taking damage yourself.
That's really funny, actually.
I'm not sure what happened there, but I am eagerly awaiting a fix on that so I can run tank Bran more efficiently.
There we go.
Would be nice.
Why is the word extension being thrown in chat?
I don't know. I
see-
responded to somebody in chat earlier, but look, I'm just going to say this, and then we can put it to rest. They are not going to extend their lockout. That will never happen again.
Until next week.
It will definitely not happen this time.
Yeah, look at the threat.
Clip me. I will eat my shoe if they extend their lockout.
All right.
This reset.
There we go.
Ever.
All right. Yeah, that was Aya to clarify. Her shoes are. Oh.
Or the spiky shoes.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
All right.
So with KSP down here for a decent bit, they're actually 3% ahead of the first DPS check we made up here. So, I mean, they were at 63% at 220 when you want 66. Once again, that will fall off the later this fight goes, but, I mean, they're actually just cranking damage the first third of this fight so far, which they've seen the most, to be fair, but it doesn't really change a whole lot, barring things being in power, which we have plans for. We've seen the Hunter soaking those rockets coming in. The problem is that when you have these void lasers in phase 2, the final phase, phase 1, with the empowered void rockets basically being the void orbs, you can't send hunters out to soak those, or they're going to put damage on the entire raid and put the healing absorb out, which is
you will need
the rockets
to dodge, which will be very, very hard, depending on which spot they're standing in. Are all of the alleys between the empowered beams that tiny? Is there maybe a better spot that they could be standing in?
I don't know. We haven't seen.
Because like here, it looks like this one is tiny, but the one on the left is wider. No?
Yeah, they might have just said, hey, the rockets are in a worse spot there, and we just want to chill over here. I'm really not sure. I mean, there are the random line shifts that come in and just throw lightning on the ground, but it's probably just positioning based around intermissions or what they have designed already. There's a reason I'm sitting here, and they're there, so I trust what they're doing.
I'm starting
No,
to be
we should
hungry.
we should go tell them what we think of what they're doing.
Oh yeah, they love when we do that.
Yeah.
Just walk up and be like, actually,
hey, why don't you?
Have you considered?
Do you want to? Maybe you should play this instead of.
Yeah,
this
they
one.
love that.
Yeah, I know you're like a world first raider and all, but
I had an idea, and therefore I'm right.
We had an idea. As a Twitch chatter myself, I think this would work well. And then you hit him with a tech W.
I don't go in there at all.
Good news. We do have a look at Shakib's transmog if we want to. That is. Wait, this owns. This Donkey Gary is.
Actually lit.
This is amazing.
Mushroom Queen.
Okay, let's rate it. 10 out of 10.
I'll give it a 9.8.
9.8. The daggers even match the dress and the hair.
Wow.
Jack took the time to go to the barber shop and he said, I would like my cutesy blood elf Havoc Demon Hunter to have matching hair with the dress and the daggers.
The only thing I don't like is that some of the orbs that are flowing around us are gold.
Okay.
And the accents on the wrists and like some other stuff is
That's
silver.
true. We need to tell him that.
Which is why I'm on 9.8.
I think that's a detail that could easily be overlooked.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna let him know.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think we could give him that as a pointer. Like, hey.
I don't think he would care very much.
Probably.
Do you think he'd care?
I think so.
This
just
man
based
wears
on the fact that he matched
different colored socks every day.
True, but you can tell he took the time to match the hair. You may as well match the jewelry, right? It's not that hard, right? A couple, you know, silver maybe. I don't know how much it costs.
Yeah, I'm sure he can spend the extra. I don't think he would mind that at all.
Yeah, I think so too. Well, if you'd like to submit your transmog, teal.gg/rdbuf-donate. We are looking at transmogs. Who has the laptop? Kalamazi.
Floor has the laptop.
I don't have the laptop, but I'm telling you, we're less than $300 away from 11K.
Holy
Yeah.
moly.
That is a great number to hit. So,
Would you like to read some of our recent donations?
I can try.
Can you read, Kalamazi?
I can. I was told they're not in order, but I think Zyra lied to me. And
We can practice together if you want.
Okay.
Just make sure you sound it out and you don't lose where you are.
Vittori, that $35. Sent an image in. I'm stuck in the utility closet, but
oh no,
you make do with what the wife gives you, right? I don't know what the image is.
So
but
I
hey.
said people can send in their like setups as well, or their
Oh.
PCs. I wanted to see them.
Okay.
So Vittori apparently is in the utility closet, but that can look cute. I
That
saw
counts?
a really cute setup of something like that.
Really?
Yeah.
Now
I've
I'm
seen that.
curious. Maybe after this try, we can pull it up.
And Teddles banished the closet for a while with his own stream too, actually, under the stairs.
Oh yeah, I remember that. His very small room.
That could be a thing.
So.
We have $100 from, is it Mika?
Whoa.
Yeah.
Mika Love, with a pet picture as well. I won't read it off until we show it. Thank you for the generous $100 donation.
Wow, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. 35 from Jessica. 50 from Healbot.
Wow.
I don't want to read off the pet descriptions yet. Until
Yeah,
we
we'll get there.
Yep. Trill's mom.
But you can read that.
Oh, let's win this race liquid. $50 from Healbot.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Incredibly generous.
Kalamazi's still practicing reading, you guys.
Yeah, Trill's mom, also with the $50 donation. So this is also a dog picture, which I will not leak yet, but I'm sure they will all be up momentarily. And yeah, thank you all so much for the generous donations.
Yeah, we really appreciate it. Thank you very much. And let's get to 11K, shall we, right? I mean, we have some really exciting charity stretch goals that we're still waiting to reach, and we might be here for a while, but I feel like, you know, the sooner the better. We would
can
all
make it
like to
happen.
enjoy it together.
There we go.
Yeah, they don't know about the secret donation goal at 30K.
What is that?
It's secret. Oh.
Did they play the Trill PvP video?
I don't know. Not when I was on.
Yeah,
Not when I was on.
Maybe if they played it, I want to see it again.
We're
I've
actually
not
gonna-
played it yet.
At 30K, we're gonna enact that IRL, apparently.
Oh, okay. What?
That's
why are
not.
you
That's
spilling
not.
my secrets?
That's not true at all. Actually, I don't know what. I will not do that. So.
Poor Trill. He's the nice.
I
was gonna say.
I will not do that.
So sad. He's so nice.
Do not do that. No.
Do not ever do that.
Oh
my God.
Tag me in anytime. I'll fight for him
yeah, you-
IRL.
Yeah, I-
I'll take
Karate.
Kalamazi down in a second. No worries.
I believe you would. I would not fight back. I'm
right?
sorry.
I know.
That's how it would be.
5.
Come on, everybody, do karate.
2.
What was that? Have you seen that?
No.
Oh, it's so bad.
It sounds like it.
A really bad song about karate.
You did give us a good impression of what it would be like, to be
I'll
honest.
send it to you. I wonder. I'm just waiting for people in the chat to know what I'm talking about, but no one's saying anything, so I don't
Listen,
think they know my
Kalamazi
dumb
just
reference.
started closing some tabs because we do have our Alienware laptop here, and Aya is a notorious tab opener. So everybody else kind of gets in the habit of closing some tabs, and he was going through them and just looking at stuff from Taco Bell that you
The
had pulled up.
quesarito.
Oh yeah, I was googling quesaritos.
There was a dating site 3 days ago. I don't know what that's about, but there's a lot of.
We don't
Don't
know
worry about it.
that one.
Don't worry about it. Listen, some of the people, I'm not going to name names
circle.
on this cast, are not my words, shockingly single. So I was just trying to help them out.
Was shockingly emphasized. As a-
Okay, we all know you're
Yeah.
talking about Teddles.
Okay, well, I mean, you just had to go out and say it, but yeah, and yeah, so I'm sorry I don't clear the tabs. You can do that.
I do that.
Okay.
I'm a big tab closer.
Oh God, are you a notification clearer?
Yes.
No,
I'm
good.
actually
I'm
a
good.
notification denier.
Notification denier.
There's very few things that make it through my phone notifications.
Oh my
and for
God.
a good reason.
Look at me.
No, I don't like this.
Look at this. Wait,
Go
it just
away.
keeps going.
I'm not looking at your
Just-
phone.
I'm
It's
still
going to give
scrolling.
me an aneurysm.
Oh my God.
Nope.
That's only a couple days too.
I read every single notification actually that gets to me.
I read it and I don't clear it.
I don't have.
Text I'm bad at. But
I don't have any of the social medias go to my phone.
I should do that.
It's just
I hate the apps where you block the notifications, but then you go to use it, and they're like, they remind you.
You want to turn on your notifications? No, thank you. I do not.
I'm good. No, thank you.
I'm also a mail reader on all of my 3 email accounts.
I'm so bad at it.
I don't have a single unread email unless it came in the last 6 hours.
Oh my god, let me check my main email account, how many unread I have.
I have a good friend who's collecting them. He's at 20K now, which sounds insane to me.
I don't know how to tell on Gmail. It just says 99 plus. Oh my god. Is there a way to tell?
Why are you like this, Aya?
You know why I'm like this. You're the same side of a, what is it? You're a different side of the same coin.
Different flavors of the same thing.
I don't know how to tell on Gmail, but I know that it's a lot. I've got a lot in there. Sorry.
Hamazi, what about you? You read your emails?
Do I rate them? Read? Oh yeah, I do. I heard rate and then I heard eat. Oh, yeah, no, I read them.
You are hungry by chance?
I am.
I'm a little bit hungry as well.
I am voracious. Ready to ravage some food.
To the gym instead of having lunch, so.
Whoa.
Bad idea.
Okay.
Well, I had a bagel. So.
Ooh, bagels are good.
Yeah, they're very good. I had a little bit of a run-in because that was when the power was out, and I took a bagel, and absent-mindedly, I put it in the toaster, only to realize that the toaster is also part of the power grid.
I went to the microwave with a bowl of cheese and pork. I was like, oh, this doesn't work. I guess I'm eating cheese.
Wait, I'm sorry. You microwave cheese?
And pork. But then I realized the microwave doesn't work, and I just ate cheese mostly instead. So it was cold. I can't eat the bread. What do you want me to do?
No, you're right.
What do you want me to do?
I saw something more cursed. I'm gonna call him out, Pistillo. He's the Apex team manager. Oh, do you want me to stop talking?
No, it's okay. You're good.
Oh, okay.
Please. We're just looking.
He's here helping us out on site. Very, very hard worker, but he was doing something diabolical.
Oh, what is it?
He was taking the sandwich bread, and he was like scraping out the inside of it and just kind of tossing it to the side. And I was like, "What are we doing?" He's like, "It's less carbs."
Oh.
If I do this, which makes sense, but
you could just have half a bread.
I said the same thing. I said the same.
What did he reply?
I don't remember. I think I was just
too shocked to remember.
Yeah.
Lost a hunter there again, unfortunate. But other than that, this is looking quite good here. We'll have our friends try and protect the rest of the group once more as we are in that very narrow alleyway between the beams.
Yeah, this is going to be a very good push. We have second beta launch coming up in 10 seconds here. I believe you have one final polarity shift here, possibly. And then we're getting in second intermission here, which is like what you want to see. This is your prog point. We have one hunter down. We already res Scott, but here's your last polarity shift, and we're going to have second intermission coming up now, which is going to be a prog point for them. Boom is super low. Everyone's super low.
No.
We lose fired up, but we actually make it through okay. We lost Zevi as well. If we can...
Theory down. Only 2 healers remaining. This is going to be tough. A lot of damage going out to the group. But there is a chance that we still see a new best here. If both Smack and Nick have some cooldowns available, we should potentially be fine to see a little while longer. Rate damage will take once more, and then they will make it out of this intermission here. Sarah is back with the group. They did get him back up, so one more healer to support the rest of the team, but you can just see how much damage they are taking as they are trying to reach that proc point of 25.13%. Not very much to go, but we do have our drills coming in, and the mines will need to be played as well, and that time is ticking.
Yeah, as long as we make it through this bomb set here, this should be a new personal best for them. The changes in this phase, every single rocket set is now going to be an empowered void orb set. And still, here we go. Here come the actual activating balls, which we're going to see these void orbs coming in momentarily across the room. Anyone that touches these void orbs pulses the raid and puts a healing absorber on the raid. And there's so many of them here as well.
Do not touch.
Yeah,
Forbidden ball.
We're through.
Must avoid.
20. Yep, polarity shift coming in, I think, in a moment here as well. We're going to have new mines coming in and new script. Oh, there's a mine. Oh, was that a...
What was that?
I think that was a double proc, or it was something hitting the mines. I'm not too sure on it for sure. Maybe we can get a replay of it, because production is goated like that. But it looked like maybe it was a mine double proc, just a second too early.
Yeah. This boss, so... This boss,
oh
yeah, a minute until enraged there, and they were actually on check at 440. At 440, they were at 33% with the DPS stat. So honestly, DPS probably is not a concern in this fight a whole lot, as long as everybody lives. It's just seeing the last bit of this fight, the boss should die. It's not any pull territory, but it's close.
It's great progression. We've been seeing very linear progression.
Exceptionally strong.
Despite the talking breaks in between polls, or maybe even because of these, Raiders are making great progress on the overall here, and I'm quite excited.
All right, well, let's take a look at a replay of that last poll that we just saw.
All right, we want to see what they died to. So here's all 4 of the mines. So KSP is first. Should be walking into his any second now.
It might have been the last bomb on this set popping.
Second one, okay, is being exploded.
So we have one. Oh, it was just double pop. Was it? No. So we have one left here actually. Boss is at 24%. It died. It died around 20. So.
Oh, that was a set before.
Right.
Okay.
So.
So next set is what we're looking for.
Right here come those void orbs across the room. There's no overlap with lions here either, which is really nice. And there's enough room to dodge, but depending on the cadence of later on, if there are lines, it's going to be actual hell on earth. So
here are the mines coming in. Maybe somebody accidentally stepped into one. Yeah, it was definitely double explosion. You can see it straight away.
It looks like right around where Yips was, there might have been a pop, but we can rewind
a little bit back.
Little bit.
Yep. Can we go to THD screen? Do we have that?
For a replay, possibly.
Yeah,
oh, there we go.
have
Perfect.
that tech. So I think it's Smacked and Tobo, potentially. Who stepped into those mines? Hold on.
So new mines spawning in right here.
Kingfly should have been first, which is the mine on the opposite side there. But then somebody walked into Skull.
Nobody does.
Skull went up.
Can we rewind again?
Yeah.
Nobody does.
A little bit more. A little bit more.
No one's there.
Until the mines are back. Yeah, there is.
No one's there.
There is a mine. Smacked walks into.
Oh, they Smacked. Oh. Okay.
It's hidden behind the boss bars.
Smacked hit it and then got knocked.
I don't think he could. He was a bit too early. I think he was getting ready to like set up for the mine and stepped into it too early. But it was definitely, so that's what happens when you proc 2 mines too quickly behind another.
I don't think we even had 2 mines proc there, did we?
There. So on the opposite
low.
side, Kingfly procs his. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, we can just play it naturally. Also see on the raid frames here, it should be in order of the way they pop.
So mines come down, and you can see that the blue, right, on the bottom right, gets exploded, and then Smack steps into it on the opposite side. Because Kingfly was the first one, like he was supposed to.
Yeah.
And then the other one just got accidentally stepped on. But yeah, that's how that happens. That's probably exactly what the Raiders are doing right now, looking at the replay, figuring out exactly what went wrong, how they can avoid that.
Yeah, hopefully it's an easy fix.
Hopefully it's an easy fix.
So yeah, so they have the enrage on the screen there, right? At about 7:10, give or take, I think.
Yeah, that's what they're expecting,
roughly.
I think.
Yeah, so there's going to be a... I'm trying to look at the cadence of incoming mechanics here, too. You've got an actual polarity swap with the orbs and magnets in 15. Okay. That'll be interesting to see.
Woo! You think that's the last big pain point before that next intermission?
It's the next one. I don't know.
I mean, the boss doesn't have that much more HP, right? 20%?
Yeah. I think you're going to get 3 sets of orbs in this phase, though, which is going to be interesting to see how they handle that later on, because you can't turtle them. Like they're having hunters turtle the rockets when you have the void lines coming in, to just sort of say, hey, if one goes to the raid, hunter soaks it with turtle, it's fine. You can soak those, but you can't soak the void orbs. But yeah, I mean, their damage seems fine. I don't think damage is really even going to be much of a concern with everybody alive. You just kill the boss. The boss should just die. If it is 7, the boss just dies. I don't think there's not a Styx bunk junker check here at all. This is just boss dies. We should do the fight.
Which is what we love to see.
Yeah, it is. I mean, killing this boss tonight is important. It's not a boss where it really has much rare loot. It has a cloak, but it's like a sort of gimmicky kind of item. It doesn't really give you any throughput, I believe. But getting a handful of players in the raid that weren't in for Styx, a second option in their vault from the raid, might provide something of relevance, maybe a weapon, an offhand, main hand, maybe a tier piece that they can get on Mythic. Every little bit happens, matters. We know Echo and likely Mythic will kill this boss tomorrow.
Yep.
Chances are very high.
I think so too.
This is one of those nights where securing a boss kill, it could
go a long way. Not
deterministic.
only because you are able to get those boxes we're talking about, but also because you're able to get a pull on one-armed bandit, right? And that can give you a lot of power in terms of knowledge. You'll get to get some timers, you get to check some weak auras even if you have them written already. You get to have an idea of how it all plays out. So even if it's just like 2-3 pulls onto one-armed bandit, that is a lot of information you would like to gain before the reset that then can tell you something about how are you approaching this boss once you actually get there.
Yeah, and the difference between that and then potentially not getting down this boss and having to go into that reset without having any pulls and not getting that gear as well, it's going to be pretty huge.
Right. I mean, you see most of this boss progression-wise. A reset, you re-clear to it in a couple hours, as long as Styx isn't a complete disaster still, which it probably is actually. No change to coming into that somehow. And this boss probably dies within a couple hours regardless of probably even here or in a re-clear. But yeah, you want to have this dead. And I could be a bit off here. I think if this boss dies, like especially right now around dinner, streams are off. You're pulling one-armed bandit. That's it.
I think we're doing the Mythic split, and then you're pulling one-armed bandit.
Yeah. Either way, I mean, like, you don't show bandit to Echo or Method or anybody in the competition, right? No. You don't show the health on it because that gives you calculations of how hard the last 30% will be. Comp, you don't give anything away here.
I agree.
But we'll see. We got to kill this boss first, so
yeah.
That's priority number 1.
Yeah, and also we're not trying to make anyone feel like, you know, that we're in a bad situation. We are definitely not. If you were tuning into any of their comms, the vibes are definitely good. We heard it from Max himself last time we went to one of those Monster Energy listen-ins, and this boss is killable for sure, and they're feeling that way, and so are we.
Mm-hmm.
So
That's
no
right.
worries.
Big vibes.
Big vibes.
That's
Yeah,
a good way to phrase it. I would like to see production. Can we bring up the setup from our donations while we're waiting for the raiders?
Oh, we could, yeah. Some setup.
Sorry, I'm just putting them on blast. I have a direct connection, but sometimes my math is faster than my brain.
Okay.
You know, gotta.
I'll figure it out.
Yeah, I think we're about over 10,000 a little bit. So if you're sending in $35, we can take a look at your transmog or your battle station or your cord management or your UI, all kinds of things. A picture of Kalamazoo, whatever you want. Make sure it's on an image hosting platform, however, and not a social media link if you'd like to save production some time and make it easier and make it more likely that we'll get you up there quicker so that we can take a look at it. Or we can send in a picture of your pets. That's pets. If you want us to look at your transmog, you can send in a picture of your armory. So I've got donations up right now. We've got no new ones currently, unless I refresh and something else is different. However, we are at $10,707, so we are closing in on that next donation goal. And if you'd like to raise money for the Pasadena Humane Society, definitely go check that out. Great organization that got especially affected by the LA wildfires, so we are very proud to be partnering with them for the Race to World First.
Kalamazi, are you good at tongue twisters?
Ooh. I've cast many Curse of Tongues in my life.
That's not what I asked.
Well, it's an indirect answer. I don't know why.
Because, like, I did the thing where I said, if you donate $10, I'll read out a tongue twister you put in as long as it's TOS confirmed.
Mm-hmm.
Would you like to join me?
Sure.
All right.
Sure, let's do it.
Double offer. Right now, right here, while we're waiting.
$10?
Yeah.
No, what about like?
Listen, if everybody that watched right now donated even $1, do you know how high we would be on our charity goals?
I'd have
Very
$1.
high, Makes.
You cannot. You have to appreciate every dollar.
Yeah.
Why are you scoffing at $10? You that rich, man? What the heck?
So.
Sure.
That's the caster
toss it up.
privilege.
Let's go. Let's do it. 10 or more.
10 or more, right. More is preferred.
Every little bit helps the aminals. Especially the lions. There's apparently a lion on the loose around here too, so I gotta be very careful about that.
I'm sorry?
I heard so, yes.
Yep.
Mountain lions exist near LA is what I
No,
heard.
it was a full lot with a mane apparently.
Oh, yeah, you ran into someone that
That's
said...
what I was told.
That's what you were told.
Saw a
You sure it
lion.
wasn't just a very large cat?
That's what I was told.
Stray
A
cat?
lion. At
Perhaps
3 in
a
the morning,
dog?
There's a lion.
Maybe a person dressed up on all fours as a lion?
Hashtag all fours.
Hashtag all fours?
I'm a huge cat. Hashtag all fours.
Oh.
Maybe it was Tettles.
Oh, no.
He does have a little bit of a mane.
That's true. Yeah, it could have been Tettles on all
I
fours.
wonder if you offered the lion Taco
Dressed up
Bell,
as a lion.
they would take it.
I'm sorry? What was it?
Get the lion some Taco Bell, I wonder if they would take it.
I mean, probably.
Probably.
Yeah, there we go.
There it is.
He's just trying to proc that for
I
his
was
own
actually.
satisfaction.
Wait, I want to try Taco Bell. Hey. All right, well, TL.gg/RWF-donate $15,000 for the live Week Aura Sounds. They've got like a bunch of weird instruments back there.
I hate that thing.
They're so excited. What is it?
The sling whistle thing.
Oh, that sling whistle's horrible.
Oh, my God.
There's another thing back there.
Got no gas.
Kind of German, I don't know, like a clinky thing. I don't know. It was like a German word.
What?
A Glockenspiel.
Ein Glockenspiel.
Yeah, Glockenspiel. Das
Glockenspiel.
Very good. Yeah.
You know what that is?
We have those
No,
here,
I
too,
Like
right?
a little ping pong, ping pong.
What?
Ping, pong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's a
How'd it go?
xylophone.
Ooh, it was bad. So it's gonna. We got a little preview of it on my stream. Cool. Here's the first transmog. Teal.gg/RWF-donate if you want us to show yours.
Yeah.
Here is Mibs.
Shadow Priest.
Shadow
I
Priest.
think that robe
Our
is from
collar.
Black Temple. I think
Very
it's-
Zealothathy.
I think that's the robe from Terran Gorfiend. I could be wrong. If it is, it looks like it is with that level of quality.
Yeah.
Those are good. Those are OGs. I
Looks like a
those.
full set, but it's also giving mommy, so I like it. We're gonna come back to this, but first we'll look at this poll here because Raiders are back in it.
I was ready to break it down. Yep.
you get a couple more minutes to think about it, Kalamazi.
That's always helpful.
I know.
Why do you say it in a condescending tone? I know.
Did you piss her off earlier, Kalamazi?
I don't know. What
It's
is
just how I show my love. What can I say?
I was being nice and everything last night. I don't know.
What's sad is I think this makes being nice right here.
Cackling and everything. Yeah.
Oh,
That's actually true. Yeah.
I will take this with pride.
There you go.
Maybe it's more of a European thing, to be honest. I don't know.
Ooh, what do you mean? I thought that we were the ones that lumped the entire continent together. Now look at you.
Oh, I don't mind.
Oh, okay. So it's okay when the Europeans do it, but not
That's
when,
right.
Not
Yeah,
when
you know how you're
when the
allowed.
Americans do it, we're stupid.
You know how you're allowed to call your own siblings dumb, but if
Wow.
other people do it, you'll fight them.
Fair enough.
That's how that works.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like we're allowed to say, "Oh, the European mind," but when Americans do it, it's very different.
When Americans do it, we don't know what geography is, and we
Of
don't
course,
know that
yes.
there are individual countries in Europe, and that it is a vastly
Yeah,
different and diverse, culturally and ethnically diverse region of the world.
Thank you for the breakdown.
You're welcome.
My first real experience.
Europeans like cursing more than Americans. Tell you that much.
Well, yeah, with that kind of attitude was a gentleman named Soren. I learned very quickly that yes, there's a very interesting attitude that some Europeans might have at times.
It is. It actually is a European thing.
What is?
Just like
Fantasy's attitude.
just cursing a whole lot more than Americans do. It's actually something I had to learn when I started casting in English, because on English broadcasts, people care a lot about this stuff, and on Germans, they do not.
Yeah. We're kind of prude sometimes.
I mean, I don't mind it. I don't think
do.
it's a bad thing. It's
I'm being censored.
It really is like a cultural difference.
Yeah.
For sure. It's interesting. Also, somebody earlier said the European mind cannot comprehend Taco Bell. I think that's true.
Yeah, it makes order potatoes though. We talked about last.
Those are
What's wrong with
good.
that?
They are good.
I can't have a lot of the sauces that they have because they have fructose.
It's like go.
Do you have the cheese?
Yeah.
Cheese was okay.
Cheese shouldn't have fructose.
Sour cream.
Well,
You guys
I
put-
don't know.
You guys put sugar in cheese?
Probably.
Probably, I don't know.
Oh no.
It's like
Do I
going to
gotta
a
look this up?
steakhouse and ordering chicken tenders.
Hold on. Wait, you didn't look this up? Let's see. Let me look it up. I'm gonna Google Taco Bell on here and not delete the tab. Taco Bell.
Man, at this point it's too late
I
now.
think they're called like cheesy loaded potatoes or
I
something
have
like that.
no idea. It had sour cream and cheese.
What happens if I find out that this has fructose in it?
Well, then it probably
What are you gonna
doesn't have a whole lot because I didn't die.
Okay. All right.
So I'll probably be fine.
I'm curious. Yeah, or maybe
There's
it'll be like a bit of a
There's like a very
placebo effect, and you'll start
low
feeling
amount of fructose that's tolerable.
Okay, cheesy fiesta potatoes.
What would they're called?
40 calories.
Oh yeah.
Is this is what you had right here?
Yeah.
Okay. No, they're very good. I think this is good. Okay.
Yeah,
so
she thinks it's good.
they're good.
They're
She's
good.
flaming.
All right, I'm looking at the nutritional
I'm
information.
just staring at the screen. I'll tell you there.
Okay. I am looking. I am reading. Let's see.
Looking.
I am also looking at this
Looking
poll
chat,
though.
looking.
Watching. Actually, watching is a 7TV emote. It's a cute cat. Watching.
There you go.
Watching.
I'm focusing here.
You lock in on
Rockets. Ooh, one went
I think
straight through.
I think you're safe.
I think I'm safe too because I didn't react.
You're good.
Perfect. There you go.
I found a safe food from Taco Bell. Life is good.
That's a
A
good one.
rarity.
You should try the there's like a potato taco that's also really good. It's like a spicy potato taco.
I don't like spicy stuff.
So it's not that spicy. It's like safe level for Germans.
You say that, but have you seen what kind of spice levels Germans tolerate?
Yeah, there's no.
They think paprika is spicy.
Um,
I had a friend once that I made breakfast for, and it was literally fried eggs, and I put salt and pepper on it, and they were like,
no way.
"Kind of spicy, isn't it?"
That is
all that was on there was salt and pepper.
Okay, well now I'm really curious what you think of the
Germans are weak, man.
Their damage is so good here, though. I mean, sorry, I didn't mean to jump
No.
Their damage is. I mean,
go right ahead.
Well,
It is very good.
They're wiping, but like their damage is just. Unless there's some weird like lesser enraged than we think, they're just. I think they're just so far ahead of what they need to be at. It's fine. You just need to kill this fight.
Yeah.
Mechanically, it's what you need to do.
I mean, that's what's important. You know, they are wiping, but like you said, they're ahead of that damage check.
If one's alive, you won't see a DPS check. I don't think so. They need to be at 34 or 33 at 440, and they're at 34 the whole raid dead at 440. Like
wow.
I don't think there's much issue here damage-wise.
Hold on, they had 2 battle reses. Why did they die?
They lost 2 players and it just spiraled quickly afterwards, like 5 or 6. No, it's okay. It's all right, you know. But honestly, if that 5% nerf hadn't come in today, that would have probably made it a DPS check. I could be wrong. I think this boss just dies when you just execute properly. But I mean, there's so many things you can die to, though, right? So, and that last 20% is going to be the most hectic part of the fight because the boss is doing, I believe it's 15% damage increase per intermission, so it's 30% more from all abilities, and things are just going to start one-shotting, right?
Yeah.
But getting there, once you do, I don't think damage will be a concern here. Trill diff as well, obviously.
Well, of
Hashtag
course.
trill diff.
Windwalkers,
Mr.
man.
World of Warcraft himself.
Holy moly, yeah.
Yeah.
Are we bringing back our little transmog?
Oh yeah, let's look at the Void Mommy transmog. Mibs, here we go.
8.3.
8 point. Is this a set? Is this a full set? I need to know.
I think so.
Then it's.
I'm not sure.
Oh,
it might
I don't
be
think
a
it is,
different pant, but the belts and the shoulders and the arms are part of the same.
The shoulders are from Nighthold. The chest is, I think the chest is Black Temple, and the helm is some Shadowlands thing. Actually,
It's not a full set. All right.
I don't think so.
Okay, then this is a 9. This is great.
I think that offhand is the one from the quest line in this expansion to get the dagger, the weird rare one. I think. That's good. 8.5 actually. I'll up it. I'll up it for originality. It's good.
I'll give it an 8.7.
8.7.
All right.
I like it a lot.
There we go. Very nice.
Well, thank you so much for your transmog submission. teal.gg/rwf-donate. Send in a link to your armory, and we can take a look at yours. Here's the next one. Marissa. This is a...
Oh, it's a cow.
This is a Tauren. Okay, I like it. I think it's hard to make Taurens look not stupid, but they've managed to do that. They've got the little daisy thing.
Cute.
I love the daisy for the Taurens. I'm a big fan of that.
She's dainty.
Yeah.
I love cows. There's a girl on Instagram that rides her cow. I didn't know that was possible.
Yeah, probably.
Actually, with a saddle.
Wow.
Goes galloping across the fields with a moo cow.
You know what I really want?
Crazy.
I want to take you somewhere.
Okay.
We should.
Would you like to elaborate?
Yes, I'm going to elaborate.
Don't take me out back, please.
No, don't worry. We should go to one of those like country bars that has line dancing and those like bull riding things. Calvin, I didn't ask
I would win.
No.
I've been wanting to go on one of these bull riding things for a long time. I've never been.
Me too. I've never done it. Despite me being from that area.
You should.
I would love to go. Kalamazoo, you can come and just grumble.
He does that.
Just like that. There
He
you
does
go.
that a lot. No, I would love to do that, Aya.
Yeah.
I'm down. I used to go horseback riding.
So you probably would be really good at it.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, now we gotta do it. Hold on, I'm gonna find.
I'm also very competitive. So
What do we? Me too. My toxic traits being like I would be so good at that. Okay. I'm going to Google. What do I Google? Country bar.
Yeah.
What is the search terms for this?
I have no idea, but we have. It's Marissa saying, "My name is Marisa and it's a cow, so it's Mugrita." That's even cuter. I love that.
That's really cute. Yeah.
That's 8.2 for me.
I am going to give it an 8.9. Very cute.
All right, there we go.
I don't remember it a whole lot, but I like the flower.
It was good. I actually have a photograph from memory, so I can take a picture and never forget with my mind.
Chat is saying put in bar and mechanical bull. Ah, yeah.
Bar, that's fair. Yeah.
I have no idea.
Is it gonna come up though? I mean, is it gonna?
No clue.
Google gonna know?
Soak circle.
Probably. Let's see.
Soak.
Phone's asking weird.
Yeah, I'm not.
Apparently there's a place off of Sunset Boulevard. Okay, we're gonna go. We're doing it. Oh, Mozzie doesn't want to come apparently.
Nope.
Because you
Not there.
lose?
Yeah.
Prime? Probably.
Okay.
I ain't going around no bull.
It's like, what's the
Are you that insecure?
I just don't want to do it. Sounds annoying.
All right.
It sounds like a waste of time, and I'm hyper optimized. All right.
Listen, I have an idea.
Yeah, what's up?
What our next stretch goal is 15K, right?
Okay.
What comes after that?
Oh, I'm seeing. Are you trying to put Kalamazoo goes to?
No. Just bear with me for a second. What comes after that? Is it 20? I think
yes.
it's 15, 20, 25. Okay, listen. If we make it to 17K,
Or stand in circle.
we'll film our competition on that thing.
I'm so down. Okay.
And we'll release it.
I can live stream it. Or you want to film it and release it?
Like, we'll put it on broadcast.
Oh, on the broadcast.
As like a charity incentive.
Okay, I'm down. I was going to do it for free, but I think I like that.
Yeah, I was going to do it for free, but if we can get a charity goal out of it, I am down.
Sure.
His chat was like, that sounds like a good time, so now you know what you need to do.
I wonder if anybody on the cast has ever gone on one of those.
I have no idea. We should figure out. I'm not sure.
Kalamazoo's the most southern
Jack
boy
probably
here, and he's
has,
never
to
been
be
on
honest.
one. Jack, I don't.
Jack strikes me like the kind of guy who would.
He strikes me as the type of guy that would be on there and get yeeted off within the half.
Also, yes.
First half, respectfully.
I feel like he has tried it at least.
He would probably give it a go.
Tried
yeah.
what? Wait, what talking about?
The mechanical
Zoned
bowl.
No, I never have. No, I don't want to do it now.
Jack.
Oh,
yeah.
Well,
We don't think
yeah,
he'd
I'm not
be
gonna
good at it necessarily, but
never mind.
okay. I don't know where you're going with that, but
yeah.
all right.
Chad is saying Dratnos definitely has. Do you think so?
Absolutely not.
I don't think so.
Absolutely not.
Where's Dratnos from again?
He lives in San Francisco. I don't know where
Right?
he's from though.
17K chat. You heard me.
Yeah, 17K. Let's see. Trying to think.
I think Styro tried it.
I could see him.
Zyra is the bull. He's that big.
Pyro would look like, you know when like a moon kid is on a really small mount? Kalamazoo. Or sorry, Zyronic. The man is so tall. He's so tall. Either way.
I don't think we have those in Germany generally, to be honest.
You don't have like American themed
Bowls?
bars. I've seen
like
seen
mechanical bowls. I don't think that's like a. We definitely have American themed bars like diners and like burger bars and that kind of thing. But I don't think I've ever seen one of these bowls like IRL. I've only seen them in movies.
I think you just found yourself a niche market to go after.
Yes. I will open up a restaurant in Germany that also has a bowl. That
I'm
sounds
sorry.
great.
Do you not think that was draw a crowd? Like, oh, have you heard of this new bar?
What
was that accent?
It is very good. We go there and then.
See, I think
can ride
Germans
the
are
mechanical
too lame for that. I think Germans would just be like, "Oh, I will not go on the bowl. You can go over there."
Yeah, I don't
And then
understand.
nobody would ever go.
Don't you ride the mechanical, but it's not a real mechanical bull. What is the point of riding it?
Yeah,
I don't
think so. I don't know. I don't think Germans would like it very much.
I feel the same way. Maybe I'm German somewhere. I feel the same way. What's the point? Anyways, back in the poll 56 here on Sprocketmonger Lock and Stock. Last poll being a 60% wipe, not as good as we want to see here, but they have been very consistent over the last probably hour and a half or so. We've only seen about 10 polls out of them over the second half of this shift here, but they've been hyper optimizing their strategy and movement, which is exceptionally precarious in this fight. You can see them being pushed into the corner over here. Phase 1, not incredibly difficult. There's no empowered beams, nor are there any empowered orbs, but the longer this fight goes on, with every intermission, the boss will empower other abilities. First empowerment is those beams taking up a large portion of the room, becoming void-colored. Second empowerment is going to be those rockets becoming void orbs, and if you touch them, they do AoE rate damage and put a 3 million absorb shield on each player per orb, making it very difficult to navigate through if you hit more than one. Even just one is taxing when you're having to dodge lightning and beams and being pulled across the room by these magnets. So it does spiral in difficulty, but we do believe we have the DPS to kill this fight as long as we can get there. Best poll being 20% roughly, about half an hour ago, give or take.
Well, we have dinner time, I believe, probably after this poll.
Yeah, probably. I mean, it looks good. I'm hungry, I smell it, so.
Yeah, me too. The worst part about where we're centered here in the building is we're right next to food, so they get to focus. They get to be locked in and not think about food.
That's right, but they're far enough away so that they don't constantly smell it.
Exactly.
So it's probably fine. I need to let you know that I am learning 2 things here.
Oh?
Thing number 1, everybody thinks your German accent is better than mine. thing number 2.
Well, I mean,
There's a lot of Germans in chat complaining that they would like to ride the bull.
Yeah, I would like. What do you mean? I am German. It sounds very fun. I have some other important news about the mechanical bull. Sorry, Kalamazoo. We'll get back to the game. I promise.
It's okay.
There is apparently one at a bar in. I'm going to butcher this.
Kaiserslautern. Kaiserslautern. But that's like, okay, listen, for Americans that's not true, but to me, Germany is kind of big, and Kaiserslautern is about like a 6-hour drive. That might be a bit
that's
far.
a little far. That's a little far for Germans.
Yeah, sorry.
Well, if you ever end up there, you could go.
That's right, but I hope I don't end
and
up
then you can ride the bull.
That's right. I shall remember.
People call it K-Town?
No, nobody calls it K-Town.
Oh, okay.
They are pranking you.
Oh,
So
okay.
not a thing.
I think that could be a fun thing that you should do as a IRL stream, like Nagura. You should walk there, actually.
Yes, I will do a Nagura and walk across my country.
Let's go walk there.
Let's go, Chad. What are 300 kilometers for one person? Easy.
She walked like 100. You got it. You got this. And then have a frozen cheese picnic when you get there too. Yeah.
That sounds revolting. Just like how this poll spiraled.
Oh yeah. No, I was gonna say. I was about to like tune back in and be like, all right, let's talk about this poll. But yeah, not so great. We got some deaths. We got 4 deaths here. One of them being a healer. No battle reses as well, and we are nearing that polarity shift where we're starting to see quite a lot of overlaps in the mechanics, as we can see here with those void beams really having a tremendous area of denial. I mean, it's like not even enough to like. What do you even do? Like, it's so small, and you're trying to spread out and not hit everyone else, and also not get hit by the rockets. Like, it's almost like you have to backpedal and just like forward and backwards.
You
do that little path there.
You just
We're gonna
dodge
see
and
some
pray.
rebindings of that button, perhaps, through there.
Possibly, yeah. I mean, I'm curious because the Raiders have had some pretty good polls and progression over the last hour and a half or so here. I mean, dinner is coming up. It should be up right about now. But if they're having these solid polls, I wouldn't be surprised if they keep pushing a bit longer through their scheduled dinner break to see if we can get to that, like, any poll territory range. Because we are at 20%, but this fight does have some checkpoints, like getting through bomb sets, whether it's, you know, the first phase, 1, 2nd, or 3rd, and they did wipe on that. I think it was the 2nd bomb set of the final phase, essentially. So, I mean, getting through that set with the raid alive means you're shaving that 20 to 10, 15. Yeah. Atlas, hello. Hello.
Hi. Hello.
Hi.
Okay. Lip. Hello.
Invited.
Hi, Driney.
Hi, Driney. There we go. I'm making them all wave to me.
Just a bunch of raiders walking by. Apparently, max at 1 more pole.
Let's do it.
Ooh.
So we'll get 1 more pre-dinner and then 1 buffed. With
Maybe not actually.
Buff.
Break timer is up.
Oh.
Well,
perhaps not.
In that case, I retract what I said.
Oh, you mean I see.
Quick retraction.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're Kent.
No one heard
our
it.
statement. So, anyways, about the mechanical bull.
Yes.
Just kidding. I don't have anything else to talk about.
Okay.
I don't have anything. I mean, you know, it could happen. So $17,000. Makes and I will go see who was better at it. I honestly couldn't tell you. Like, I
couldn't tell you either.
I could troll and be like, nah, it's gonna be me. But I feel like we're both.
Yeah.
At the same.
I think so too. It would be fun
ability.
though.
Yeah.
Just a little, you know.
I would not be participating in
You
that.
can.
No.
Do you want to come and like hang out and
You can
laugh at us?
judge.
Not
Yeah, you can be
really.
the judge.
Not really. I will. No, not really.
Wow. You don't like that.
Kalamazoo is like, I
Any
am
fun.
not interested in a good time.
I go from the hotel to here, hotel.
I actually took a
here,
big walk today. That was
Sidetrack for
nice.
food. Yeah.
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 This area.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was,
Okay.
like,
Sure.
Around.
It's a nice day. It actually is a
It
really
was a very nice day. And there's a lot of very nice houses here that have like beautiful gardens.
Oh my gosh.
Nice balconies. Yeah.
I'm just walking around admiring nature, to be honest.
I just feel poor when I walk by the house.
Also, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't
I'm
mind
never in
that.
a house, so it's
Yeah.
I'm okay with being poor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, as you can see, the Raiders are walking behind us. They're going to be getting their food buff. And in the meantime, and we can kind of recap what we saw, we are seeing significant progress. We're seeing some consistency happen as well, kind of working through those mechanics. And it sounds like we're almost to the point where it will be any pull territory.
I think so. Yeah. They're at 20%. A couple more. They're gonna see like a 2nd and 3rd set of those void orbs in phase 3, or that final phase 1, whatever you want to call it, the final phase. And we assume it looks like they have the damage, and it's not even that close. Like they're ahead of both checkpoints when the raid's alive by 2 or 3%, and you're gonna have those IF Kazans reaching max stacks. You're gonna have like those warrior execute profile kicking in. Other classes that bring a bit. Second pots are at 5 minutes as well, which is probably around that point, give or take, maybe being held till 6 for those big 2-minute cooldowns coming up. I don't think damage is going to be an issue. It's just seeing the last bit of the fight, which 7 minutes of this fight is a bit demanding.
Yes.
It is a taxing fight, but we're almost there.
It definitely gets harder over time, like we were mentioning. I think there's like 2-3 more pain points that they will definitely need to see, then figure out, then execute. So that is going to cost a couple more pulls, but I don't think we're far off, and I think there is definitely a good chance that today it is going to go down.
I think so. I'd be surprised if it's not dead tonight.
I would as well. Yeah, I mean, we were kind of talking about it a little bit earlier in terms of the predictions. It sounds like all of us are kind of in agreement that it's going to take to be like around that 100 mark. You said 80 though, actually.
I said 80.
You said 80.
Yeah,
you said 100.
I'm a believer.
Okay. Where are we now? Where did we leave off? 50 something?
Like
54, I believe.
Okay. Also, something interesting to note is, and I think important also when talking about this conversation as a whole, is like they're still taking their time between pulls.
Yes.
Which means they're not at a point where like they're still fixing things. There are still ways to optimize things, and along with the optimization that they do outside of the pull, there's also like the consistency that they're getting individually and optimizing their own damage as well.
Yeah, it's a fight where you can see someone, you can definitely VOD read this fight a lot and look at someone's POV, some overlap happen. Maybe they got a screw up on them into a weird position to put them in a weird place where you couldn't swap, polarities if you got a mechanic on you. A lot of things you can just review and say, hey, this happened here, this is how you handle this. So you don't need to die to it to learn that mechanic. You see it ahead of time and you're just ready to go.
I think a good point to call is usually, hey, this just happened to me. Here's how I figured this tough situation is going to be solved, and I'm going to share it with the rest of the group in case you also end up in that situation. Here's a good solution that I found.
Right.
So that is probably a lot of what the talking is being there.
I agree. So they're seeing those 2 orb overlaps, and when they're through that, the boss is dead. You've had to survive another minute with the raid alive, and we've gotten there semi-cleanly, but I think we've seen it enough where maybe the next hour or so, it might become like any pull territory kind of thing, possibly, maybe.
It depends on how fast they're pulling, right? I'm a little bit hesitant on calling hours because of how slow they've been pulling
now,
at the moment.
Sure.
Like in our entire shift, they got like 10 pulls or something like that. Like they're really going very slow. I do think we will be seeing good progress, and I do think we'll reach that point very soon.
Yeah. There's times for rapid pull, and there's times to break things down. And like we're getting closer to that being, okay, we're in unison now, pull, we know what to do.
I think so.
I agree. And if you look just as a kind of a recap of what's going on with the rest of the race as well, Echo and Method, of course, right around, we're basically sandwiched between the two. Echo is at 57 pulls with 17.6%. Method is at 42.9% with 38 pulls. So
right, okay.
They're going to be staying there for a couple more hours as they are still asleep. Let me quickly check what time it is over in Germany. It's 3:30 a.m. So at least 2 more hours, more like 3 more hours until we are going to be seeing them get up. I'm not sure what their current starting times are. It's also Method usually starts a bit later than Echo does, but there will not be any progression on there. And so just stay here. We'll get more of that in.
Yeah, hang out.
Cool.
Good night. And so yeah, we're going to be signing off pretty shortly here, but in the meantime, while I still got your guys' attention, we are still raising money, of course, for the Pasadena Humane Society. If we did not get your transmog, no worries, we definitely will, but thank you so much to everyone that has supported us so far. And we're trying to get to, what was it, 17,000? For our new...
Yeah, so...
Oh, yeah, y'all's goal.
We're making it happen.
Y'all's goal.
We're going to go to the mechanical...
Wait, hold on. We got a whole new bunch of donations.
Oh, my goodness. Hold on.
Oh, my goodness.
Did
we were at like 10,000 something, and now we're sitting close to 13,000. Thank you very much for that. I'm sure Arya's looking it up right now.
I don't know how we got there so quickly. It was a bunch of little ones. Hold on. Okay,
listen. This is what I said. Every dollar counts.
For real. Yeah, so I don't know if this one got read, but I might repeat them, but I'll go backwards. Mika Love, $100, and they sent in pictures of their pets. We've got $500 from Frankie. I love you all, and especially Cal. Also Nick from Team Liquid. Wow. Yeah, man's got to type. All right, we've got, $10 from Anonymous, and they sent in their armory. Unfortunately, though, you do have to send in $35, so that is not... Oh, They fixed it. $35 from Anonymous. Accidentally only sent $10 earlier, so you've sent $50. So thank you so much.
That'll inflate the rating.
Yeah, we've got C4. They sent in a picture of their armory, a link to their armory. Tave, $35. Also a transmog, and 7 Seal, $10, and you sent in a picture of your transmog, but we need 25 more if you would like us to show it on broadcast. But either way, thank you guys so much for your donations. This is amazing. We are very, very close to $15,000, and I personally...
Also 17,000.
And 17,000. Yeah. I personally
think... price stretch goal.
I think we're very musically gifted as a casting crew.
For sure.
And I think we're going to do a great job at the live week where it sounds.
I can do it. Yeah, here's a horn.
Yeah, we'll get the instruments.
I'm going to be opening those TCG cards. That will be... That's me.
Okay.
Yep.
You have fun with that.
It's going to be fun.
Would you say you have good rhythm? Like you can keep time?
Like opening packs?
No, like...
For the week or
no,
oh, yeah,
backwards.
sure. Yeah, why not? I'll make some noises.
Amazing.
You can do the run, little girl.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Sure, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, all kinds. So much. Jeez, that was a literal jump scare. You just scared Siori.
Well,
can't
Siori
startle
can
him.
deal with it.
Can't be too loud around that guy.
He's old like me.
He's
I
so
can't
nice.
scare him too much.
Very sweet.
We're fragile now.
All right. Before we sign off, I do want to give a couple of quick mentions. Of course, Coinbase is our presenting partner. You can head over to teal.gg/CoinbaseRWF, and you can have a chance to win a Team Liquid signed jersey if you follow all of the prompts here. You can also scan that QR code for a grand prize, NA and EU only. You can have a chance to be flown out here for the next tier, meet the guild, do all kinds of fun stuff, have some Taco Bell with Kalamazoo. Maybe we'll throw in a mechanical bull. I don't know. We'll see. Win the prize first, and then we'll talk about it. So thank you so much to Coinbase. This would definitely not be possible without you, as well as the rest of our partners: Coinbase, Honda, Secret Lab, Monster Energy, Alienware, MyBlue, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, and DungeonDojo. And as you guys know, before we head to the dinner break, we will be playing everybody's favorite game, Marbles. Exclamation play in the chat. You will be eligible to win something on this next magical Alienware wheel that is coming up next. It could be $50 to the store, or it could be an Alienware Pro peripheral.
Do that thing, production.
Do that thing.
Spin that thing.
Yeah, spin that thing.
Hit it.
Hit it.
Come on.
There we go.
I love that sound.
Me too.
Oh, same as yesterday. More store credit.
Okay. $50 store credit to one lucky winner in the chat if you are joined in for the Marbles game. Exclamation play in the chat. With that, we're going to sign off. We're going to get some food ourselves. We're going to get some new casters in here because I'm sure you guys are tired of us yapping about mechanical bulls. All right. Thank you guys so much. We'll see you in a bit.
GN.
Listen, we need to have a conversation about apparel. The fact is, you signed a contract guaranteeing certain concessions. One of those being a spot on this broadcast.
Well, that's where I see things differently. Contract or no, I will not sell out for an impeccably designed and high-quality t-shirt.
I'm sorry you feel that way, but that's basically the nature of the race.
Maybe I'm wrong on this one, but for me, the race doesn't include selling cozy 100% cotton hoodies with graphics specifically designed for this race.
No, this is cozy.
Max, you know what I'm talking about, right?
It's like people only do the race to sell t-shirts. And that's just really sad.
Fun, sporty, hatchback, hybrid.
We did it! It's perfect! This Civic is powerful and fun to drive, the ultimate mount.
Honda mounts are magical.
Huh? What? Okay. Hey, Bubba, I thought you said we fixed the Goblin Portal problem. Man.
This is Max, and here is the exact moment he saw a custom plush toy we made of him from scratch.
Wow, it's got, okay, so there's a lot going on here.
We here at Team Liquid have spent months turning all of our friends, family, and any famous people we can find a public address for into their own custom plushes based off our mascot, Blue. Which means we had to make one for everyone's favorite raid leader and WoW streamer, Maximum. The first thing we have to do is give Blue some facial hair. Using some fur and this deep, longing photo of Max, we remade his scruff 1-2-1.
It's got a crazy beard. I was certainly looking that homeless during the last race.
And Max's face would be unrecognizable without his glasses. Important for raiding and seeing. Then we realized he was still without clothes, so we made him decent with a custom jersey. And at this point, he looked a little less Max and a little more Seth Rogen in a t-shirt, so we added some memorable WoW items, Ramornia and the Gift of N'Zoth, both 3D printed and painted to match the game. Finally, we delivered it to Max to capture his reaction.
Look, he's real cute. He's got my little Harry Potter glasses on. I get to keep this, right? You can make your own. You just gotta go to tl.gg/myblue and you can customize it however you want.
みんなこのビー玉のレースにようこそ。たくさんのビー玉がこんなに速いに生きた。おすごい、みんなが飛んだ。誰が勝ちましょうか。ズビリさんが一番。でも死んだ。今はソーフェッチさんが1位になった。こんなに速い。いっぱいいっぱいのアストロイドが危ない。このワオガイ XXX さんがおおこんなに速い。この天気はやばいですね。ワオガイさんが前になった。ハマー52は一番になった。 このビー玉は本当に危ないですね。このレースは多分世界一の危ない。このブリッジは本当に危ない。このレースに誰が勝ちましょうか。それは多分危ないすぎでみんなが負けますから。あ、バリアターンさんが死んだ。452は今一番になった。でもあんまり動けないよね。お、Angry Shoves 1になった。外からFox__V お、Angry Shoves ゴールない。 FoxV ゴールまだない。誰か勝ちましょうか。コブラロックは今1。でも外からニコリオ死んだ。ニスカ勝ちましょうか。ゴールイン。おめでとう。お見事。みんな本当に危ないだったけどニスカさんが勝った。パチパチパチパチ。